Hello everybody and welcome to the Australian Open here at Command Fest Melbourne 2025. I am Tom Anderson. I'm delighted to be bringing you a packed day of sealed and standard action alongside my wonderful co-caster, Kira Turetsky. Kira, how awesome is it to be here in Melbourne for such a big Magic event?
I was just about to say, it's a long time no see. We were just here recently for Regional Championship 10. So
yes.
Very exciting stuff happening here in Melbourne.
But this is a different kind of event, right? Like, I don't know if you can hear on the broadcast in the background around us. There's a different atmosphere in the room. RC10, of course, was the best of the best players who qualified from all around the region to try and make it to the Pro Tour, maybe even to Worlds, and it was a very sort of focused professional event. Here is the whole of the Magic community, the gathering, if you want.
Yes.
All in one room. We've got thousands of Commander players, it feels like, in the room, and of course, in the center of it all, a group of hard-bitten, or maybe just ambitious and excited sealed players getting ready to start round one.
It's so true. We are getting ready for 10 rounds of Magic. We're doing 5 rounds of sealed Avatar: The Last Airbender today. We've got our players on the feature match table ready to go, so we'll take you on down and get started with round 1.
And you can see here the match is already in progress. We've got some black-red firebending, and on the other side, blue-red lessons, perhaps. 2 very representative archetypes, and of course, didn't quite have the chance to say, but these players, including, the illustrious Ben Tudman, are playing for $4,000 first place prize as part of a share of $10,000 overall in prize pool, and of course the wonderful trophy you may have seen on the table beforehand. So right from this second, every card played counts, and we can see there a red removal spell being dropped on the Azula. So Ben Tudman off to an early lead, it looks like, Kira.
It's looking really good for Ben. Looks like we got our names flipped on the screen, so we'll get that fixed for you in just a moment. Back to Ben, we did see the Azula hit the graveyard. Removal is really important in sealed right now, especially in limited Avatar.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially for 3 or 4 of the colors, the removal is really good in this set. Some of it's situational in or limited in what it can target, but when you have the option to, it's great to fire off, especially if you are playing a deck with red and with the firebending creatures. That extra tempo you can generate by spending free mana on the early turns of a game, it's hard to overestimate how impactful that is in limited, especially in a set like this, where there are really good aggressive creatures early on, like we can see that first-time flyer getting in the air zone.
Looking down here at Ben's lands as well, black, red, and blue. Looks like we've got a Grixis pile down there.
Yeah, true. Well spotted. The tap land entering play. Those are great tap lands as well. Of course, you're able to sacrifice them later on in the game, which can help with some of the synergies in these black decks. But that later on in the game, all of that stuff comes with a little bit of an asterisk, as a lot of games are ending relatively quickly in this sealed format, and it seems like that is what this blue-red deck is definitely trying to push. Is that a Soccer?
Looks like a Soccer.
So has the rare to support the archetype as well. It's always great when you open up a sealed pool and you don't only have a stack of awesome playables, but you've got a few of those rares to really push the power level of the deck over the top. And that's putting a ton of pressure on the life total of, as you said, Ben Tudman. Unfortunately, we'll get those names and life totals fixed up. You can see there 13 plays 18. One player definitely in the driver's seat right now.
Ben looks like as well he's ready to fire off a removal spell of some sort. We got a black and a red tapped. I can see, it looks like Iroh's Demonstration in hand, and Lightning Strike. So,
yeah.
Look, classic Lightning Strike, staple in many such formats. Like we've had it was in Aether Drift limited as well, back again in Avatar.
But like I said, yeah, the flexibility and the fact it's instant speed as well. So it is one of the best possible cards to have with that firebending mechanic, or just in general, as you said. Lots of cards care about non-creature spells in this set. We've got prowess triggers. It's really just a great pick to have at any point in the draft. And I think I also saw is that Hummer, the blue-black hybrid bloodbender. So we can see the sort of game plan here. The Grixis pile control plan, or at least mid-range value plan, definitely online, so long as you can survive to turn the corner against these efficient blue-red beatdown creatures.
The Messenger Hawk is going to be the get for Ben, and that's going to create a clue. I like that it matches. It's got the little messenger.
Yeah, it's like a winged clue token. But it's a great time to explain perhaps one of the less obvious archetypes of Avatar: The Last Airbender Limited. If you haven't had the chance to draft or play sealed with this set a lot at home, a lot of the archetypes and effects are quite familiar, but some of them are a bit fancier, including blue-black draw 2s. So we see here, oh gosh, that looks like a special guest card to me. Is that Volcanic Torrent?
I believe it is.
Yeah, okay, so that is obviously one of the fancier features of the limited set. But as I was saying, the draw 2's archetype can be prominent if this is a blue-black deck. You have a lot of cards like the Messenger Hawk that trigger when you draw your second card of the current turn, so a bit easier to activate on your own turn. And one of the big ways to do that is with clue tokens, which also help to trigger the Sacrifice archetype, which is based in black-white. So blue-black-red has a really good thing going on here if you can get that engine running, but that might be cut off if Conan Feng has his way here with this Volcanic Torrent. The player's just holding for a moment.
The synergies of the limited environment are so impressive with this set.
Yes.
There is no archetype that is not inherently like very playable. Lessons are very good. Allies are very good. Sacrifice is good. There's nothing really, you know, and you mentioned before we were live, we were talking about the Flyers archetype, like blue-white mid-range, like it's so incredibly good. And that's Gran.
Yeah, Gran, I think one of the crowd favorites, one of the people's champions of this set. I mean, not only because it's a 1-mana legend, so for all the Command players here at Command Fest, I think this card is immediately relevant. But the effect is it's just enough what you want. It gives you some ability to cycle through your deck and improve your draw, which is good in these longer sealed games. And then once you've done that, once you've got enough lessons in your graveyard, which is sort of the focus of the archetype, it discounts those lessons and other non-creature spells. So, you know, just a fantastic all-round card. What more could you ask from a 1-mana creature?
Cracking the clue for Ben here. Board has been cleaned up quite effectively with that Volcanic Torrent.
Yeah, just an awesome draw, and now you're in a dire situation. Obviously, there are a couple of sweepers in this format. Even at Uncommon, there's sort of that white pseudo sweeper, but Conan here, in a dominating position. Ben really doesn't have that many live draws. This is an okay one.
Canyon Crawler.
Yeah, makes a food as well as being obviously just a huge body in combat. So that might be too big for some of these red removal spells to deal with. At least maybe you can fire off 2 in a row, or if you have a blue aura-based removal to tap that down.
It's going to be at least a really good blocker because it has Death Touch. And so that's going to help Ben stabilize a bit. Ben's on 10, Conan's on 18, so we're struggling a little tiny bit, but you know, we have an ability. This sealed format, this limited format, is so mid-range. The games go long.
Yeah, it's very interesting because it's a format where like tempo and having an early lead and building that lead by snowballing is a very effective way to win. You just don't necessarily get there as quickly as you might otherwise. It feels like the creatures in this set, if you look at the stats, are a little smaller on average for their rate, but to compensate, a lot of them have very powerful abilities and very strong synergies as well. And I think the thing that impressed me most drafting this format and playing sealed is the way that the synergies don't narrow your draft options. Like if you start out early game with a few lessons, you are not automatically locked into blue-red or even any kind of blue 2-color archetype. There's enough cross-color, cross-archetype synergies, ways that they overlap, that you are really open-ended in what you can do. And, UA the Moon Spirit being taken out there by another Iroh's demonstration. That's a really good one to have the removal spell for, but unfortunately it does leave you at the same combat disadvantage as before, and that Soccer and Gran are going to, you know, as you made an example of, really play an effective mid-range game and build up value until you can overwhelm even this huge Death Touch blocker.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and... Are we attacking with the Gran here to get the draw discard? Yep. Yeah,
the chump attack, classic of the format. Gran sometimes puts herself in harm's way to help her descendants get ahead.
Sorry, Gran.
Yeah.
Well, and with these archetypes, as you said, the sealed environment is so different because it's just what you open, right?
Yes.
You know, it's so different to drafting this set, which the draft environment, again, still really, really good, but very different when it's just what you open and you have to, you know, same as how top decking is a skill, just open the good cards, right?
You could argue that, but I think it's true. Even though the rares in this set are extremely powerful, like don't get me wrong, there is some real advantage to if you open a few bombs being able to squeeze them into the same deck. But because this set, as you said, the removal is quite good in a lot of colors. The cheap creatures are quite good. And even the cheap creatures have abilities like Water Tribe Rallier, this water bending creature that can draw cards from your deck. The Azula that we saw before in play is also a draw engine. You don't need to have rares to have access to that kind of game sustaining value engine. So I feel like it isn't necessarily just the luck of the draw, but man, Ben would love to rip a huge bomb off the top right now, some sick mythic rare. Rise of Ozai, perhaps.
He was having a look at Conan's graveyard as well, and that's for the Hama abilities.
Yes.
Gain control, like bend something out of their graveyard.
It also affects I think the removals we saw play before the combustion lesson. You want to make sure you know exactly how many lesson cards are in your opponent's graveyard. A lot of cards have a threshold where they care about having 3 lessons in there or 1 lesson, but some of them do scale per lesson up and up and up and up.
Invasion Submersible, you were saying this is one of the best cards.
Not just one of the best. This is, by some measure, statistically at least, if you care about the numbers, this is the best card in the format below Rare and Mythic, and it's better than a lot of the rares. It's, I mean, I feel like a lot of players, if you just ask them in the blind what is the best uncommon in the format, they would call out, you know, the Mana War with upside that sort of fits into a lot of archetypes' primary mechanics. But yeah, it has played out like that. It's great by itself. It's great in multiples. It's good in every blue deck. And Fire Sages is no slouch either. I love that card.
And this as well is going to be, like, the Invasion Submersible being a vehicle, it's a little bit harder to interact with.
Yeah, you have the choice of when to bring it online as a creature, and even compared to other vehicles, it's sort of like you don't have to crew it every turn necessarily. So here in response, we're going to see some water bending based crewing of the Submersible. So perfect. This is why I love vehicles. I love that function where you can sort of play it out and go, even if you have a removal spell, I'm going to get a blocker, which is so important in this sort of tempo-based game. Unfortunately, if your opponent has another removal spell, another combustion technique, maybe you don't have a blocker after all, but you know, Ben can say you made them have it, but Cold Comfort, when you are reduced to 5 life, plays 18, that soccer is also growing over time. It doesn't get any easier.
That soccer, every time you play a lesson, you're just going to keep making it even bigger. He's getting smarter. His brain is getting bigger. Yeah,
I think, is it any non-creature spell even? It gets big really fast. It's a very powerful, I mean, it is a rare, obviously.
Yeah.
And it's the rare for your 2-color archetype, so, you know, no one's jumping to say ban this card in limited or anything, but it's fantastic to see a deck, like, as you said, in Sealed, you don't always get your first pick of what cards you get to play. So to see a deck that is so efficiently working around these synergies with Grand with Soccer, you know, I'm sure Conan's pretty happy with the state of his pool.
Ooh.
So we see here the 4-mana black removal spell. That's one of the few instant speed hard removal spells in the format. It does cost 4.
Is that vote out?
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
So a little bit more expensive than black's really optimum removal like Heartless Act, but you're very happy to have it here in this moment. Saving Ben's life at least for one more turn.
Yeah.
But now out of food, potentially out of removal. Lots of mana to play with, but it feels like that Invasion Submersible Fire Sages play might have been last best shot, unless this 5-mana card really blows the doors off.
Looks like it might be Hama.
Yeah, it kind of has to be. Although Combustion Man, unfortunately, not good in this spot. Really powerful card.
Let's have a look. Let me have a look at your graveyard real quick.
I looked earlier, but let me check again. Also, let me mill 3 more.
Yeah, just in case there's something really good and really juicy in there.
So this is one of the fun parts of Universes Beyond, right? Because for Avatar The Last Airbender fans, you're going to be familiar with this character, and it does what you think it would, right? Bloodbenders use their forbidden arts to physically control the bodies of others, like, you know, puppeteer them by their blood, like Magneto in X-Men to Wolverine.
And that's going to take care of most of Conan's board. And that's, again, really good. 4 life is not dead. Yeah,
it's really awesome when you get to this point in the game and have this much mana to be able to get sort of a guaranteed, super effective double spell. And I guess I wouldn't say that's the downside of Conan having so many good cards already cast this matchup. You wouldn't take that back, but Ben maybe just having enough to stabilize here. That's going to put more bodies on the board.
Oh, no way. This is, I believe it's like... it's
one short of lethal, perhaps?
Yeah. It's like Earth Kingdom protesters. There's some...
This is the... Yeah.
It makes a ally. It's got haste.
Yes. This is great in the red-white, like, ally, go-wide aggro deck. Here, I mean, it's still good as a hasty attacker, but this is a little late in the game to be drawing it, and so you can see there, no attack. Conan preferring to, like, try and save up. Maybe next turn you can represent attacking with mana. But I see the fact that there was 3 mana already available kind of implies there isn't a combat trick. There isn't a way to push lethal. And now we can see Ben does get the chance to run out that Combustion Man as well. So now 2 sizable blockers on the field.
Debating what he wants to do with this last card in hand, but I think just putting up your defenses is going to be one of the better things you can do in this position.
We have no information on that card, I think, but I'd love if it was a land. I'd love if that was just a little bit of gamesmanship there, kind of shuffling them out, touching, because 2 mana, that's enough for a removal spell. You're representing all 3 of your colors. Your opponent has no idea. That could be anything. And you're just going to, no, I'm all right for now.
Well, and Ben is a storied professional player. I believe at Pro Tour he came 10th.
Yeah, absolutely, Ben. One of the leading lights of Australasian Magic for sure, which is part of the reason why he's in the feature match for round 1. You know, in a blind room full of all of these great Magic players, you got to pick some name out of the hat, and Ben's a decent choice. You can see here if Ben makes this comeback, it will be yet another medal on his an already clinking chest for one of Australia's best players.
I feel like what's so fun about getting to do a Universes Beyond set like Avatar is I grew up watching this. I don't know if you grew up watching Avatar.
I watched it actually once I was an adult, but I really enjoyed it.
Do you remember like Combustion Man? Is that Sparky Boom Man, or are they two different ones?
Oh, I can't remember that. I mean, I remember Combustion Man because he gets a badass entrance, right? He is like a horror character almost. I feel like I remember such a tone shift in the show because obviously it's a children's show and it's an adventure show, and you're really enjoying it. A lot of even the like combat episodes are quite funny in places, and then there's just this thread of like the Fire Lord saying, okay, get Combustion Man to go kill them. It's like unleashing Hannibal, and everywhere he goes, he's just leaving smoking ruins in his wake, which is kind of what he does, right? Sacrificing your own board to try and push more damage, which I wouldn't have said that's what Ben's trying to do at this spot in the game, but now with the addition of one of the other best cards in the format, the Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper, you can see how quickly the board state is starting to turn, and that's when Combustion Man can really turn on the jets.
We've got Ben on 4 and Conan on 10. Like it's getting closer and closer with each turn, and Conan as well. Just untap, draw, go. Untap, draw, go.
You would hope if you are a Conan fan that's stockpiling effective spells in hand for a really big turn. You're going to try and overwhelm Ben's available mana. But now, wow, the Fire Nation
Fire Lord Azula
deck is in full effect. I love this card so much. I was talking about the tempo effect of firebending. Well, how about doubling that?
Yeah. I personally think I'd like everything to happen twice as much as it normally does.
Yeah, and it's not completely free, right? Double spells that you cast while Azula is attacking. So right now, not actually adding any sort of damage or pressure, but you can see how this makes Ben a little bit more aggressive, even sending the Spirit Keeper in, really testing Conan to say, okay, what have you been during the last couple of turns?
Is it land? Is
it
anything?
lands? I think it might be lands.
Is it lands? No, is it lessons as the archetype?
Okay, we're sending an additional attack. It looks like we were just considering our attacks, and now even that earthbended land coming in. So probably a good time to explain maybe the funkiest mechanic in the set that has a lot of them, earthbending.
I am such a fan of earthbending.
It's really cool.
Even as a normally, mono green lands player, now every land is important. Doesn't matter if they're green or not. Earthbending is a really fantastic mechanic. When you earthbend on a land, it becomes a creature with a number of counters on it equal to the earthbend. Earthbend 1 is 1+1+1 counter. Earthbend 2 is 2. And it gets this additional line of text that makes it just incredible, which is if this land would die or be put into exile, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control.
Yes.
Back as a land.
So you kill the creature part of it. You are still removing. It's not like an invincible land creature, but normally you would think if you can make a land a creature, there's that. It's almost like downside. Well, now they can kill my land. I don't want to be set back a mana, but in this case, you're safe from that, and it's just a fantastic thing to have on board. Now it looks like we're going to game 2 suddenly, so it looks like Ben completed that comeback successfully.
Really impressive comeback. I did see the last card that Conan drew was Grand Lotus Iroh, which is the best card for the Lessons deck.
I'm close to being the best card in the set. My favorite card in the set for sure. It's so much fun to play with.
I believe it's 2 and 2 blue, green, red.
Yep, teamer colors.
Teamer colors, 2 teamer, and each non-lesson instant and sorcery in your graveyard has flashback equal to its mana cost.
And
oh, I don't. What's the second bit?
Well, you see, it's the best card for the lesson deck. Seems weird that it would only give non-lessons flashback.
What? Oh, no.
No. I wasn't trying to test you. It gives all your spells flashback. Non-lesson spells, you have to pay the full cost again, right? Which is already, if that was just what it did, amazing. Lessons cost 1 generic mana, like one, I believe. All your lessons can be flashbacked for almost nothing.
Wow.
Maybe it's too generic, but it's like extremely cheap. You get discounted lesson flashback.
My goodness. Well, that card is even better than I was thinking in my head.
This is where we're going to get a correction. Obviously, as we see through the day, we'll have more sealed rounds, and we're going to see a lot more of these cards. But suffice it to say, if you see Grand Lotus Iroh, and there are a few different Iroh cards, so it's important to be specific. But this is the Iroh who's returned in his triumph, right, as the leader of the White Lotus. You'll see an ally tribal deck, perhaps, in a few of these matches, and that's sort of representative of the unified secret society that spreads across all of the nations of the Avatar world. And they're sort of fighting for peace between the nations. Iroh, revealing himself as sort of their master grand strategist and leader. Just a real fan favorite character, right?
And Wizards has done such a good job with this set, weaving the narrative of Avatar, The Last Airbender, and the original TV series with the mechanics of the game, while also creating mechanics that support what Avatar is. Earthbending, airbending.
Yeah.
All of that is fantastic.
The level of effort put into it. Like every part of the set, the artwork on all these cards, like there's cards that reference not even just characters, but really specific scenes or lines from the show. And you might not even remember them until you see the card art, and it's like a beautiful, it's not even a frame from the show, but an artist like recreating that scene perfectly. And you're like, oh, it's that thing. And yeah, and then as you said, the fact that they went out of their way to create a whole set of new mechanics instead of just, I thought they might do one bending mechanic. No, 4 bending mechanics. Yeah. And they're all really cool, novel. I love airbending so much.
Airbending, and as we'll hopefully see in the standard events, the standard rounds later, airbending is very popular now. I
hope it become, I'm not sure how they would make it. I mean, the name's not totally non-generic. I hope it becomes a core white mechanic. It's almost exactly the kind of text I've wanted on white cards for years and years, and it's so flexibly templated. You can do some really cool stuff, like, as you hinted, one of the combo decks in Standard currently does. But we won't get to that Standard portion of the event until later today. You can stay tuned if you want to see it. For now, this is round 1 of 5 of Sealed here at the Australian Open. And these players are definitely not thinking about Standard right now. They have to focus in on Limited. As Soccer, once again, coming down early for Conan Fung. This is the best possible start for this blue-red tempo deck. That flyer, becoming a 2-3 flyer so quickly, is hyper-efficient.
And that's a firebending lesson, was the removal spell of choice on June. Bounty Hunter.
Definitely my removal spell of choice for this set. 1 red is so absurdly good in the set with firebending.
Just any amount of cheap, effective removal, always going to be good.
Especially because not all colors have access to it, right? Like, blue does have a decent removal spell, but it doesn't actually tap down the creature initially like a lot of equivalent blue spells in other sets, so it's not as good at clearing things out of the way, which is good because the blue tempo deck's already very strong without it. But if you can complement it with a second color like white or red or black that can take out any flying blockers your opponent has, that's how come these blue decks become, probably the scariest thing in the format, because it's just very hard to slow their roll.
That's going to be an Aang's Journey followed by a firebending lesson for Ben Tudman, and that's going to take care of the Sokka.
Yeah. And you can see, okay, so now we see more of these lessons coming out. If you're not familiar with the why we're saying lessons, it is a lesser seen card type introduced in Strixhaven a few years ago, and most likely to be featured in Strixhaven again upcoming.
Ooh, we're going back.
Yeah, exactly. And in that set, there was a mechanic called Learn, where you could play lessons in your sideboard in either Limited or Constructed and get them out during the game. That's not present in Avatar, which is a really interesting choice. They've gone for using the lesson type a different way. As you say, it's mostly about getting lessons into your graveyard. Other cards care about them in different ways. I am excited for the potential future Constructed implication if we get more new Learn cards, but for now it's mostly just this type of card matters in your deck.
This first-time flyer is putting in some work right now.
Yeah, for some reason I feel like this flyer, that's a lot of stats for a first-timer. Like, she's a very quick learner at this whole air attack thing.
She's gotten this down pat.
Oh, okay. So if this game also goes long, that can be a really important card. As you see here, every player stopping to read. This is the rare black lands. There's a cycle of utility lands. They usually come in untapped because they only ask you to control a basic land, pretty easy requirements to meet. And this is one of the nastiest ones in Limited. I believe it has 3 and a black tap, create a 1/1 spirit token that can only block or be blocked by other spirits. And there's a couple of spirits in this set, but not really a huge number. So in most cases, that ends up being just a straight up unblockable creature.
Ran and Shaw is going to be the play for Conan on this turn. It's a good 5-drop.
Yeah, and you can see here, this is definitely like, now we see all 4 colors out now for Conan. I mean, it was kind of implied when we saw the Iroh last game, but yeah. 4-color value deck, not uncommon in Sealed. Fantastic fixing in this set as well, Kira.
Really good fixing. You can play pretty much any combination of colors because they're so good. You've got, the Temur Iroh, you've got Firelord Azula in Grixis, and I think this year we've seen so many sets that support multicolor or 5-color even, because we've seen Tarkir Dragonstorm, very well known for being, multicolor. Edge of Eternities, because of lander tokens, you could play 5-color decks as well. It's been so cool how colorful the Limited environments have been this year.
Yeah, but I also like that this set, there is at least one cycle of uncommons that explicitly kind of pushes you to play monocolor, or at least play a high count of a single basic land type. And I've seen people have fantastic success with mono black or mono white type decks. So it's this kind of very interesting, not just pushing you, oh, this is the 3-color set, you play 3 colors, but you have to keep all of your options in mind during the draft, or in this case, while building your Sealed deck. And we can see Ren and Shaw thankfully removed from play Ira's Demonstration, proving why it is one of the best cards in the limited format.
There's a Barrels of Blasting Jelly on the side there as well, and that's going to be really important later to remove any tricky permanent that Conan might throw down. If there's an Iro that shows up later, if there's a creature in the realm of the Canyon Crawler that just has a quite high amount of toughness, there's a world in which this, this acts as a barrier of, go on, play it. I promise I won't blow it up.
That's why this is probably my favorite card in the limited format, because it's like the ultimate insurance. If you're a bit of a conservative player like me, this is like, not only will you not miss out on your colors of mana because it fixes one color of mana per turn. It has a limited mana filtering ability. It only costs 1, triggers a bunch of things like sacrifice and non-creature spells, and then you can blow it up to deal 5 damage for 5 mana effectively, which is not even that far below rate. Like last game, the black hard removal common spell at instant speed cost 4 mana. So for only slightly more mana than that, you can have a colorless removal spell that kills most things in the format, and until then it fixes you. It's just an amazing common to have in every draft. But over the other side of the table, we can see how Conan has really sculpted this deck to smooth out that 4-color draw. You would normally think that might be a little bit awkward if you don't have your own fixing, but between these lessons, like the Ang's lesson, getting you a card and some life, the other lesson there, we just saw looting away lands that you don't need and drawing you into your red removal, and it makes this deck super consistent despite the colors.
Yeah, that was an abandoned attachment, and this is a corrupt court official. When it enters, each opponent discards a card. Or target opponent discards a card.
Trivia question for you here now as my expert commentator.
Yep.
What set was corrupt court official originally printed in?
This is a reprint.
This is a 2-time reprint. I believe it was also printed in Streets of New Capenna, but the original printing was sometime earlier and more esoteric than that.
Oh, more esoteric, because I was going to say...
This is a reach.
This is a reach. Because I was... Okay, Fifth Dawn?
No older than that.
Fallen Empires.
Newer than that, I believe.
Newer than that. Corrupt Court Official.
Getting into combat here. Rare sight for Corrupt Court Official in any year, as it's just a 1/1, but the name might be a hint. It's a really specific name, and they can only bring it back in a set like this.
That's I'm trying to think exactly, because I wanted to say like Ravnica, like original Ravnica.
That would be a good guess, because they do have some Corrupt Court type cards there, but no, it's not.
It's not. Homelands?
It's from Portal 3 Kingdoms.
It's
from the Dynasty Warriors Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Because it's a corrupt court official in the sort of, bureaucratic Chinese court. And it's like, when they reprinted that in Streets, I'm like, that's a cool pull.
That's a cool reprint.
And it works so well for Ba Sing Se, right? It's the perfect flavor. So every part of this set just oozes with that kind of detail and like affection for not only Avatar, but Magic in general. This is not a very affectionate card, though. Volcanic Torrent, we saw that last game off the bonus sheet and into our hearts, I guess, if you are a Conan Fung fan.
Looks like Fire Nation Archers?
Yeah. So it's going to come down. Make one. Oh, UA's in hand again as well. So many powerful cards. I guess that is the essence of Sealed, right? Like, compared to Draft, you may not have as tightly synergistic a deck or like a perfect curve, but you are perhaps more likely to have high-impact rares.
What I've really loved from Ben this whole time as well is as we're creating those spirits, we're just attacking in with them. There's no need, Conan's not playing spirits or anything other than UA, but there's nothing to block. There's nothing that can be blocked. You may as well just keep attacking with them. And that's something that I think when you have that esoteric line of text that like, can only be blocked by spirits or can only block spirits, there's no point in holding back. You may as well just chip in because it could get to the end of the game where those last 2 points really matter. I
have once or twice when it's like so disparate in life totals, held it back and hope my opponent forgets that line of text is on there. It works probably better when it's like the pre-release or relatively early in the set, but it is a rare card, and it's not like that's a main mechanic of the set. Still, in this case, you probably, as you say, get the guaranteed value, try and pressure your opponent's life total. This, I really like this card. Azula on the Hunt. There's a few different Azulas in the set. This one is kind of a great core card for blue-black, even though it's a bit funky because it has red mana symbols on it, right? It has the firebending ability. It makes mana when you attack. But like the other firebending cards, it always provides a mana sink for its own mana, so that's never a wasted bit of text. And in Azula's case, you use the mana to crack clues, which is a great way to fuel either the black-white sacrifice deck or the blue-black draw 2s. In this case, though, I think she's mostly here for her credentials as a blocker.
3 for Conan. Is this going to be... Ooh.
So we're going to Frost Links that effectively, tap down, and I believe it gets stunned as well. Or it might only stun if you have a lesson in your graveyard. I'm not 100%. Players aren't reaching for a stun counter. But suffice to say, that's getting that blocker out of the way. And Ben has... Conan has a few more cards in hand, so I have a feeling that Azula might not get to block anytime soon. It's kind of an unfortunate part of your deck to be drawing here as Ben. Just all lands, things that can't block. The high mana removal spell, which even though I was singing its praises before, not very efficient against these little creature decks.
Well, we can see there was an octopus form in Conan's hand as well, and that's going to be good for protecting something last minute as well in case there's any amount of removal in play.
Yeah, another one of those is a very high vet-rated blue cards in the set. You can see that just showing it to Ben is enough.
Yeah.
Because now it means, like, if you were going to tap out on your turn for a removal spell, try and buy yourself one more turn around. No, you don't, actually.
Well, he cracked the blast. He blew up the blasting jelly, and then we protect the target, and we go to game 3. And this is where the limited environment for Avatar has been so impressive. You know, we saw Ben claw back a win in game 1, and this felt pretty equally matched in game 2.
I think, as you said, yeah, this is really representative of the format. It's a format where getting the initial lead matters a lot, and a lot of games do come down to whether the deck that's pushing more aggression can fall over the line. You know, you don't have a lot of direct damage. You have flyers, but they tend to be smaller, and so you can run out of damage over time. There are decent ways to gain life in the set as well. And then it comes down to the idea of, like, can you fight back with removal? But the problem is a lot of the removal is either sorcery speed or very expensive, and you have cards like Octopus Form or like Avatar's Fury, which can blank that removal for very little mana. And, you know, if you have the right cards at the right time, almost make that tempo push unbeatable.
I'm so excited to watch all these 5 rounds of Limited today and see kind of what archetypes balance where. Is Allies going to be the strongest? I think Lessons has still really pulled through, and just, again, open your good lessons. It'll be fine. Yeah,
I've definitely played more. I'm a draft guy. If people have ever followed my content elsewhere, I write draft guides and things like that. But for me, I feel like white is a really strong, consistent base color because there are ally cards in every single deck, because they are cheap, efficient creatures which help you. You know, you just want to be on the board early game. Even if you're not ultimately the beatdown, you have to have blockers in play. You have to be. You can't allow yourself to fall behind on board if you can help it, where now the tempo deck is just attacking you and getting your blocker out of the way every single turn. And then you can just build out of that into whichever color you find good removal in or good bombs in, which is what it appears Conan has done in this game, right? Like, we're seeing a lot of red removal spells, a lot of blue and or white creatures. Those sort of ally water bending setups are really effective. Lots of strong cards and flyers. But this time it's Ben who gets on the board initially, although it is immediately tapped down again with that Messenger Hawk.
Passing back, Realm of Ko back again, so we'll hopefully see some more spirits back.
Yeah, and hopefully in this game, it looks like Ben at least might be able to get a bit more of a board presence. Like, we've seen Ben playing from behind basically the entire match so far. If you can get to parity or in front, that's where Realm of Ko really shines, and it could actually take over the game here.
Let's make more creatures.
But crucially not attack with them, which must be like such a fun relief for Ben. Like, wow, I get to have life points in this game. I might attack even. Imagine.
It's been so interesting because the previous 2 games that we've seen, we were chipping in for damage straight away. And now it's a little bit more tense. It's a little bit, you know, this is the consequential game 3. We're playing a little bit closer to the chest this time around. And I did see that Volcanic Torrent in hand for Conan again, and that's going to be a 3-for-3 appearance.
What a great card to be drawing 3 of, honestly. But I mean, that's part of Limited. These decks are smaller. You're more likely to see the same card multiple times.
Well, and the bonus sheet cards in this set range from, you know, Force of Negation to the Great Henge. Like, there's a lot of really interesting cards that there's a chance that we might see today.
Yeah, it's not new either. The last however many Limited sets where these bonus sets have been a big part of it, it's just something you account for in the back of your mind. And certainly after you see the card in game 1, you know, you can't be playing around it before that. But then, you know, a player like Ben would be switched onto that card and playing around it now where possible. It's really interesting to see. We've been talking about Ben being on the defensive, but just looking at the cards in play, were Conan not putting a board into play of his own, these cards could so easily get on the attack. And in fact, we're still going to now, just because now we get to attack. We get the firebending mana from Azula. That means we can crack the clue for free, see an extra card without falling behind on mana. It bumps our Messenger Hawk up to 3 attack in the air. So it just, I think it illustrates why this format might be a little faster, at least a little first player favored, because you do get so much extra value out of being able to go on the attack, which of course makes it more likely you'll have a great attack the next turn and the next turn and so on.
Looks like as well we're going to use up a firebending lesson on. Ooh, and we're still resolving damage.
Yeah, we're in the middle of double blocking there, so we'll blow out your double block, still have the mana, like use both of firebending mana, super efficient, crack that clue, get in with our flyer. Your double block has failed, so that's a huge inflection point of the match. Obviously, still a lot of cards in hand, not game over yet, but the fact that you were checked for that removal and you had it. But the clue provides you a kind of deniability. Maybe I was just attacking to draw a card.
Who's to say?
Who's to say? Well, I suppose Ben is. And,
and Ben's saying, yes, I would like to remove your thing, draw an extra card, buff my creatures up.
Because they not all the removal in the set is instant speeds. They won't always have it, but if they're attacking like that, I'd probably give them the benefit of the doubt. And there is, speaking of draw twos, perhaps another reason to have the clues in the deck, the Spirit Keeper once again arriving for Ben.
Foggy Swamp, Spirit Keeper. Foggy Swamp is such an interesting place in Avatar.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting thing, the whole black color aspect, right? Because in some ways, one of the reasons this is such a great Universes Beyond set is the Avatar lore just maps very conveniently onto what you tend to want from a Magic set, right? Clearly defined factions, they're color-coded, they each have their own magical ways of fighting, they have their own leaders and also well-fleshed out, troops under them. But there's only 4 nations. And so black is like the 5th color, and it's sort of monsters and spirits, and the Foggy Swamp is here too.
This is going to be looks like a big flyer.
Yeah, Geyser Leaper, I believe it's called. It's a water bending to loot.
Oh, very nice.
So it's not the best, but it's one of a handful of cards at common and uncommon that the blue, and especially blue-white decks, because just the allies go so wide, where you can then play this kind of really board stall focused game. And either you are board stalling on the ground and breaking through in the air with flyers, or you are just board stalling and then, in your end step, I will tap all my creatures for no mana and draw a card with Katara, or draw a card, discard a card with the Leaper. You can also use that, obviously, to trigger cards like Messenger Hawk, but even just the card advantage and card filtering you get is so powerful, which is why Ben's not going to give you any time to do that.
Yeah. Ben in a really dominant position here. Conan tapped out for a big threat.
Yeah.
It got removed, and Ben can now freely attack in, use the Firebending mana, loot away with a clue. We're just moving at a very good speed.
Yeah, this is how Karmet becomes such a tempo format, even if the creatures are a little smaller, because they all give you things to do with your mana. The Firebending creatures give you extra mana. The Clue creatures give you extra cards. So you tend to not run out of resources so much. And as long as you can keep lining up the cards you draw with your opponent's blockers, you don't ever need to stop. You're getting more ahead every turn.
Really big swing. Ben up to 20, it looks like, and Conan down to 8.
Yes, the Spirit Keeper getting in there with Lifelink, of course. I think it's a pretty decent attacker for a sort of blue-black defensive card. And yeah, we're starting to print, I think it makes the same Spirit tokens as the Realm of Ko, which is lore appropriate. So now, even if you get your opponent low enough, even if they are able to throw up some blockers, you still have to worry about the Spirit. So this is where you start to, okay, well, now I need a board wipe. I need an Iroh's Demonstration like that one in hand that can deal 1 to everything, or, So not out of the game completely.
So there's a Ran and Shaw in hand as well as a Gran.
So Ran and Shaw wants you to have 3 lessons in the yard, ideally, before you play it. Then you get a second dragon, which is pretty wild.
And we're running a little bit short on lessons for Conan this time around. And it's going to be another Volcanic Torrent.
We're going to try and find one of those lessons right now.
Yeah.
Gran here, of course, in her role as just a decent blocker for 1. And Sokka, which is one of the great cards of the set, another uncommon draw engine that's really powerful. Not a lesson, but that Volcanic Fallout is going to... Volcanic Torrent, sorry, is going to do a lot to keep Conan in the game.
Really important to stabilize here. Board wipes. Targeted removal. It's all important.
Yeah. The great situation for Conan to be able to get maybe not quite as low as that, but let your opponent play out their hand, really commit to the board first. Ben does at least have that clue lying around and does get to keep the tough Spirit Keeper in play, but you can see how suddenly the game state's flipped, and Ben's probably pretty grateful he's still on 20 life for now.
Yeah, probably also grateful to see no lessons in Conan's graveyard as of right now.
I mean, and it's another upside of killing that Geyser Keeper immediately, right? Because that's a great way to get lessons into the graveyard fast without having to play them. Gran also, on next turn, yeah, great choice. Remove the Sokka. So Gran, when it attacks, can draw and discard. Sokka just draws a card. Yeah. And it has Vigilance, I believe. So you really can't get ahead while that's in play. Perfect time to take that off the board, and still going to be pressuring the life totals. Obviously, a life linker, there's no reason not to attack with it if you think it can survive combat.
Ben as well probably hoping to just keep up some removal or put up another blocker, because if anything that can prevent that Gran. Oh, very good. Corrupt Court Official, I would please like you to discard one of yours at 2 cards.
Yeah, it's a great time to peel that kind of Burglar Rats effect off the top. You probably aren't holding it this long in the game just because you do need the bodies. But, your opponent's definitely played out their lands at this point in time unless they're very comfortable and are able to hold some in hand just to sandbag these effects. Hitting Iro's Demonstration must feel incredible off that 2-drop.
Not to mention, like, it just, if you're getting rid of removal, that's good for me. Means I get to keep my things.
The only thing that I hesitate is when I see my opponent have 2 cards in hand, think carefully, and then discard one of the best removal spells in the set. You have to question what the other card in hand is.
Yeah. Grand going to attack in.
Yeah. And draws a socket, so really tough here. 2 of the best cards in the set in hand, Renenshaw and Ang, which is, I think, like tied basically for the highest win rate uncommon. Now drawing another excellent rare. At least you can take comfort in by discarding Iro's Demonstration. As the demonstration part implies, that's a lesson. The lessons are kind of like teachable moments from the series.
Yeah.
Because it is, again, it's a hero's journey of a young character or a young team of characters kind of growing up and learning about life. And so I love that the lessons are mostly those big turning points of character growth. Or at the very least, a literal lesson, such as Iroh is giving there. And by discarding it to the Corrupt Court Official, we are powering up the lesson cards in the deck. We're going to see the airbending mechanic.
We're going to airbend the Foggy Swamp. Was it Spirit?
Spirit Keeper.
Spirit Keeper.
So what does that do?
So we can cast from exile for 2 generic later.
Right.
And that's, again, jumping ahead of myself because I'm so into Standard. That's a great mechanic in Standard right now, enabled by some other cards that we will hopefully see later. So
beautiful.
No need to spoil.
You see the little. I mean, I would have been a little bit suspicious. The Corrupt Court Official, a mere 1/1, attacking into a board of stronger creatures, and Conan decides to see what's up and blocks with the the larger creature, and then the 1 damage ETB on that lizard, the mountain cycle.
Mongoose
lizard. Yeah, sorry. Avatar. Everything in Avatar. Every animal is 2 animals.
It's true.
So it's except for
Bosco.
Just a bear.
Just a bear. Except for Bosco.
He's just a bear?
He is.
Weird.
Just a bear? This place is weird.
This place is weird. But we haven't seen that one yet. We do see now Renenshaw. That is 2 dragons, which I guess counts. It's a dragon and a dragon. I did see someone suggesting that Bosco, his type line should be bear.
That would be good.
It is a little unset-like, but it would also be really funny. Anyway, in our hearts. So Mongoose Lizard, the 1 damage ETB used expertly there by Ben, hanging in there, but it can't block this flying dragon. On the upside, not enough lessons in play to fully unleash the power of that card, but you'll take the big flyer.
Really going to be important if Ben can rip more removal. This Mongoose Lizard has Menace, and if we can get Conan down to 1 creature, that'll do it.
It also means that, normally, if the life totals were equal or flipped, let alone, you would say that Conan's in a fantastic position, right? Flyer's very dominant in this set because, as you said, the removal's good for the same reason it can help the Menace, it can help the Flyers. And you can put on a very fast clock in the air. The fact that you need to leave back 2 creatures and then really a 3rd creature so you're not immediately dead to removal means that these Flyers are going to be very constrained in terms of pressuring Ben's life total. And then, of course, as you mentioned, the airbended creature can come back. It doesn't even cost its normal mana cost. It costs 2 generic mana. So it really is just a temporary play. And this is one of the most interesting cards in the set, for limited especially.
Zuko Conflicted.
We're going to see that mana tapped a little differently for Ben. I think that was just the clarification there, because pay anything for the Spirit Keeper. So Zuko, this is one of those demonic pact type cards. It has a series of effects. You choose 1 per turn, and then usually the last one you pick is the bad one. It gives Zuko to your opponent, but all of the other modes cause you to lose 2 life in addition to drawing a card or making it bigger. So I'll be honest, I haven't really played much with this card. I've beaten a lot of people off their own Zuko, so you have to be careful with it. Has that been your experience so far?
I unfortunately haven't played too much limited. Actually, the best limited that I got to play was with Ben Tudman. We played
really?
2-headed giant together.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was very exciting.
I hope at some point there's another 2-headed giant. I think it was one Pro Tour or one high-level event where they ran 2-headed as the format. Maybe it's not the best for very high-level, Worlds level competitive, but I love it so much.
Wait until they start doing, Pro Tour Worlds in teams of 2. How interesting would that be?
How about we've got the limited tour coming up, right? I want to see limited tour Battle Bond 2, right? Ooh. And it's 2-headed giant. That'd be great. Anyway, so now we're going to see that Zuko mechanic come into play. What are the modes? The modes are draw a card, put a +1/+1 counter on Zuko, add a mana, and then exile Zuko, and Zuko returns to play under your opponent's control. So then they get this series of choices, because it's Zuko, conflicted.
Yeah.
He doesn't know who he is anymore.
And again, a great story pace card.
Great art. If you like the Zuko character, and I know that, again, tons of people love Zuko, right? Like, what a great character arc. He's got a beautiful series of cards addressing each sort of step in his journey, and this is the really intense, angsty part of that arc.
Well, it's reminiscent of what they did for Edge of Eternities as well. For a lot of the main story characters that they had in Edge of Eternities, there was a common, an uncommon, a rare, and a mythic version. Or not, sorry, not a common, uncommon, rare, and mythic version of the legendary creatures, kind of representing their journey throughout the Edge of Eternity story. And now you have like the actual referential Avatar story to go back to, and then you have these uncommon, rare, and mythic versions of these cards.
Yeah.
This is going to be an all-out swing from Ben.
Yeah, certainly when you have a card like Zuko in play, you're not waiting around to let all the modes tick down, and you are like forcing your opponent to remove it pretty decent, you know, considering that card is one that sort of is a double-edged sword. But you're definitely in a position to be pushing damage and trying to force trades, which is definitely what Ben's doing here, representing a lot with these cards in hand.
Is Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper a 3/4?
It's a 2/4, I believe.
It's a 2/4. If it's a 2/4, because Ben has a Lightning Strike in hand, if it was a 3/4, that is, and it looks like the Foggy Swamp Spirit Keeper is unblocked right now.
Yeah.
If it was a 3/4, that's game.
A 3/4 lifelinker for 3 that also prints spirit tokens might be a little bit too good for this set.
Oh, but did the spirit token?
Yeah, the spirit token's unblockable, so there's no way to stop that. And yeah, Ben, an excellent poker face on that attack.
That is brilliant, and that speaks to Ben's prowess. That is going to be 2-1 to Ben Tudman, and that is round 1, and we'll bring you back up into the booth. What a round. Oh my goodness. We're so excited.
I was literally about to say the same thing. Like, you couldn't have a more representative round of Sealed, really, for this format. We got to see the higher highs of the really fast decks, get out that firebending lesson early, start running the train of value with the Azula or with the blue flyers. But we also saw the potential for comebacks. We saw the special guest cards. We got to talk about the legends in the set. I'm disappointed we didn't get to see Firelord Azula on the attack, because that is one of, but you usually don't get to see that card for very long in a draft game or Sealed game. It's so powerful. I'm sure we'll get the chance to see more of the awesome cards in this Avatar set over the next 4 rounds of Sealed, Kira.
Yeah, we've got 4 more rounds coming up. We will be back with you guys for round 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, hello and welcome back to the Australian Open here at Command Fest Melbourne. If you're just joining us, my name is Quincy Cohen, and joining me on the mic, it's Molly. Molly, how are you?
I am thrilled to be here, Quincy. It's a brilliant day. We've got over 100 players in our standard event, and I think 1,000 in the room. Yeah, it's absolutely packed. The energy has been amazing. Of course, our event here is 5 rounds of sealed and then 5 rounds of standard, split over 2 days. If you were already tuned in, you just saw the first round of sealed, and of course, we've got one more coming up for you right now. I'm super excited to see what it brings. This set is fantastic. We've got so much amazing flavor coming out of the whole Avatar universe, but also just brilliant magic mechanics across all 5 colors.
Yeah, it's just wonderful that it's such a beloved property, but also the format is just so deep and fun and interesting to play.
I have been having a brilliant time. I've been jamming as many drafts as I can get my hands on. It's just, it doesn't matter which archetype you choose, you're going to have a good time. And I hope that we get to see that all the way through Sealed today.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and now we are down at the table. Here we've got Daniel Yam versus Jose. So Daniel Yan is actually a player I'm pretty familiar with, a mainstay in the Sydney community, attends a lot of RCQs, was at the last regional championship as well. Jose I'm not as familiar with, but it'll be interesting to see what each of these players open in their sealed pool.
Absolutely. It looks like Jose is a local here to Melbourne. He's a Plenty of Games player. And he has obviously not had to travel anywhere near as far as Daniel has. So hopefully they both get a good game out of this one. So they are just drawing up now. We're seeing a mulligan from Jose by the look of it.
Yep. It'll be interesting to see exactly what the sealed pool held for both of these players. For the uninitiated, what's really the difference here in the limited format between draft and sealed?
I think that it's, sealed is always very dependent on what you open. You don't get as much opportunity to be really strategic about picking synergistic cards. You're playing more within your color archetypes, but also, you can go wider across, a more splashy deck.
Yeah, and I tend to think of sealed decks as mostly running longer games. Like, there's a lot more gumming up of the board. Removal maybe is not quite as efficient if you just didn't get any in your colors that you happen to be playing. But it looks like we got a pretty similar color spread here. Green-blue versus green-white, maybe?
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well. It looks like we've got Zhongzhong's Deserters on Daniel's side, choosing to allocate the counter to itself, and we've now got an Ostrich Horse coming down for Jose.
Back over to Daniel. What is the follow-up? Nice early plays here from both players. Sometimes you get seal games where it's a little bit slow, maybe turn 3s when you see the first play, you see people getting on board. But Daniel's got plenty. Following up with the Earth Kingdom General, an excellent, excellent card. One of the premier build-arounds in the set, I would say, buffing all your allies, really allowing you to push damage early. That's going to need to be answered ASAP here from Jose, or this might be a short one.
Absolutely. The killer thing about that Lieutenant is that it, not only drops counters as it enters the battlefield, but then also will continue to get bigger as Daniel plays any additional allies that he might have had in his pool. So we will see whether or not Jose has an answer to that now, and it's probably one you want to answer early if you can.
Yeah, I imagine if Jose has the removal, we will see it here. Is going to maybe go to combat first, just see if there's going to be a block, but I imagine not with that open mana. Yep, there we go.
Nope, there we go. Chipping in for 3 with his Ostrich Horse, and we're about to see what the follow-up looks like. We've got our 4th land.
4 mana. Whatever this is expensive. Oh, and it's going to be the Boulder.
The Boulder ready to rumble. For those playing along at home, the Boulder is a particular part of generally the red-green archetype that's looking for other cards with 4 or more power, so looking to build out a synergy around that. I wonder if we're actually looking at a Teamer deck from Jose and we just haven't seen any red cards yet.
Yeah, that's always on the table when it comes to these sealed decks. More often than not, you're going to be splashing a 3rd color just to make playables, just to make sure your deck's really well-rounded, and just play the best cards you can.
Absolutely. All right, Daniel coming in with our Zhongzhong's Deserters. And looking to follow up, he's also made his 4th land drop, so we will see what comes next.
Just a raucous audience here. Mana Dork that does tap for 2 if you have a creature with power 4 or greater should be easier to turn on, especially with the Earth Kingdom Lieutenant. There's a lot of 2 ships passing in the night right now. No one really wants to block. Everyone's scared of the combat tricks. But we'll see how this develops here. The Boulder is going to get an attack.
We've also got a lot of really good combo tricks across these 2 colors, combat tricks, and just looking for, there's a lot of interactions that happen once attacks or blocks have been declared, and those are kind of the premium removal cards that you're really looking for when you're building out a sealed pool. Sealed pool's obviously always looking at your bread, looking for your bombs, but then secondary to that, you're really looking for your removal, because you've got to make sure that you can interact with your opponent wherever possible.
It looks like we're going to combat here. Swinging with the team, animating the Rumble Arena. One of the very funny lands with the Vigilance keyword ability, which looks a little bit odd at first blush. You're like, but it's not a creature. But of course, with all the earthbending in the set, you animate it, you get to swing, and then use it for mana. But we see an answer here, Razor Rings from Daniel.
Exactly what we thought was going to happen. So Razor Rings, 4 damage on attacking creature, as we said. So as soon as those attackers were declared, we saw an immediate response there from Daniel of, yes, here's 4 damage to that Boulder, please. We'll see if we've got a response from Jose at the moment.
If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw an Aang, one of the 4-color Aang, blue-white, in Jose's hand. That could be a possible answer here to save. Yep, it's going to be it.
There we go.
Swift Savior.
So flashing in that Aang, airbending, targeting the spell, targeting the
Razor Rings.
The Razor Rings.
Yeah, one of the few, if not the only card in the set that can airbend a spell on the stack as opposed to a permanent in play.
Yeah, that's correct. A lot of the other Aangs have a little more limitation to them. This one just very powerful in that air and waterbending motion.
You know, just from a flavor perspective, it is nice that all the Aang cards are just excellent cards, both in Limited, and especially for Aang Swift Savior making waves in Standard as well.
Yeah, absolutely. From that flavor side, I love that we get to watch the progression of Aang from, a mono white card as just an airbender, into the water, into adding earthbending, into adding firebending, and you've got that full 4-color spectrum.
All right, looks like we got a Water Tribe Ralliers on the side of Daniel. A really great value piece in these green-white ally decks. Just especially when you get into the late game, you've got a lot of mana and not much to do with it. Allows you to really filter through and find some creatures.
Yeah, absolutely. And
will we see a block here on the Zhangzhang's Deserters? Not going to be the case. This really does look like a matchup where whoever gets to push the most damage is going to win. I mean, well, no duh, but... yeah, just the removal has been pretty light. The airbended Razor Rings is still a threat, obviously. But I think Daniel's sitting pretty comfortable in this case.
And we watched Jose kind of move to flip his Aang, realize he hadn't met those conditions yet, and be told by Daniel, you just got to wait, mate.
Yep.
I imagine that's strongly factoring into Jose's decisions all the way through this turn, is once he gets to make that flip, it'll be a very powerful outcome for him. And that next attack after that flip for Daniel will be really, really instrumental in kind of playing what's going to play out in this game.
Yeah, Jose considering his options here on the attack. Of course, Razor Rings loses a ton of effectiveness when you know it is an option, and we see the 2 mana over there on Daniel's side. You still could go for it with Boulder, maybe get another Earthbend out of it, but nope, just decides to pass, it looks like, or still thinking.
I think we're still thinking. Oh no, we did get a pass on the end of turn, and we're now looking at a Rocky Rebuke between the Zhangzhang Deserters and the Aang from Daniel Lamb.
That might seal things up for Jose here if this resolves. Not quite sure what's in Jose's hands. You know, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that there might be a Quench, or it'll Quench ya, or a Sokka's Haiku even.
Yeah, or even an Octopus form.
Yep, yeah, a lot of possible answers, but it looks like Jose does not have it, and it's probably going to lock up this game for Daniel. We saw in his hand earlier, he has a Hakoda, another one of the sort of premier white cards in this sealed format. Might really just put the nail in the coffin here. There it is.
There we go, we see that now. So Hakoda being particularly strong as a support card, the ability to give all of your other creatures +0/+5 and indestructible just means that your attacks are much more sure. You don't have to kind of wait and count every point of damage, and we're seeing that exactly now with Daniel just kind of slamming them all in. Let's go. Show me what you've got, please, Jose. Looking at our 1/1 Earth. Bent token and our 4/4 Boulder coming into block.
Just got to make some sort of blocks here. Razor Rings is going to take out the Boulder. Rumble Arena, no blocks, it looks like.
No, it was a block for the...
right.
The Rallier. But, you know, Jose made that move knowing that the Boulder was going to absorb the Razor Rings, but at least it got to stop the damage in that case, you know, prevented 4 damage coming in.
And Jose, thinking about it now, still got some plays maybe, but this is a...
facing down a scary board.
An uphill battle to say the absolute least.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, with Jose being in that kind of white, blue, green, it's a rough spot to come back from. There's, you know, there's not a lot of wipes. There is a couple of sweepers that occur in the white space, but in this set, not so much. There we go.
That'll do it. Yeah. You know, there's Avatar's Wrath. Maybe that might have had some play there. I mean, that sort of just delays Daniel a turn. He has the opportunity to recast everything, but...
Absolutely, and it's very dangerous with the Earth King Lieutenant there.
Yep.
It's, if you get to replay your whole board, but you get to time it with your Earth King Lieutenant, you're in trouble, I think. So even an Avatar's Wrath there would have been a little bit of a delay of the inevitable for Jose. What do you think they're going to have a think about as they're looking at sideboards now?
I think probably going to be checking to see if they have any more removal, some less effective creatures they can side out, because as we can kind of see from both of their decks that there were sort of a lot of really strong cards at the top of their curves, and they mostly were unimpeded in getting to that. Daniel, we saw a few more. He had the Earth Kingdom Lieutenant and Hakoda. We've obviously got the Aang on Jose's side, but really just anything that can slow the game down a bit, maybe put your opponent off the mana they need to cast their bombs, but yeah.
If I was Jose, I'd be thinking about the fact that my opponent had a lot of low-to-the-ground creatures. It makes my 3/1 ostrich horses maybe not as effective as you'd like them to be. They're not. You don't really get to chip in for that early 3 damage, which can be so effective in games where your opponent might struggle to put something down on turn 2 or turn 3. So because you're facing that down, I'd be thinking about those. I'd also, as you said, kind of be thinking about interactive spells. So Idle Quencher is often a main board card, but like in some of these sealed spaces, you might just, it's maybe your 41st card and you're not quite sure if you want that kind of interaction. In this matchup, I'd definitely be pulling something like that in.
Yeah, might be prioritizing getting on the board early, having a little defensive speed, having some creatures that can block really well.
Absolutely.
I mean, we saw from Daniel's deck, it almost looked like a draft deck with how efficient it was. It just had, you know, the exact curve you want, and it really looked quite efficient.
Absolutely. You really want those, like against those efficient decks, if you're not in a position where you've got any sweepers, you really want to be prioritizing low-cost interactions, so things like Boomerang Basics, things like Idle Quencher, just really kind of thinking about what you can do to slow your opponent down while still progressing your own board.
Right. Yeah, I think Jose's sort of got to identify that he's not the beatdown in this case. Daniel really looked like the more aggressive one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we are still watching the same game despite the fact that our names have changed on screen, so we're...
Yeah, we'll get that fixed up for you momentarily.
Exactly.
But yes, we are still watching Daniel versus Jose. They look like they have finished sideboarding, maybe swapping in a couple cards, just shuffling up here. Jose still considering his options.
Yeah, you can see there that he's just second-guessing some of those thoughts, coming back to the drawing board and going, how do I really make sure that now that I'm on the play, I've got the explosive start that I need?
Right, right.
And that's something that we saw in round 1 of just the real strong impact of getting to be on the play in this sealed format, right? Is you really want to be in that premier leading position whenever possible.
Although it is notable that, unlike some recent sets in the past year or so, there's not a lot of very impactful one-drops in this format. For the most part, you're getting down on turn 2. I mean, there is a deck here and there that can really utilize a card like... like
a Momo, Friendly Familiar.
The Momo or the Firebenders that add mana if you've got a sorcery in the graveyard.
Yeah, Firebending Cadets.
Yes.
There's also the green one with the allies, the 1/1 who gets +1/+0 for each color of ally you have.
Ah, yes.
It would be interesting to see if we see, obviously it is a rare card, but you know, whether we're seeing any of those kind of 5-color allies decks over the course of this sealed portion of our amazing tournament here at Command Fest in Melbourne.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be very surprised to see any decks that are just focused 2-color decks. I feel like that's pretty rare to come together in a sealed pool. I mean, sometimes the stars just align, but for the most part, I think we're going to see most decks splashing 1 or more colors.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it's kind of funny because this and Worlds, which happened this morning, Australia time, but these are the first real tournaments that we're seeing where, you know, we're playing limited Avatar: The Last Airbender, Magic the Gathering. So most people's experience prior to this have been pre-release.
Yes.
And what that really means is when you're playing pre-release and you get seeded packs which have a certain demographic of a certain color, you know, it is much easier to build those 2-color decks. It's much easier to have the level of synergy that you need to be able to build a 40-card deck.
Right.
And maybe now we get to see what that looks like when you've just got 6 random boosters. And I think you're entirely right, Quincy, that it'll just be a little bit more splashy. It'll be a little bit more colorful, and I think that adds some flavor to it.
Definitely. On my personal bucket list, I really want to see someone make shrines work.
Yep.
You'd really have to have everything align, you know, a shrine in each pack and enough fixing to support it, but it would be absolutely amazing to see that on coverage at some point today. But
I am totally with you. I have drafted the Shrines deck.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, in sealed, it would have to be all stars aligning, I reckon.
Yeah. Yeah, I've tried to force it in draft to absolutely no luck, but we'll see. I'm chasing the dream. I've got a couple more months.
Yeah. Oh, I think LSV did a sponsored draft where he tried to also force the Shrine deck and got to the end of his draft and realized he only had 2 colors of Shrine.
Didn't quite get there.
Yeah, it was not the outcome that he was looking for, unfortunately.
All right, looks like we're into the game here, and a much better start for Jose this time, coming in with the Earth Kingdom Captives. A really great card to fill out your ally deck, you know, something to do early, a mana sink to do late, to put 2 counters on it, and Earthbend a land. A really great creature to start pushing damage here, considering especially there was no turn 2 play from Daniel.
Yeah.
No blocks or combat trick either.
Absolutely. As you said, you know, that Captives being in the allied archetype means that you've got some synergy throughout your deck, but also just being a very solid 2 mana 2/2, and with late game upside of the ability to, you know, pull that trigger, and I think it's 6 mana to put 2+1/+1 counters on there.
Still no play here from Daniel. I could see in hand he has a Rocky Rebuke, and there we see kind of one of the downsides of green removal typically is that you need a creature on board. You need board presence to actually be able to use it. That Earth Kingdom Captives might have been dead by now if there was a 2-drop from Daniel.
Absolutely. And you've really got to wonder whether Jose is sitting there a little bit nervous about, you know, potential flash creatures coming in from Daniel. But he kind of fearlessly jammed in for damage, which we love to see. At least I do. I'm certainly more on the aggressive player side of the archetypes. No fear, no brains.
Exactly.
But I think, you know, we obviously saw an Ang from Jose's side of the board, but we didn't see one from Daniel yet. I wonder whether, there we go. We've got an airbending lesson instead.
All right, so Daniel buying some time here on the end step, going to his turn. Interesting to note, too, that Jose has played a swamp in one of his previous turns, so there's definitely another splash there that we haven't seen. So if you're on Daniel's side of the table, you got to be thinking, you know, what exactly is that swamp for? What sort of high-impact cards could be coming down that I have to be prepared for?
And particularly after game 1, where we really only saw our Simic, you know, blue and green lands, we're now looking at a 4-color deck on Jose's side of the board with both plains and swamps having come down, and go, was he just mana screwed? Was he stuck with gas in hand last game?
Right.
Or, you know, was it he could play what he drew, it just didn't get him over the line yet? I'm very excited to see what the rest of Jose's deck looks like now that we're 4 colors. Oh, 5 mana, Badger Mole.
Okay.
Cool, so we'll have an Earthbended land for 2. There we go, and he's chosen his forest, which seems like a solid choice considering he's still got 2 green mana elsewhere in his land pool.
And even more fixing for this black splash. I'm very curious now. What could it be? Oh, and we got the Hakoda coming down from Daniel, making another appearance here.
Yeah. Got a Scry 1. Stays on top.
You know, it looked like a pretty commanding start for Jose. Sort of, we've gotten to a pretty developed boards on both sides. No real clear attacks.
Yeah, and, you know, still got that Captives off to the left, airbended out of commission, at least for the moment. Jose can pay 2 at any time at sorcery speed to bring that back in, but it looks like he's got better things to do in his hand for right now.
Thinking here for Jose. Maybe wanting to go to combat before.
That's what it looks like. We can anticipate combat tricks from him, particularly now with all of these different 4-color mana sitting there open. I think we're looking at 3 cards in hand for Jose right now, so Daniel's really got to be wondering what's going through Jose's mind. And with 1 green, Daniel's not got great answers to many things. I think it's only Pillar launch for 1 green.
Yeah. He does have the Rocky Rebuke in hand, which is instant speed, so it could remove a creature in response to a trick. But we will find out. It looks like Jose's just getting some clarification here on one of his cards.
Yeah, so... a little bit of confusion. Jose has called a judge. The judge has very kindly put on his headset to be able to communicate with the players who are wearing headsets with just some pink noise to make sure that they can't hear our commentary behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And just to keep them in the game, even as things can be distracting around when you are on stream. While they get that judge call resolved, we're just going to switch over to game 2. Game 2 was between Saha and I didn't see his opponent's name. We'll see that shortly.
No, I love this though. We get thrown in. We're in a puzzle here. Let's sort of dissect this, figure out what's going on. So Sam looks like he's on a blue-white brew versus Sahar, who it looks like
Red-white?
Red-white?
Red-white aggressive,
I
yeah.
almost thought mono-white for a second, which is another thing that can happen in this format. There are some monocolor build-arounds, but again, in Sealed, that's going to be a lot harder to pull off.
It would be a lot harder in Sealed, absolutely. I'm really enjoying the monocolor payoffs. There's one in every color throughout this limited set, and whether that's drawing additional cards or whether it's making 1/1 ally tokens,
right.
There's some really good options that pay off being so color specific. So it looks like what we had was an attack with the twin blades on it from Saha. We've resolved through into the next main step with Sam, and we've just seen a Suki.
A Kyoshi's Warrior is one of the more impactful commons in white in this set. You know, 2 rectangles for the cost of 1 is always generally a good thing in limited. You can usually bet on that. And it looks like in hand for Sam, he's got a Eloquentia along with a Benevolent River Spirit. So a lot of really powerful follow-ups here if there's nothing too incredibly impactful from Sahar.
Yeah, and Sam does have that 2 mana open for that Quencher. So it'll be really interesting to see how that goes. And it looks like he's also got the Submersible sitting behind. So if he doesn't end up casting that Quencher, he'll be able to activate that Submersible through water bending and his mana before end of turn if he so wishes.
Yeah, from what we can gather from this match, you know, Sam seems to be in a pretty commanding position here. Has the Quench if there's a big mana play from Sahar. Also has the Benevolent River Spirit to follow up, as well as the Submersible. Just, you know, board presence for days here, and it looks like it's just going to be a Fire Warden here. Would have enough mana to pay for the Quench, so I don't think we'll see it fired off here.
Yeah, we might see it actually from Sam. So looking at life totals, he's on 3.
Right.
And that Warden has the ability to deal damage from, without attacking from behind the scenes. And making him pay the Quench cost does mean that he couldn't ping him with it this turn. But we've seen him not choose to do that. We've got a Firebending Cadets. Very nice foil Firebending Cadets. Lovely.
All right, Sam here.
So we can see from Saha as well, because he's got his Earthbent land up with his creatures, he does actually have the 3 mana to be able to ping Sam for 1 if he wants before the end of Sam's turn. And it looks like while Sam's stabilized, and for all the good reasons that you said before around, that Benevolent Spirit and also the Quencher, he's starting to look quite stable. He might be in a little bit of trouble here. Yeah,
has got to, sort of gum up the board as much as possible, but also find removal for that Warden.
Yeah, absolutely. So we did see the activation of the Submersible end of turn, and here we are now seeing the Warden. Okay, so he's found a Lost Days. So Lost Days, 5 mana, very expensive spell, but the opportunity for Saha to either choose to put it as second from the top in his deck or bottom of his library. That one's at Saha's discretion, and he chooses second of the deck. So while we've got all of this going, you've got Sam knowing that there's a looming threat. It's sitting there, top of Saha's deck. We're waiting for that next turn. He's really got to close out this game. He needs to be aggressive, but still needs to do it in a way where he's not going to cop any damage back on the backswing.
All right, and it looks like we got match 1 ready to jump back to here. We'll be getting into game 3, which means Jose did end up taking it in a moment. I was going to say heads-up play from Sahar to put that Warden second from the top. I think usually the better play is to put it on the bottom. Odds are you have better cards in your deck, but that's earlier in the game. Knowing that he just needs that 2 damage, I think it's better to leave it on top. You have that inevitability. You kind of put Sam under pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. I am entirely with you. That's the choice that I would make, knowing that, Warden in general, not a hugely powerful card earlier in the game, and if Sam was on 12 instead of 2, it would probably be a bottom of the deck kind of choice. But in this case, you know it's there, you know that you can cast it and probably turn around 2 damage within 2 turns. That's really where you want to be.
Definitely. Yeah, Sam here, just considering his options, he might not be able to really do anything about this Warden. Gonna crack the clue. We're gonna dig a little deeper, maybe find an answer, and it looks like it's a Waterbending Scroll. Another one of the monocolor build-arounds.
Yeah, absolutely. So Waterbending Scroll artifact that will allow you to draw cards. It costs less for the number of islands that you have in play, which we can now see with Sam is 4. So it should cost him 2 to draw a card. It's unfortunately maybe not the explosive play that Sam needed in that situation. We're seeing Saha tap for 6. What are we seeing that for?
Yeah, is there something on board he's activating here? Oh, maybe the buyout clause from Path of Redemption?
Path of Redemption? No. Oh, so Path of Redemption just stops the Suki from attacking or blocking, but the paid activated ability can still be. Or have we got a land that did that? It's quite possible we've got the allied land.
Yes, must be.
Yeah, so the allied land pay 5, generate an ally. That's what we're looking at. When we see that, so here we see the Warden come back down.
And I imagine that's going to be game for Sahar.
Yeah.
There's not really much that Sam could answer here with only 3 men available and a couple cards in hand. Can, of course, draw 1 more card with the Waterbending Scroll. Oh, tries to quench. We'll pay for it.
So, as I said earlier, I think that that's just an attempt to make sure that Saha can't attack with the lands, can't equip his twin blades, and just kind of swing in, as well as activate the Warden.
Yeah, 5 possible attackers here, 4 blockers on Sam's side, plus the threat of activation on the Fire Warden.
Yeah, and Saha just passes the turn. We see the gesture there. Really, he's just going to activate the Warden once at the end of Sam's turn and then activate it again in his own upkeep.
Yeah. Very conservative play there from Sahar, not really wanting to swing out. I'm not sure there's anything in the set for 1 blue mana that could really blow you out there, but
no. Good
presence of mind there to just go for the sure Fire Win.
Yeah. Just trying to play as consistently as possible. So
I believe he just drew the other white monocolor build around, but that's going to do it. Sahar taking that 2-0. And there we are, back over into it, into our game 1, or our table 1. Game 3. Jose here up at 20, Daniel down at 18, but Avatar Enthusiast hits the board, and that's a card that can really get out of hand very quickly.
Absolutely. So one of the allies build arounds, Avatar Enthusiast gets a +1/+1 counter every time an ally enters the battlefield. So it doesn't have to be cast from your hand, can be generated through lands or ETB triggers of other allies, things like that, and it can grow very large very quickly. We are seeing a
Diligent Zookeeper, an interesting rare in the set, in green, buffs creatures for the number of creature types they have, which in the set is usually human or ally, but there are a lot of creatures that are hybrid animals, as is the case in Avatar: The Last Airbender. So that Ostrich Horse now getting +2/+2, I believe.
That's correct. It's a 5/3 now. It's a lot scarier. And we see the play out of my terrible predictions, not knowing that Jose had that Zookeeper, talking about a 3/1.
Yep.
An Ostrich Horse is much better value when it's a 5/3. Who
Definitely,
knew?
yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful, yeah.
I actually think that's a really interesting card because there's a lot of really great low drop multiple animal types, as you said, like we see from the Avatar universe. So things like the turtle duck coming in as an 0/3 on the base stats, but being a 1/5 is a much more efficient blocker if you can drop a Zookeeper as well.
And in a couple cases, there are even some cards where their type line is the exact same as the name of the card, which is a little bit delightful. I love that.
I love that too.
Looks like a Swamp Snare Trap. That's one of the things that Jose must be splashing for there.
Yep.
Taking out the Avatar Enthusiast before it can get too big, and really just taking away any sort of favorable block here.
Yep. That is a big play coming in from Jose, and we're seeing the attacks to follow it up.
Yeah, no mana available here. Daniel is going to chump, it looks like.
That is indeed a chump at the moment. And with no mana open available from Daniel, it will just be a chump. There's no trick to follow.
All right, if you're sitting in Jose's seat, you got to be feeling really good here. 3 creatures on the board. Nothing really from Daniel here that could contest an Avatar's Wrath, maybe. We can see the hand there. There's Hakoda. We've got Water Tribe Ralliers. Oh, but it's going to be the white monocolor build around. Ends up making an ally for each planes you control.
Correct, and then you've got a Scry 2 trigger at the end of it.
Well, that's certainly one way for Daniel to buy a bunch of time here. He has made 3 chump blockers.
That's correct.
And wow, that would have been excellent if Avatar Enthusiast was still on board.
Yeah. That White Lotus with those Avatar Enthusiasts would have been a big play. But unfortunately, as it is, it was 5 mana for 3 1/1s, which are facing down a board of much larger, much angrier hybrid animals.
Right. Yeah, this Ostrich Horse here could possibly be blocked by all 3, but I imagine there's no way Jose makes that attack without something to back it up, some sort of combat trick.
Well, even if he is making that attack, he's still going through for 6. Daniel goes to 1. He's got 2 creatures versus 0 on the board. I think that's still an attack that I'd make.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I hadn't really considered that Daniel's already down at 7. I thought we were still in the mid-game here, but Jose is looking in a very commanding position.
We're still early from a turns perspective, but yeah, it is resolving very quickly, this game 3.
See, maybe no more plays from Jose here. Thinking very hard about what to do. He's got 5 mana available. He's making some sort of calculation here. Could be pretty low risk. Doesn't really have to overextend at all because he hasn't seen some sort of board wipe. Just goes for a Platypus Bear, another solid blocker.
That should have a mill trigger attached to it, that Platypus Bear. Am I thinking about the wrong thing?
Ostrich Horse Mills?
Yeah, so the Platypus Bear is just actually looking for lessons in the graveyard.
Yes.
That's correct, yeah. So we're seeing that attack happen now.
Oh,
no,
so there is a mill trigger there.
Yeah.
Daniel reminds. Is going to go untap. Is going to have to find something big, something crazy here to really put up enough blockers. Hakoda, and I imagine maybe another small creature here. Something to keep himself alive while he digs for something. Water Tribe Ralliers,
Water Tribe Ralliers, yeah, that's correct. So a very good card that does help you dig deeper into your deck when you can waterbend up to 5 things to help you dig into your deck further. Unfortunately, Daniel's just not in a position to be able to be activating that right now, and it's probably going to eat the beak of an Ostrich Horse, unfortunately.
Definitely looks like the case here. Platypus Bear also able to attack. There's definitely enough lessons in the graveyard.
Yeah, we can see an Idle Quencher, we can see an Accumulated Wisdom in there, so definitely available to attack now.
Great stuff from Jose here, recognizing that on 20 life, there's really no crackback here that could possibly kill you if somehow Daniel survives this turn, which he is going to have to make some very unfavorable blocks.
Well, I think what we're going to see is all creatures blocking, and then Hakoda being sacrificed to give the other 2 indestructible. Which will at least, so this block as it currently stands will take him to 1, but he recognizes there's no way out from there.
And the concession, so Jose ends up taking it 2-1, an excellent back and forth game. It was looking pretty dominant for Daniel after game 1, but great stuff from Jose. I'd really like to know if he had any sort of sideboard choices that really turned the tide in that match, but great stuff from him.
I think that'll be really interesting to know. Hopefully we'll hear all about that in our winners interview. But yeah, no, look, after a really dominant game 1 from Daniel, unfortunately couldn't make it there for the end game. I think they're now discussing sideboarding choices.
Yep, as is customary. It's a nice little bit of camaraderie when you finish a match. You talk about, oh, you know, I brought this in, what did you bring in, you know.
Exactly.
Did you have that card when you went for that attack? That sort of thing.
Exactly. The woulda, coulda, shoulda of how you're going to beat yourself up about it later.
Yeah.
But also, you know, it's good practice not only for the camaraderie side of things, but these players are expected to return their decks back to the deck list that they provided, so that they have a fully unsideboarded game 1 with their opponents in their next rounds. So you can see them making sure that they get to do that now.
And I imagine they are thinking about the rounds ahead. I presume Jose is now at 2-0. Of course, we've got 5 rounds of sealed in this event and 2 rounds of standard today. So they've got plenty of magic ahead. And, you know, the road is not over for Daniel. At 1-1, he's still got a chance here.
Absolutely. The off-the-cuff stats math says that throughout the day, the next 2 days with over 10 rounds and nearly 100 players, you can still be in with a chance with up to 3 losses, we believe.
I will take your word for it. I am absolutely terrible at tournament math. You know, you get to that point in the day, you are at 2 losses, you're on the bubble, you're thinking, oh... how many rounds do I have to win?
Yeah, absolutely. And the answer is as many as you possibly can.
Yep. Generally a good strategy.
Yeah, look, that's my go-to. My stats math also not my strongest suit, but thankfully I've got lots of people around me who do that math.
Welcome back up to the booth there. We had our second round. Great stuff to Jose for taking that down. We'll be getting a third round set up semi-soon, but I believe we'll have a winner's interview if we can get the players situated. But until then, we could chat a little bit more about this event. So, you know, this is the Australian Open. We're here at Command Fest, but there is some money on the line here. I believe there's about 10K in prizing.
That's correct. Yeah, it's going to be an amazing breakdown of prizing for, I think, $4,000 for first place?
Yes, I've got the numbers right here. We've got $4,000 for first place, $2,000 for second, $1,000 for third and fourth, $500 for fifth through eighth, and some additional prizing that trickles down all the way to top 32. So for all of those players out there, there's about 100 players in the field. That's a, you know, pretty good chance, presuming you play well, presuming you're on top of it, of walking away with something, you know, besides the experience of playing here. The venue's great. It's been amazing so far. But I don't think we're actually going to have that winner's interview set up for you yet. We will take a short break, and we will get round 3 set up. We'll find a match for you, maybe a couple, and we'll see you then.
I'm super sad about that.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, hello and welcome back. This is the Australian Open here at Command Fest Melbourne. My name is Quincy. Joining me once again, it's Molly.
Hey guys, so thrilled to be here. We are having the best time ever. We've got over 1,000 people here joining us at the Melbourne Convention Centre today for Command Fest Melbourne.
Yes, and we've had 2 rounds of sealed so far. We've got another 3 rounds of sealed, 2 rounds of standard today, and then we will have a further 3 rounds of standard, followed by our top 8 tomorrow to see who takes home that $4,000 prize for first place. We'll have a match set up momentarily, and we'll be getting into round 3. Of course, it is sealed Avatar: The Last Airbender, a set that has quickly become very close to my heart. How have you been enjoying it?
It's fantastic. I can't say enough good things about Avatar: The Last Airbender set so far. It has just been a brilliant couple of weeks so far, and I can't wait to see what it does to the metagame in Standard, which we will find out later this weekend.
And hey, lucky for us, it looks like we are into our round 3. Interesting there. We've got maybe a preview on what decks they're going to be playing in Standard later. It says Bant Combo and Is It Tempo.
No, it looks like that might be correct.
You're good to start when you're ready.
For their Seal deck, maybe. I see a Bossing Say on the part of Christopher. On James, I'm seeing a Plains. All right, Bant still not ruled out. Although, if you had a combo in Sealed, you would have to have an absolutely ridiculous pool.
Yeah, that's true. And we've also seen a Swamp Lead for Christopher Tong, and therefore probably not.
Probably not, is it, huh?
Yeah. No, there we go. Okay, cool. So we are in Sealed. We're looking at a Bossing Stay in a Swamp, bringing in a Captives 2/2 with Exhaust. Sorry.
Oh, what a strong start here from Christopher. Bossing Say is one of the cards that can really warp a game. It's just such good value from the mid-game onwards. If you've got 3 mana, it's like, oh, well, you got another creature.
You got another 2/2. Who knew?
And I can see in hand there for James a Hakoda, so a very impactful card of his own there. Going to come in with the Rowdy Ralliers, tap down those Captives.
Yeah, that tempo play, and we'll probably see lots of more of it from the blue-white side of things. But you know, the Ralliers I've found to be particularly effective in just slowing everything down long enough that you can get a board presence going when you are playing blue-white, which is often a blue-white Flyers archetype, right?
Yeah, it's interesting to kind of depends set to set how good that effect of, you know, tap a creature, it comes on a body. But in this set, it has been really impactful. But we see another creature I think is a little bit of an unsung hero in green decks.
Absolutely.
It's the Wall-Top Sentries, Reach, Death Touch. Such an annoying blocker. And you can see the Messenger Hawk there. That might have been sort of what James needed to pick things up, sort of build some momentum, but that's just stopped dead in its tracks now.
Absolutely, and as I was saying, you know, we're expecting to see a couple Flyers come out of a blue-white deck, and a Wall-Top Sentries is just the perfect answer to that. 2/3 body, so a slightly larger toughness than power, and that Death Touch and Reach just means that it will take down even your biggest Flyers. It's also got the potential upside of gaining you 2 life if you do have a lesson in the graveyard.
Yep, and oh, we have a Wartime Protesters from
wow.
Christopher.
Straight in with the attack.
Yeah, we really get to see all of the impactful cards here from everyone, but Wartime Protesters is a really strong one, giving all of your creatures +1/+1 and haste, a counter and haste as they come in.
All of your allies.
All of your allies specifically, but I mean, you know,
but a very powerful rare, super impactful,
yes.
Turns the game around immediately. That haste element just really picks up the pace of the game. The pressure is on for James Wilkes, and we'll see if he's got the goods to meet that pressure.
Yeah, I assume Christopher will have many more allies in hand. It is not an uncommon creature type to come across in this set.
Absolutely, and we've seen James just make his 4th land drop. I'm expecting that we'll see a Hakoda here, but I did just catch a glimpse of the Unagi of Kyoshi Island sitting in his hand once he's got 5 mana. Particularly, he'll need 2 blue to be able to cast it, but that will be a big blowout, potentially, as you know, it does flash in and is a very large body in which to block.
And it has Ward, Waterbending 4, I want to say, 4 or 6, some ridiculous amount that essentially means hexproof.
Exactly. We're seeing a Kyoshi Warriors here. We will see it in almost every deck running white today who managed to open one in their pool. Just a very effective, efficient creature. Getting 2 bodies for 4 mana. And the 3/3 on the Kyoshi Warriors is just, it's a really good power toughness kind of level for this archetype, for this demographic so far. For this set, a 3/3 is just very, very efficient.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that really ties the room together for all of White's archetypes, particularly green-white and red-white especially. And you see right next to it, there's the Messenger Hawk, another common I kind of think of as being sort of your linchpin in your strategy. Great flyer, a great way to generate a clue. But it looks like maybe no attacks here. That Wall-Top Sentries is still just such a big stop sign here for James.
Absolutely, and you know, he obviously had already played out his Kyoshi Warriors and therefore wasn't going to crack the clue, which is what he'd need to do to make that Messenger Hawk actually trade with the Sentries, right? So we're seeing a Boulder ready to rumble from Christopher Tong. I'm sorry, I can't help myself.
No, I loved it.
Yeah, you have to read it in the voice in which it was intended, and I have every thought that it was definitely intended that way.
Yeah. Unfortunately, no other island here, no other blue source here for James, so that Unagi is sort of stranded in hand right now. But Hakoda, you know, what a consolation prize. I'll take that any day.
I know, so sad, so sad. And, you know, we did just see that ally keyword on the wartime protesters was particularly relevant because the boulder didn't enter with a +1/+1 counter. As we know, the boulder was chasing top, was never one of the allies, was never one of the gang, and therefore didn't get that benefit. And as much as the boulder will rely on having lots of other 4-power creatures across the board, so hopefully the wartime protesters can fill that out for Christopher Tong.
Yeah, there are plenty of allies to go around, but there are conspicuously a couple of cards where you think, wait, could this be an ally? And it turns out it's not. There's Earth Kingdom Soldier in green.
Yeah, absolutely. 5-drop.
Yep, yeah, where you think, oh, this will fit great into my allies deck. The synergy is all there. And it's like, oh, wait, it's a soldier.
Unfortunately, you have to read the card and go, oh, no.
Yep.
It's also interesting from Christopher Tong, right? We're seeing a color combination in that black, red, green that's not particularly associated with allies, right?
Yeah.
There are definitely allies, particularly in green, but there aren't as many in that color combination that would make that wartime protesters particularly efficient.
Yeah, just one of the downstream effects of Sealed is that you've just got to basically build to the power that you have. So
absolutely.
You're looking for individual card quality. Synergy is sort of secondary, I think.
It's a nice to have for sure. If you open it, fantastic. If you don't, you're working to your color demographics and you're trying to make it work. And that's actually one of the benefits of being green. In Sealed is that, you know, you do have access to a lot more mana fixing.
Yeah.
You know, you've got Cycle of Renewal and the shared routes, and even colorlessly, you've got the ability to play Aang's Journey in every color.
Yeah, Aang's Journey. There's also, you know, maybe a little bit less optimal, but I think the sort of value of these cards like Waterbender Skin and Barrels of Blasting Jelly really goes up in Sealed, where sometimes you just need the fixing, and those cards can really be the glue that makes it possible to play one of your strongest cards.
Absolutely. I think we'll see a lot of the Vigilant land that also does the fixing.
Yes, the Rumble Arena.
That's it,
great
Rumble
one.
Arena.
All right, looks like the boulder's swinging in here, but we see the
Unagi.
The second blue source was found. The trap has been sprung. It is...
it's a big trap.
Great play from James. We'll see if there's any response here.
Nope.
Some sort of trick to save it, but it's looking pretty dire for Christopher.
You'll hear me say it a few times across the weekend, but that's rough, buddy.
Excellent. Well done. Well, we should get a counter on stream of the "That's rough, buddy."
Absolutely. I imagine it's being said quite a lot across our tables out on the playing, out in the event space as well.
And it's actually one of the cards that is in one of the Eternal products for Avatar: The Last Airbender. So I imagine in your Eternal formats where you've got an effect where you have to name a magic card, usually you name a card that's not in your deck, and I think That's Rough Buddy is going to shoot straight to the top of that list.
Even if they're naming it by accident, just because they wanted to say it. Yep.
Ooh,
so there we go. You do have that Waterbend 4 was the ward cost that you referenced earlier. Yep. You've got a card up on screen for you. Very powerful rare in this set.
I am pretty flabbergasted here. It looks like there was a Corrupt Court Official from Christopher, and James ended up discarding Aang at the Crossroads, which is one of the strongest cards in the set. So I can't imagine what is his last card in hand that he chose to have over Aang at the Crossroads.
Well, I'm telling you right now, it wasn't a forest.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's why we're seeing that discard happening there. It's just unfortunately uncastable sitting in James' hand right now. I would generally prefer a castable card than one that I can't, even if it is as powerful as Aang at the Crossroads.
Fair enough. Sometimes you got to bite the bullet and say, you know, if I literally can't play this card, despite the fact that it's one of the strongest in the sets, we got to let it go.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And I mean, James did just get to play an Unagi, so I don't feel too bad for him just yet.
All right. That wall-top sentries has really been pulling so much weight for Christopher here.
Absolutely. And we did see an ally drop with the Kyoshi Battle Fan and get that counter and haste capability, although it didn't come in for the attack.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a crack in the clue from James Wilkes right now, just adding another card to hand, going up to 3 cards. So that discardability wasn't crippling for him, at least so far. But definitely that wall-top sentry is holding back the Messenger Hawk up until now. Messenger Hawk's attacking with the the bonus trigger of having drawn 2 cards that turn and therefore dealing 3 damage.
And there was no block there, not really wanting to sacrifice the wall top sentries, which is fair enough when there's so much other power and toughness on the board here to contend with.
Yeah, understandable. You know, sentries definitely has reach and is really good against flyers, but that death touch keyword is also very good against Unagis.
Yep. And we see Airbender Ascension here from James. A really great value piece if you can have it stick around. There are a few ways to destroy artifacts and enchantments in the set, but
absolutely.
In a game 1 situation, you're not going to see a lot of those. Those are typically reserved for the sideboard. We might see that brought in a game 2 for Christopher here, but you can see it there on screen. Airbender Ascension, really great value piece. Once it gets enough counters, can start blinking things like that. Messenger Hawk, you know, free clue every turn. Sounds pretty good to me.
Absolutely. He chose to blink the Kyoshi Warriors to get that additional ally on the board. Very understandable choice there from James, and he airbended that Kyoshi Warriors and then immediately recast it. So tapped out of 6 mana right now. One of the options, actually no, I was thinking about Origin and Metal Bending having a modality that would mean that it was main deck playable, but that really only targets artifacts, unfortunately.
Oh yeah, so the Airbender Ascension safe from that one. Looks like we got a pretty gummed up board here. Both players are really sort of just in a holding pattern until they find something that can break parity here. That Messenger Hawk can keep getting in for maybe 3 damage a turn, but at some point that Wall Sentries is probably going to block that.
Yeah, and what we've also seen as well is that, like, whilst both players aren't particularly mana screwed, they're not drawing a lot of land, which means that they are drawing spells, and they can cast most of them by the look of it, but what it does mean is that Christopher Tong's Ba Sing Se is not getting out of control just yet, whilst we're still in the mid-game. It'll definitely be a late game card if both of these boards do stay clogged up. It's definitely an opportunity for Christopher to get more land out, continuously activate that Ba Sing Se every turn, and either grow a single land nice and big, or potentially have an army of 2/2s.
Yeah, you can see James really thinking here. That Ba Sing Se is sort of, you know, telegraphing the inevitability that Christopher has, presuming that Christopher can find some way to remove some of these creatures. You know that in the long game, he's going to win. So, you know, the board is gummed up here, but it seems to me like the pressure's a little bit more on James to find a way to end it, you know, not necessarily super quickly, but faster than Christopher can find removal for his threats.
Absolutely. James choosing to just chump with the tokens there, with a token there, sorry, and then Christopher following it up with Azula on the hunt.
Oh, hey, there's that forest.
There is that forest.
A little bit late, but it is here.
I wonder if James is running the True Ancestry, where he might be able to get that Ang back.
Oh, yeah, Zuko's Conviction?
No, sorry, there's one in green called True Ancestry that would mean that James could pull something back from the graveyard.
Oh, and we've got an Appa here.
Here we go.
Not the Mythic Appa, the one that's been making waves in Standard, but the 6-mana Appa is still generally a really good card. Flyers are always appreciated here. The Wall Top Sentry is still a threat, of course, but that is something that would definitely have to be blocked.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that Appa ability, every time it attacks, you know, being able to airbend one of your own permanents just plays into what we discussed earlier about the ability for all of James Wilkes' Enter the Battlefield effects to just be triggered multiple times. You know, he's got that Messenger Hawk being able to generate multiple clues, or his Kyoshi Warriors being able to generate more allies as he goes. Yeah,
this Appa, coupled with the Airbender's Ascension, is a nice chunk of value here for James. It's interesting. I think of airbending as being one of sort of the stronger mechanics in the set, but it's relatively rare if you look across like the number of instances of airbending. But to have 2 repeatable sources on the board is a pretty strong place to be in.
Absolutely. You know, airbending was one of those ones that I looked at it and I went, oh, it's Flicker, but harder. And then, you know, as we see it play out in terms of how the set comes together, it's actually just a really interesting mechanic, because using it on your own creatures, 2 mana to recast my own creatures feels great.
Yeah.
And being able to bounce your opponent's things off of the board also feels good, but letting them recast them can be not as effective as you'd like it to be. So it's a really well balanced effect, I think.
Definitely. Right, Christopher in the tank here. I really wonder what he's got in hand, what sort of options he's considering now, because this board is looking a little bit more favorable to James after that Appa's come down.
I would agree with that, yeah. Definitely tilting in James's favor for right now, but I'm sure we'll have a response from Christopher Tong in no time. Got movement on the Kyoshi Battle Fan. So considering attacking with Azula to trigger her attack trigger, which would be lose a life, gain a clue.
That is the case. Attacking with wall top sentries as well.
That's very bold. I wonder what the follow-up is here.
Yeah, I assume some sort of second main phase play. Otherwise, you are just leaving it wide open for that Appa.
Yeah, and also just like letting your opponent choose the creature that gets killed with your death touch creature is generally not the way you want to be, moving with that. Just like the power of that death touch is your ability as the blocker to choose and distribute that damage, right?
Definitely.
I'm imagining, however, that Christopher knows that too, and it's very likely that there's a trick. I imagine that Christopher is deliberately representing that trick here.
Yeah, we're into the lovely dance of I know that you know that I know that this is not optimal, so therefore I must have this, etc. It's the litany of things you got to consider when you get to this level of competitive Magic here, and we can see James taking his time, really thinking about blocks here.
Yeah, rechecking his own cards in hand, knowing he's only got that one blue up, and in this current set, one blue can only represent Octopus form, which is a +1/+1 counter and hexproof, so could potentially foil Christopher's trick if James has it in hand. I guess we're about to find out. We're watching a block here. Kyoshi Warriors 3/3 on the 2/2/2/3 Death Toucher, so that will enact a trade at this stage.
And we're going to damage, yep.
Okay.
So a chump there on the Azula, and the wall top sentry's out of the way here. And we're going to exile the sold out, make a clue.
Sold out. It won't make a clue because the Appa had not had damage dealt to it this turn.
I forgot about that secondary condition on that one.
Yeah, it may be what Christopher was looking for, hoping for an Appa block. That would have been very dangerous for James, but definitely still possible. But also the sentry's not netting Christopher Tong any life. No lessons in the graveyard for triggering gain 2 life on the death of the sentries. We've now seen a...
Compassionate Healer, I believe.
Yeah, Compassionate Healer. Very strong card, I've personally found. Somewhat underrated, I think, in all of the set evaluations.
Yeah, it's kind of unassuming. You think like, oh, maybe it'll attack a couple turns in the early turns, but then it's going to get walled out. But with the amount of water bending, it's a great synergy piece.
Yeah, the ability to tap it to trigger water bending just means that you get to gain 1 life and scry a card very often. And if you do get to turn 2, that Compassionate Healer, you often get a couple of free attacks off of it as well. And you're generally happy to trade it for another 2/2 in your opponent's early board because you've already generated significant value off it at that point.
Right. All right, looks like we're getting some blocks here.
Are we having attacks? Because nothing's tapped
yet.
Some
sort of consideration there, just a visual aid for Christopher.
Yeah, I think he's trying to preempt James's blocks. And whilst a very effective technique, you're also telegraphing to your opponent what you're expecting them to do. Yeah,
free information there.
Yeah, for sure. So we're seeing the crack of a...
Oh, it's the 4-mana removal spell in white, destroy creature with power 4 or
Sandbender
greater.
Storm.
Yes, that is it.
I believe it's Sandbender Storm. You've also got the option on that one to Earthbend 3, but obviously choosing to destroy creature with target power 4 or greater. And taking out the Azula there, which I think is a very good move. It's just got very repeatable value on that attack trigger.
Yeah, the Sandbender Storm is one of the removal spells in white I think is sort of towards the bottom of the available ones. It's like in a draft you'd much rather not put that card in your deck, but in sealed that's kind of one of the concessions you have to make is, you need some removal, and so if you got a Sandbender Storm, it definitely makes the cut, especially if you're expecting the games to be a little bit slower.
Absolutely. The downside of Sandbender Storm is really around the fact that it does require that 4 power. Or greater, and a lot of the really good cards in this format are sitting there with 3 power and making it really difficult to target. So Katara's the many variations of Katara being really prime examples. Most of the Angs also kind of falling into that category of you really want to remove them. They've got really powerful static effects, but unfortunately, the conditions on your removal says that's a no-go.
Yeah.
Cool. So we are seeing a fully activated Airbender's Ascension now. So now that it has reached four counters on that Airbender's Ascension, we will see the repeatable capability of airbending happening every turn for James Wilkes.
And a lot more lands available for Christopher now. We were saying earlier that, you know, Ba Sing Se wasn't really in the position to start generating enough value, but we might be able to turn that corner sooner than later. I
think we're starting to see that now. Could see absolutely. There we go. We've got our Airbender Ascension on the left-hand side. So at the beginning of your end step, if this enchantment has 4 or more quest counters, exile target creature you control and then return it. So you do actually get that real flicker.
The free blink, yep. Oh,
yeah.
A clue every turn now. That is such a big threat here for James.
Absolutely huge for James Wilkes. Absolutely. The ability to generate that card drawing engine will just have the potential to turn the corner in this game. But in saying that, Christopher Tong is also making a 2/2 every turn.
Yep.
So it really depends on what James draws.
It's really the age-old question, you know, what's really going to win here? The board presence, the 2/2 every turn, or a card advantage?
Absolutely. We could see something from James Wilkes that looks like Avatar's Wrath or something similar, which just means that all of those Earthbent lands, whilst Christopher does get them back, will not be creatures anymore. Oh, we are seeing 5 mana for a Lost Days. So Lost Days allowing Christopher Tong to choose to put it on the second from the top or on the bottom of his library.
And it's one of the very few ways in the set to get rid of an Earthbent land without having it come back, which is pretty great there for James.
That's exactly true. And we've seen an activation of Ba Sing Se and an equip of the Kyoshi Battle Fan there. Yes, one of the very few ways in which you can remove an Earthbent land and not have it come back almost immediately.
So, did you say you saw an Avatar's Wrath in hand for James?
Oh, no, sorry. We were hypothesizing about, you know, what might happen. And particularly with the majority of the board presence for Christopher Tong at this point being
that would have been
Earthbending. Yeah.
And Avatar's Wrath would basically put this game away for James, but we'll see. It looks like he had a couple lands in hand.
Yeah. We're seeing that now, 3 lands in hand.
Those clues are really going to come in handy here, sort of filter through the rest of the deck and find the gas that he needs.
Absolutely. Oh, we are seeing a Flopsy. So Flopsy Boomy's Pet is going to come in and attempt to put a +1/+1 counter on every other creature.
Tragically, also not an ally.
Sorry.
I would think that Flopsy, it's Boomy's pet.
Yeah.
It should be an ally.
Flavorfully, I completely agree. I guess, you know, the first interaction that Flopsy and Aang had in the cartoon, it was not amicable.
Yep.
But I'd like to think that they were fast friends after that.
Yeah.
It was a couple of ear scritches later and everybody was buddies.
All right, it looks like it has resolved there. I assume just back a little bit because it's summoning sick.
Yeah, it also does mean now that each creature with 4 power or greater can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. So, you know, Christopher feeling confident in attacking now that he knows that he can't be double blocked, and it would result in a trade from the Unagi.
Yeah, great stuff. Really excellent draw there for Christopher.
Yeah.
Maybe one of the only cards that really could have made combat turn combat in his favor.
Yeah, and made combat viable this turn. And we're seeing the Unagi trade with the land right now, which is definitely a favorable trade in Christopher Tong's direction. Getting that Unagi off the field and the ability to regenerate that land over the next couple of turns through the Ba Sing Se will potentially prove really valuable for Christopher.
Yeah, the Unagi got flashed in, you know, managed to make that block, but really didn't do much after that.
Yeah, it was really held back by that Death Touching 2/3.
Yep.
Turn 3 play. We are seeing the Lieutenant.
Yep, that is the Earth King Lieutenant. Wow, what a great deck here from James. Happened to open these really impactful cards and a lot of great back and forth.
Yeah, so Earth King Lieutenant entering, putting a +1/+1 counter on the only ally that was on James's side of the board, which was our healer. but now will continue to grow every time James plays any additional allies that he might have in his deck. So we're seeing another crack of a clue.
Looking for something.
Oh, we're seeing a very loose shake and a hurried push to game 2 now from James Wilkes. Unfortunately, he saw the Earth King come down on the side of Christopher Tong and just knew that with the production of a 4/4 bear, the addition of another ally to the field, and the ability for Christopher to search up so much land every time anything with 4 or greater power attacked, he was just going to lose the long game to Ba Sing Se, chose to save his time. And move on to game 2.
Yeah, you saw him crack a clue immediately in response, maybe looking for a quench or something like that. I mean, there still would have been the mana to play for it, but we are going to hop over to our second table here, keep the action going for you, and once again, we are into the match. We are taking a look at this puzzle here. Brendan Crawford just flipping an Aang Swift Savior.
Yeah, we are watching the Aang flip real time, and now we have a very angry water spirit coming right at us.
You know, with no context looking at this board, I think one player might be in a more commanding position. What do you think?
Look, without context, it can be really hard to say, Quincy, but I think in this instance you might be correct. It looks like it's going to be a hard spot for Ed Reese to get out of. We're looking at clearly a white-green deck on Ed's side, and as we've been discussing over this set, White can find it challenging to remove multiple threats at a single time. Look, I say that we may walk straight into you know, an Avatar's Wrath, or we are seeing what was clearly a previously airbended Flopsy re-enter the battlefield. It's one of the real conundrums that you face as the controller of the airbend trigger of, do you want to get something big off the field so that you can enact a big attack like Brendan just did, or do you really want to hold on to the fact that you don't really want to give them that enters the battlefield trigger a second time?
Definitely. I think Ed Reese also has a airbending lesson in hand. He drew it for turn last turn, so that is a way to sort of get rid of some power and toughness if there's a big swing out here from Brennan. But, of course, looks like Brennan has a fair few number of cards in hand himself. He's going to attack here, turn that clue into a creature. That's another one of the more impactful rares in the set.
Yeah, absolutely. It's turns it into a 3/1 flyer, I believe. Which flyers are just super powerful in this set. It's one of the reasons that the blue-white archetype is a really strong draft choice. That flying is just, there's not a lot of reach in the rest of the set. There's the Mongoose in red, there's the treetop sentries, the wall-top sentries in green, and a couple of other components.
Yep, Brennan looking to get ready to, well, has been through combat here, has a ton of mana for maybe some impactful in main phase 2. Thinking about it.
I imagine we're seeing at least an attack in the air right now. I apologize. I pronounced Ed Rice's last name incorrectly earlier, and I will make sure I get it right now. I imagine we're going to see an attack in the air. There's no blockers that can make that block, and we'll see what comes from that.
Yeah, you can see Brandon counting out the damage here. You know, it's always nerve-wracking to be on the other side, to see your opponent start tapping the table like that, really thinking about it.
Yeah. So we're seeing the Momo and the converted clue come in.
No blocks there. Ed Rice down to 7.
Yeah. We are watching him pass the turn now with 7 open mana.
Exactly what you want to see when you're Ed Rice.
Yeah, particularly piloting blue-white. There's a lot of different options that Brendan Crawford could have in this position, but only 1 card in hand, so at least some consolations for Ed. Ed having 2 cards, 7 open mana available. We're seeing just green-white so far from him, and passing the turn back.
Like it.
No attacks.
We did see the Aang get airbent there, and it looks like end of turn it is going to get flash in, because of course the card has flash naturally, making the airbent or the airbending of it a little bit less effective than it would versus another strong creature.
Absolutely, and we're watching the Aang then in turn airbend the Flopsy back out, and then a big attack coming back in.
And we're going to see that flip again. You know, it's not often you get to flip Aang Swift Savior twice in a game and not have the game immediately be over.
Absolutely. Yep, for sure. We've got that Jailer off on the right-hand side. It looks like it's got the Kite on it, so it's also a flyer now. Yeah, there we go. And we see
that'll
the
do it.
concession handshake. I believe that was, so we're not sure which number game that was for our second feature match table, but we are coming back into game 2 for Christopher Tong and James Wilkes now. Wow, what a board. Okay, coming into a spicy game.
A lot of great cards on the board so far. We got the Earth King that we saw briefly at the end of the last game. Katara Bending Prodigy and Katara the Fearless, also 2 excellent cards on the part of James.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and then we go Wartime Protesters coming back in. So Katara Fearless, meaning that you get double the triggers on all of your allied triggered abilities, is a big one, right? It means for your snowballers, you get 2 taps and 2 stuns. And it looks like for... I do have to say that I'm really glad that we actually got to see the Earth King come back.
Yep.
So we got to see Bosco the bear. I love that Bosco token. Such a handsome bear.
An excellent card. I think it has a card in the Eternal product called Bosco Just a Bear. And it's like, how could you call him Just a Bear? So much more.
Have you seen that face?
All right, we got Earth Kingdom Lieutenant here. Just 3 excellent cards on the part of James. The trigger is going to get doubled up by Katara.
So this is huge. Yeah, two counters on all of the allies, and every creature there currently represented on the field is an ally.
Oh, and that's going to do it. Christopher wants absolutely no part of it. We are going to game 3.
To be honest, I don't blame him, Quincy. I'm not sure I'd be sitting through that either. You know, we're getting late in the round.
Yes, exactly. You got to think about the time equity when it comes to a board like that. It's like, you know, maybe you've got some 5% chance to draw out and, you know, really make an impact in that game. But, you know, what's more likely? It's better to go to game 3 and sort of give yourself a better chance with more time.
Absolutely. Draw up 7 new cards and try this again, please.
Yeah.
And that's what we've heard from Christopher Tong, and we're going into game 3 shortly as we shuffle up. It doesn't look like there's any additional sideboard changes.
Yeah, it looks like they probably considered all of that for game 2 and instead are thinking, let's get into game 3. Let's go for it. You can see the urgency with the shuffling. They really want to have as much time as possible.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think there was a lot of considerations, not just to what they saw in game 1, but also to what that leads you to believe is potentially in that deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, draw 7 new cards and let the luck and the skill progress and see what game 3 gives us.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll get to see the Katara Bending Prodigy again. That's another really impactful card, one you can really build a deck around. Being able to water bend and draw a card in sealed when you get these gummed up boards is really great.
Yeah, any of those cards that do well into the long game and give you some optionality really play well in sealed, right? Because you do often end up with quite a large, diverse board. Seeing another Death Toucher here from Christopher Tong. The Pirates is honestly probably one of my favorite cards when I'm playing black. It plays into several of the really good black archetypes around sacrificing another creature, getting the Pirates nice and big, but also it has Death Touch from the get-go, so it's just a strong card. 3 mana, 2/2.
Yeah, I almost think of it as the equivalent of like wall top sentries, but for black. You know, obviously doing a little bit of a different thing, but a way to stop a lot of early damage and maybe, you know, convert that into more of an advantage if you find a way to start sacrificing those permanents.
Absolutely. You've got an opportunity to trade up. Oh, we can see that we've got the 3-color Ang coming down, and I was just about to say we've got the artifact that taps and allows for green, and therefore if James were to draw the Yang, he doesn't have to discard it this time, and we see it right away immediately.
And it looks like it's probably going to grab that Katara Bending Prodigy, if I saw correctly there.
Yeah, wow.
But yeah, Bender's Waterskin really earning its keep there.
That's it, Bender's Waterskin. Card to definitely become a staple in Commander, I think, post this set. Just the fact that it untaps in each other turn is very valuable. Yes, you were correct. Katara Bending Prodigy coming down now under the Ang's Enter the Battlefield effect, which is just super strong. The ability to summon his own allies and have them join the fray is incredibly effective.
Now combat gets really difficult for Christopher here, because if there's any favorable trade, James can take that, and then that'll end up flipping Ang at the Crossroads, which is, well, you don't want that card to flip. You really want to find a removal spell before you get into any sort of combat.
Absolutely, and we can see now Christopher Tong rereading that card. I'm sure he already knows what it does, but you've just got to confirm. There's a lot of text going on, and you very much don't want to be on the wrong end of not having read that card correctly and trying for an interaction.
You can see it there. If it does get to flip, gives all the land creatures Vigilance and Earthbend at the beginning of combat, but it looks like there you go. Deadly Precision, additional cost, sacrificing the Poxbearers, getting an ally, getting rid of Aang. That's about the most impactful card he could have drawn.
Yeah, and you're seeing the synergy that's happening here in Christopher Tong's deck. The ability to sacrifice the Poxbearer, still getting a replacement creature, putting a counter on the Pirates, just really good synergy across those different cards now.
Yeah, and that has opened up combat for Christopher here, swinging with Suki, which if you squint your eyes, you kind of tilt your head a little bit, looks like Adeline. Is that you?
Okay. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it. I know what you're talking about.
I mean, much more toned down, of course, but yeah, can really get out of control if you build a really wide board. The more creatures, the better. Coming in for a lot of damage.
Absolutely. And, the black creature sacrifice synergy really, like, playing into the Pirates piece, just is one of the hallmarks of that color in this new set. And the ability to pair it with green and its ability to keep generating new creatures for that is going to be a really powerful opportunity for Christopher Tong. But one of the things that this attack does mean for Christopher is that he might face some kind of clapback from James Wilkes. You really want to be making sure that Qatar is tapped at the end of every turn. So without a waterbending target, and he does have one, he can tap Katara to her own waterbending ability, but it will cost all of his mana and all of his creatures to be tapped to draw a card. That's not the best outcome for James in this situation. We are seeing James to be quite short on mana right now, although there is lands in hand by the look of it. One land at least.
Yes, and the water skin sort of alleviates that a little bit. Yeah, we're back to parity on mana here, but it's really got to find something before Suki and the Earth King run away with this game.
Absolutely. So glad we got our handsome bear back.
Yep.
All 3 games now. Welcome, Bosco. You're part of the stream with us.
And Messenger Hawk there might end up being impactful here. There's no way to block it currently, but at 11 life, took 9 damage in combat last turn. It's the urgency has got to be there. And we see the Watery Grasp there on Suki. Yeah. So that's one answer, at least.
Definitely a good choice to keep Suki out of the fray. Her ability to keep producing more creatures every attack is just, it does get out of control quite fast. And obviously her power is tied to the number of creatures on the battlefield on Christopher Tong's side, and therefore also just a very strong creature.
And there's Flopsy.
Oh, we're back. Okay, we're seeing on both sides of the board the ability to put +1/+1 counters on every creature is a very powerful one. I think that there should have been a counter on the Suki as well, just in case the Watering Grasp does go away.
Yes.
But that's okay. We will deal with that when we get to it.
Looks like...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
We're just debating now what's happening with the attackers. We're looking to James Wilkes to see, is there anything coming in the air? There's no reach capability currently, so anything he sends in the air will get through, but is that a valuable option for him right now?
Yeah, it feels like blockers are kind of at a premium right now when you're down at 7.
Absolutely.
It's got to find something high impact here. The theoretical Avatar's Wrath would be excellent.
Yes. We haven't seen it from James Wilkes so far, though, so it is entirely theoretical at this point. We are seeing a Rowdy Snowballers sitting in James Wilkes' hand, so he's got the ability to not just tap something down, but also stun it for the turn after. That could target something like the Flopsy, and he's got pretty good attacks post that, and not too much fear of major damage coming back the other way.
Looks like he's also got a Lost Days and an Airbender's Ascension, so 2 more cards to sort of answer one of the permanents, but either of those are a lot of mana, and Airbender's Ascension in particular might be a little bit too slow to get the value that it had in the game that we saw earlier.
It might be a little bit late at this point, although if he can get it working, he does have a really great target in the Messenger Hawk, just like we saw in previous games. And he'll also have the Rowdy Snowballers option as well, where he could continuously airbend that Rowdy Snowball is keeping something tapped down and stunned indefinitely. So we are seeing exactly that. We're seeing the Rowdy Snowballers come in and tap down the Flopsy, and we are seeing an Airbender's Ascension pushing the Pirates off to the left. Out in exile, Airbend, which does mean that that Pirates loses all of its counters that it's gained so far over the game. And even if Christopher were to recast it, it would come back in just as a 2-2.
Yep, and getting in for damage there with the Messenger Hawk. Just one, unfortunately. It's going to be a long road. A 19-turn clock is not what you want to be on.
Absolutely. I think as turns progress, I'm sure that James will crack some clues to make that 3 damage instead of 1 damage. But at the moment, he's playing it safe and definitely just pushing in that 1 damage while he can get it. Kyoshi Battle Fan.
Yep, just some more permanents. Is going to pay the 2 mana to equip to the Earth King. And there are a lot of permanents on the side of James, but, you know, only 3 of those are blockers. And, yeah, it's just going to swing here with the Earth King, really force some answers here from James.
Yeah, that Earth King does mean that he gets to search up a land. It does enter the battlefield tapped, but it means that Christopher is going to, you know, continue to not only have land to be able to cast things, but also thin out his deck and make sure that he continues to draw more spells that will be impactful to the board, hopefully. I'm sure that's his mindset, at least.
Definitely. Looks like James is sort of considering how much damage is coming through. Is likely going to have to make a block. The threats of, you know...
4 damage. Yeah.
Yeah.
4 damage when you're on 7 is a little bit more than you'd like.
Yeah, you're at the point where you are priced into blocking.
Yeah, for sure.
James really in the tank here, being very careful and considering. You can see Christopher checking out Katara there, seeing if maybe there might be a block and then an water bending to draw a card, but doesn't look like it. There's just going to be the chump.
That's right. He does not have enough permanents to activate that water bending ability right now. And we see a post-combat return of the Pirates onto the battlefield from airbending with 1 mana up for Christopher Tong.
All right, and we know Lost Days is a possibility here for James, but not entirely sure what he just drew for turn.
Do know that, okay, there's the forest. Unfortunately, we're post-Ang.
Yeah.
But definitely still worthwhile. That could trigger an Earth King Lieutenant or many of the other powerful ally synergies that James Walk has in his deck. So.
All right, it's just going to pass, holding up that Lost Days. We'll see if there's any big mana plays here from Christopher.
Again, it is really just an interesting dynamic of what do you Lost Days? Because if you do something like a Boomy or even an Earth King, those enter the battlefield effects are quite powerful, and it means that Christopher's probably going to choose to put it second from the top. And in which case, you're on a 2-turn clock for that to have been an effective way to spend 5 mana.
It's kind of a catch-22 for James here. You can answer something, but only for so long.
Exactly right. And you could choose to Lost Days something less relevant, but it's 5 mana, and as much as you want them to put something on the bottom, it's not going to be as effective as you'd hope it to be.
Looks like we are declaring attackers here. Flopsy's going to go in. Earth King also maybe. the slowest tap of all time for Earth King attacking maybe.
It's worth noting that the Earth King trigger happens whether or not the Earth King itself attacks. It's triggered off any creature with 4 power greater attacking on the board. So that land gathering ability would have triggered even if the attack was just Flopsy.
Like we are seeing Lost Days here, and the target is going to be Flopsy.
Yep. I think that's why Christopher attacked with both there. Just attacking with a single creature would have meant... So the reason that Christopher's just popping it on top of his library is that he already knows he's going to go searching for lands, and that's going to force him to shuffle. So that Flopsy will end up somewhere at random within the deck. So we're seeing in Christopher Tong there's still a Rocky Rebuke somewhere in his deck about to be shuffled.
Bossing Say also has not made an appearance yet, and there are a lot of lands that look mighty ready to get Earthbend over there.
I think that you're entirely correct. If I was Christopher Tong, I'd be very happy to find that my Rocky Rebuke is unlikely to still be second from the bottom now, and we'll see how that goes. I'm seeing an attack come in.
Or
is
this
water bending,
water bending,
sorry, end of turn water bend. Yep. Oh, sorry. Block and water bend.
Yes.
There we go. Which makes sense. That water bending trigger coming from Katara Bending Prodigy, allowing James Wilkes to draw a card. And then we are seeing a removal spell hit the Katara almost immediately.
Yeah, destroy target
Epic downfall.
creature
Exile
mana
target
value?
creature.
Yes, mana value 3 or greater. A really flexible spell. One of the reasons you kind of want to be in black in this format, actually most formats in general, is because black generally has really great removal, and in a format like Sealed, typically that's one of the reasons you're splashing.
That's exactly right. And it's really interesting that the majority of the exile effects in this set are exclusive to black. We only see the 2 removals, the Sold Out and the Downfall that we just saw. Those 2 are the only 2 black exile effects. And then we've obviously got the 1 colorless effect in Zuko's Exile. But generally exile being a white capable mechanic, but no white being exile specific this set.
All right, it looks like an Appa there is going to come in, airbend the Airbender's Ascension, and it's going to get recast and get rid of one of the tokens, it looked like. Yes.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, that board looking pretty decimated on Christopher's side.
Yeah, absolutely. So it seems counterintuitive to airbend your own Ascension, right? Because he did lose a counter off of that. But APA specifies only your own permanents. And that can mean that you obviously can't take anything out of your opponent, but by doing that with the airbending Ascension, that allowed James Wilkes to target some of Christopher Tong's permanents.
All right, Walltop Sentries makes another appearance here. The Death Touch coming in right in time to just be a stop sign for that Appa.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that that James Wilkes is not happy to see that Walltop Sentries again. They are not good friends.
Oh, and it looks like Katara the Fearless in hand. Definitely going to be the play here, it looks like. He's holding the mana for it, and Earth King Lieutenant to back it up.
Earth King Lieutenant as well. You definitely want to sequence those correctly.
Yes.
And he does have the mana with the Bender's Water Skin. So you want to be playing the Katara first, right?
Ooh, maybe not. Maybe there's something he's considering here.
I'm not sure why you wouldn't play the Katara first to get double the triggers. Except that maybe the Katara will double the number that go onto the Earth King Lieutenant.
Could be, could be.
That sequencing is a difficult one. It's kind of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other sometimes, and definitely because the Katara herself would have gotten triggers from the Earth King's Lieutenant, whereas because Earth King's Lieutenant only targets allies, it only triggered onto the APA in this instance. So we see the APA trading with the Walltop Sentries, just as we predicted right now. And James chose to, once again, earthbend his own Airbender's Ascension, most likely so that he can take out another one of the tokens on Christopher Tong's side.
All right, and there you go. 2 counters on the Earth King Lieutenant, and we're going to see that Airbender's Ascension come back.
Oh, taking out the pirates. I think that's going to be a common theme, getting rid of a Death Toucher on your opponent's side, and particularly now that James Wilkes' board is looking quite full, is like a very understandable outcome.
Yep, another 2 mana there to play the Pirates again. And wow, what a comeback here from James. I mean, he hasn't sewn it up yet, but to stabilize on 4 life and really build this board.
Yeah, we're seeing a Daily Inquisition on the Earthbending modality, which is Earthbend 2, an equip of the Kyoshi Battle Fan, and then an attack immediately.
Cracking a clue here, maybe hoping to find something.
Didn't see what that was, but it was definitely not a land. Okay, a trade between the Earth King's Lieutenant. It's really interesting because, like, obviously that Earth King's Lieutenant could have the potential to grow quite large if there's any additional allies from Christopher Tong, but maybe he's just aware of the ally count in his deck and knowing that maybe there's not that many left.
Yeah.
Has played quite a few already this game.
Is just going to come in with the Messenger Hawk there, pinging in for 1 more damage. Unfortunately, Appa did die, so no more of the Earthbending, the Airbending, the Airbender's Ascension that he had going, which was a pretty good engine. Really brought him back into this game. There you go. Pirates gets blocked.
Yeah. Very aggressive trading happening from James Wilkes, just necessitated by the fact that he's on 4 life. There's only so much that he can do. Seeing a Rocky Rebuke milled off the Ostrich Horse, as well as the captives there, I think there was underneath, and a land.
Yeah, choosing not to return the land, so he gets the counter.
I think that's a smart choice in this instance when he's got approximately 10 lands on board.
Oh, and we got Hakoda, another ally. So, you know, that Katara sticking around may have...
Katara and the Earth King Lieutenant.
But yeah, there must be something that James is calculating for that really made him make those trades.
Yeah, the continued attacks with the Messenger Hawk, I know it's not a very good blocker,
but
it certainly is a blocker when it's only attacking in for 1 damage.
17 more turns.
Yeah.
Time has been called, so 17 more turns is no longer an option.
We are now in turn 0, so that's 5 more turns across both of our 2 players, turn 0 being the current turn of Christopher Tong. We're seeing a Earth Kingdom soldier coming in, dropping 2 +1/+1 counters on any target creatures you control. So we are seeing 2 counters, one onto the Ostrich Horse, 1 onto our ally token, and I imagine we're about to see a all-out attack from Christopher Tong.
Yeah, you know, Christopher Tong is really in the position of, you know, time's been called. You know, you can really start putting on the pressure because even if James keeps trading, presumably you have enough creatures now to sort of push through, especially if you draw Ba Sing Se. That'll really lock things up.
Yeah, absolutely. Thinking about moving the Kyoshi Battle Fan here, deciding not to, and moving to attacks. There we go. There was a gesture there from Christopher Tong that had me thinking he'd maybe passed the turn, and I was like, surely that's not correct. Surely
not on turn 0.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah, not on turn 0 with your opponent on 4 life.
Yeah, thinking about it. And it's just going to swing, sending it.
Oh, and an Unagi. So when I said that that card was definitely not a land, I was correct, but unfortunately the Unagi doesn't seem to have been enough, and James Wilkes has conceded. Wanted to show off his rare, wanted to...
Oh, no, I think Christopher Tong conceded, it looked like. Interesting there. I guess with turns, if you don't have that many creatures and the Unagi comes in, has sort of blocked all of that, then you just have enough damage over the course of the 2 or 3 turns he would get to attack.
Yeah, okay, interesting.
But what a grinder. Yeah, that was extremely impressive from James there to stabilize on 4 life, bring it all the way back.
Yeah, look, that was a huge outcome. That was a blowout of an Unagi on turn 0.
Yep.
But yeah, I mean, I think that Christopher Tong was just knowing that, you know, that his opponent was going to get turn 1, turn 3, and turn 5 with that Unagi on the board, and it had just completely ambushed his creature.
Definitely.
Was definitely an option there. What an exciting game. I can't believe, game 1 went long with the really clogged up board that we were expecting from Sealed. Game 2 was very fast and, making some really strategic choices about maintaining time, and then heading into that game 3. It was a nail biter.
Yeah, you could really see the increased pace of play as they started in on game 3, and that sort of slowed down as the board got more and more filled up. But then, yeah, great stuff to James. Really found a way to bring it back to sort of pull through and just, draw the cards when he needed them. He had that lost days. The Unagi in hand, maybe that informs more of what his strategy was in making those aggressive trades, knowing that he had the Unagi to sort of come in at exactly the right moment and really take away the game.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think it was really strategic play coming from James all the way through the game. And, he somewhat put us to shame in terms of there's a lot of synergy going in that deck. There's a lot of airbending synergy that allows him to re-trigger multiple into the battlefield effects across all of his cards.
I particularly like the synergy between Appa and Airbender's Ascension. You know, Appa comes in, airbends the Airbender's Ascension, replay it, get to, get rid of blockers, get rid of tokens particularly. Great stuff from James.
Yeah, I think that that's one of the things that they did to make that Appa particularly balanced was the ability to only target your own permanents, and James found a way around that and got to find that repeatable trigger. It was incredibly valuable. And then also, we saw it with the Messenger Hawk and the ability to just generate infinite clues and therefore infinite cards.
Yep. And I think we might be able to get a word from James himself. All right, no, because that match went to time, we don't have the time for it. We are going to throw to a quick break. We will get round 4 set up for you, and we will be right back.
See you soon.
Jose and Chris really take it home in these first few rounds, and we're very excited to see how we go for the rest of the day into the standard constructed tomorrow. Let's pass to our coverage desk.
Thank you so much, Ruby, and welcome back. We are Kira Tretsky, and I'm joined by Thomas Anderson. We are back for round 4 of the Australian Open. We're in the middle of our sealed, limited Avatar: The Last Airbender set. How are you feeling, Tom?
I'm still just super grateful that we get to commentate limited. It's, a fresh experience relative. Often we do a lot of these very high-stakes constructed tournaments, so to get to be playing sealed, and sealed for such a great set as well. For high stakes,
my goodness.
Some of the best players in the country are here showing us how to play Avatar sealed if you were curious for the next, arena event or whatever else you have to play. This is a great spot to be watching, as we're about to get into another 2 rounds of sealed to finish up that portion of the event, and then the players are going to bring out their standard decks and try and either recover if they've had a rough sealed pool or capitalize and get into top 8. And now we're just going down to the table as we are about to begin, of course, round 4 here with some of our 3-0 players. These players, Kira, already off to a lightning hot start in the event. It doesn't obviously lock you for top 8 or anything. It's still a bit early in the day for that. But sealed being a bit more of a volatile format, if you're already 3-0, I'd say you have a pretty good chance of running clean through the sealed. And from there, this event is really yours for the taking.
Well, look, if we were at our, LGS playing Friday Night Magic, we're already over. But today, we are playing 5 rounds of Magic the Gathering Avatar Sealed. And this format has been such a joy. It has been mid-range, punchy, swingy. It has everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of different mechanics in the set, and there's a lot of overlap between the archetypes. So it's not like, oh, I've seen one blue-red deck, I've seen them all, right? Everyone is splashing one or two colors because the bombs are certainly worth it. And the synergies that arise are not just within one archetype, but, you know, oh, my clue token that I was playing to fuel my draw 2 blue-black cards, it's actually also going to set up this sacrifice outlet. It's actually also going to trigger this card that cares about artifacts. You know, you have to really think when you're putting your pool together. And I like that the longer sealed event, these players are really going to get the most out of their pool. It's not going to be like an FNM where, oh, I just didn't draw my bomb the whole night. You are really going to have to go deep if you're planning to go all the way and 5-0 this sealed event.
We've got Kieran Tierney on the top and Sahir Khalil on the bottom, and it looks like Kieran is on blue-white tempo probably, because that's what the kind of blue-white plays. It'll be really interesting to see if there's a splash, because that's what we've been seeing the most is these, you know, main 2 colors splashing a third. Ooh. Here we go.
We're launching into Mai, so both players with early creature deployments. I think Sahil with the Sahir Khalil, sorry, with the early lead from the excellent choice of basic land arts. But also this legend is pretty good. Mai Jaded Edge, Human Noble, really illustrative, I think, of what, other than not having firebending, of what these red decks are about. And illustrating what the white decks are about, Kieran responds with a very powerful card. With some players I've talked to in the room, if they've said anything about the format, it's how strong the rares and the bombs in this set are. This is not a bomb creature, but it does make every other creature in the set much better. It's Airbender Ascension, Kira.
So Jung Xerxes is going to get in, and it looks like, I think that's another Earth Kingdom card down there as well. Airbender Ascension, so incredibly powerful. The ability to get something out of the way momentarily, and yeah, it's going to cost Sahar another 2 to play again, which is the cost you played before. So you've paid 4 mana over 2 turns for a 2-mana creature, which never feels good. That's a bad, you know, that's a negative tempo, really.
Yeah, and you mentioned that that's kind of what this blue-eyed archetype tends to want to do, is tempo you out. It is flexible, which I think is one of its strengths, right? You can also, if you're not able to get ahead early, you can try and just clog up the board with all these cheap white ally creatures, stabilize, and then in your opponent's end step, you can use these positive waterbending abilities to build your hand or filter your hand. That said, you don't really want to be on that plan. You want to be on the plan of taking your opponent off a step with these airbending cards, with the water cards that, or Water Kingdom cards that come down and say tap your opponent's creature, and just cracking for damage until you have enough of a life lead that it really constrains your opponent's play. Because you can see here, Sahir has Fire Kingdom, or Fire Nation Cadets, which are, like many other cards in this set, really good when you're attacking, less good when you're on the defensive. Can't trigger that firebending, you know, you don't have the free mana to pump them up with that secondary active ability. And so if you can put your opponent behind in the race early, it lets you dictate the flow of the match. And now, oh, that's a really powerful 4-drop. Coming down, that is the ally generating uncommon. You've watched the show. Yeah, Suki, I was about to say, save me with the name of this avatar character. She's very iconic. I know the face paint and such.
This is Suki, and something that Quincy commented on earlier. This is kind of, you know, Adeline Resplendent Cathar would look somewhat similar in an Avatar: The Last Airbender set, where she creates tapped and attacking tokens when she attacks as well. And something that I wanted to point out on Sahir's side as well, what makes airbending powerful for the opponent, you know, the target of the airbending thing, Sahir only has 1 red source, but was able to play 2 red cards because airbending does not require a colored investment in it. You are able to pay any generic mana. So it enabled him to get back on board and re-solidify, which is really, really powerful.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think airbending is already good enough. If it also really constrained your colors, that would be quite brutal. But as it is, you can see the advantage it's got, because yes, Sahir was able to get back on the board, but only really like redeploy the cards we saw last turn. This is a much needed play, being able to like drop a removal spell, but it's kind of the paradigm in this set. There is removal. You can kill powerful creatures, which is important because there's a lot of them, but it tends to be quite expensive, or sorcery speed, or otherwise constrained in what it can target. Maybe it can only target expensive things. Maybe it only kills small things. But whatever the case, you never really feel like you're getting more ahead with the removal if you're already behind. You kind of have to hope your opponent stumbles a little bit on the draw with this sort of blue-white deck, and there's a lot of cards that unfortunately help you avoid that happening. As you can see, with the Airbender Ascension already up to 3, 1 more creature entering the play, and that will become a permanent value engine for Kira. And the fact that it can do all that and still airbends on the play is, you know, part of why this is such a strong card. There it is.
Yes, that Airbender Ascension is going to be fully online now with the Suki attacking and making that, you know, vital 4th attacking creature. And that's going to be the 1/1 ally. So Suki now going to be, I believe, a 4/4 because her power and toughness is determined by the number of creatures that you
just
control.
Her power.
Oh, just her power.
4/4.
Well, still similar to Adeline. There.
Exactly. Yeah, you were right. It's a spot-on comparison. I think an apt, like for the characters as well, pretty apt. She's quite the you know, ardent warrior, defender of the allies. I guess I love the lore of the ally typal deck in this set, where it's like all of the peoples who just kind of want to fight for peace and collaboration, bringing the 5 colors together around this sort of white base. And you can play basically any deck you play around it is strong. It's because those early drops are so solid in the context of the set.
Absolutely. Really exciting as well. I believe we declined the Airbender extension.
We flickered Suki to untap it, which
that's
like the bare minimum.
Brilliant.
It's sort of give one creature vigilance at worst, right?
Pseudo-vigilance.
Yes, and at best, if you have, say, the Messenger Hawk that ETB makes a clue, or one of the allies that ETB makes another ally token, you could have even flickered the 2-mana ally that puts a counter on something. But in this case, I think it's a respect to you do not want to let your opponent steal a march back on you with their tempo card. So not like having one extra blocker back is actually better than having one extra +1/+1 counter.
This is going to be Hakoda, Selfless Commander. We saw this in our previous game as well.
Yep.
Vigilance, you may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may cast ally spells from the top of your library, and that pivotal line of bottom text.
Oh no.
Sacrifice Hakoda, creatures you control get +0/+5 and gain indestructible. But that is going to be tapped down by Rowdy Snowballers.
Tapped down and stunned. Those snowballs have rocks in them or something. That card is taken out.
I've been so impressed by Rowdy Snowballers as this kind of, mythic common in a way. The ability to, tempo your opponents out of the game. It's really impressive.
It's really funny in a set where everyone agrees, and I agree as well, that the rares have a huge amount of the power. Blue-white has so many of these mythic commons and uncommons, and it's probably just because the weight of them all adds up, right? They all kind of do the same thing, but the ability of this deck to put your opponent off blockers at key points in the game is massive, and crucial spell in hand here. I think Kieran's considering how to pay costs.
Yeah, there's a potential that it was going to potentially pay Waterbend, but it looks like we're just going to flicker the Rowdy Snowballers, which that's going to now just be incredibly difficult to play through.
You have to remove this card. You can't, from this point, I mean, Seher's already down to 9 life. Suki, that's the one thing the blue-white deck might normally lack, right, is a way to convert these openings to huge damage. Those creatures don't have great stats, but that's why Suki's such an amazing splash, and with the hybrid mana, it's not even really a splash.
Exactly. And so again, these blue-white X decks have been doing really, really well. And to see Kieran at 3-0, it's a testament to that. Yeah. This is a really difficult kind of position to be in. I'm just going to keep stunning your creatures every single turn.
Yeah, and I love the red decks in this format. I've been playing them a lot. Firebending Lesson's an incredible card. I feel like Fire Nation Cadets is one of the best commons. But it's different from needing a removal spell to kill each of these tiny white creatures is not great for you, resource-wise, whereas blue-white gets to tap your creatures down and may as well be removing them without even having to slow down its role of playing creatures every turn. Obviously, there is a rare and a pretty good uncommon on the side of the board for Kieran, but you can see the imbalance in power that makes blue-white such a statistically prominent deck in this format.
We're going to airbend Suki now, so that's Glider Staff. That is a equipment. Everyone knows Aang's glider staff is one of the most iconic images. It's iconic enough that it's the expansion set for the Eternal set. When this equipment enters, airbend up to 1 target creature.
Unfortunately, it can't block on its own, so with those creatures still tapped down out of the game, that classic blue Frostlinks type effect, tough blocking decisions for Seher. Hasn't even been able to get Mai activated yet. You can sort of pump it up with this exhaust ability. Right now, it's just a 1/3, I believe.
1/3 with prowess, still important.
That is true, that is true. And has the 1 white combat trick, the 1 in the set is an uncommon. Attempts to enter the avatar state.
Is that going to blank the attack?
I'm not sure. Was that discarded in step? It's until end of turn. I think in response to removal, was that? Or response to hexproof the
I see. Yeah, hexproof on the Mai.
I mean, you need to have your blocker, otherwise you're just dead. But it's not the ideal spot you want to use the card in, for sure.
Kieran on 20,
was that in the
down.
Might have been in the untap step, right?
Yep.
Or first point available in the turn, just to make sure. And this is the card we worry about. So instead of attacking into the every keyword now Mai, we can deploy one of my favorite cards in the set. This is an enormous flyer for 2 mana.
Holy moly. As an additional cost to cast Benevolent River Spirit. Waterbend 5.
It might be slightly misrepresenting the 2-drop aspect of the card, but not by much, right? The waterbending costs are easier to pay than you might think. There's so many cards that make additional permanents or put a random artifact into play, and then suddenly you can just cast this huge 4/5 flying Ward 2. It's so difficult to remove when you play it sort of quote-unquote on curve.
And we're seeing kind of the punishing effect of that Airbender, fully online Airbender Ascension and the Rowdy Snowballers. We're just going to keep popping Hakoda down.
It's a great example, unfortunately for her, of how the blue-white deck wins games, right? Because now you were already struggling to block. Now you have a huge flyer. You were lucky enough to have, like, there's a reason Glider Staff is such a good card in the set, right? You have the flying granting equipment, so you could theoretically chain together some flying blocks and buy time, but then how are you going to keep that up through this storm of tap-down effects and other removal? Because, of course, that Airbender Ascension Snowball's trick costs Kieran no mana per turn.
Yeah. It's super easy to just flicker every single time. Sahar sees the writing on the wall. That game 1 is going to go to Kieran, and now we're on to game 2.
Poor old Suki left floating up on some sort of cyclone air current, just
Yeah,
hovering
we'll
over
have to make sure that she makes her way back into Kieran's deck.
Didn't even need her there. Yeah, there she is. We'll pick her up eventually. Ended up with a sort of ringside seat for the rest of that matchup. But yeah, it shows Kieran, that's a really unique kind of, and I got all these type moment.
And also this, and also this.
And I could have just recast this in one or anyway, but you know.
We're going to swap over to our other feature match table. We got Nicholas Talbot on top, Shannon Dan on the bottom, and we are in the middle of something fierce, it looks like.
Oh, we see one of the most, I think, skill testing cards in the format. Iroh Team Master about to get in here. Okay, it's never mind, it's been stolen off the battlefield by Azula, so don't worry about it. It might get recast. Yes. poor old Iroh's trying to do some sort of subterfuge-like promotion of the White Lotus. Hey, don't you want to be friends? Don't you want to be allies? Isn't that a nice idea? Azula shows up. What do you think of this Azula card? This is, I've had some friends who really dislike the fact that this card is a blue-black Azula with no firebending.
It's very interesting. I think it plays really well into the storyline of, like, this takes place during book 3, book 2, which is Earth, excuse me. Sorry, fans at home. And I think it plays really well into the subterfuge element. She is infiltrating, she is doing some reconnaissance, and, you know, blue-black is very, very good for that. Obviously, of course, you want to see firebending on something like Azula, but I think it plays really well into kind of the story and the theme of where she's at.
If that was like the only Azula card, I would understand the greatness. But the fact there's 2 other cards and those both have firebending, and she is Grixis in her color identity. So I like that there's a part that's showing off she's not just a firebender. She's also like a horrible villainous schemer who always lies.
Looks like it's on Shannon's turn now. We've got the White Lotus reinforcements.
This would be so good if, for instance, you had some sort of Iroh card that was generating ally tokens, but unfortunately your opponent has one of those for some reason.
Yeah, I wonder how that happened.
That's a shame. And an ally that makes another ally token when it dies. So yeah, look, those cards would look great on Shannon's side of the board, I reckon.
We can even see a Benevolent Water Spirit on Nicholas's side of the board as well. So we're really just watching 2 similar games play out on either of these feature match tables.
I mean, if that card's in your pool and you are blue, and it does appear that Nicholas is a fairly pure blue-black deck, despite the presence of multiple stolen cards outside of colors over there, you'll be playing that. Also, can't help but notice at the back there, a very, very powerful rare that I know has been fueling a lot of wins already today. Is that Obsessive Pursuit? The card that represents a Zuko hounding the Avatar around the world. It's sort of a Phyrexian arena effect that can also turn into a huge life-linking swing.
And we're popping the Lotus reinforcements.
Earth Kingdom Jailer, putting that card is just expensive enough to go. Whenever I draw Earth Kingdom Jailer, my opponent has like tokens. There's no valid targets. I don't think I've jailed one creature, but it is statistically one of the best uncommons in the whole set.
Yep. Because it's very similar Palace Jailer effect, right? Very similar.
I wish I gave you the Monarch as well. That'd be fun, but no. It just puts a creature, artifact, or enchantment in jail. It has to be expensive. If it's not important enough, the Earth King, won't send out his agents, but that reinforcements just makes the cut.
We're going to all-out swing from Nicholas here. Shannon having to make some uncomfortable blocks now. There's not too many creatures on the field.
And you can see that River Spirit got suddenly a bunch of +1/+1 encounters. That is due to the effect of Obsessive Pursuit. Basically, it counts the number of permanents you've sacrificed, I believe, this turn. And then you're able to put a bunch of counters on a creature. And if you do it enough in one turn, that creature also gets lifelink, as if you needed more advantage out of all of this.
As if you needed more
reasons. The card needs more text.
Yeah. Iroh's going back to his rightful ownership, but unfortunately in Shannon's graveyard.
Yeah, it's tough. You can't let that card stay in play. So we've been glossing. I was hoping to get to describe it in more detail. Maybe we'll see it in a future game for this match. But at this point, we might be moving on to a future game in this match pretty quickly. Nicholas, one of the biggest board state advantages I think we've seen all day.
The really important thing with this Obsessive Pursuit as well, if X's 3 are greater, that creature gains lifelink until end of turn. So that's a big lifelinking Water Spirit.
This game was even in life totals at least a second ago. Suddenly it's 20 to 3.
And that's going to be Aang's journey.
I think when we talk about the power of res in this set, I think that what that turn cycle or two just was between the Azula, which is of course a rare, the Obsessive Pursuit, and it's not a rare, but a very powerful uncommon in the Water Spirit. I think that shows you how fast the game can turn if you have the right cards, and Nick Talbot definitely does.
Yeah, that game is going to go to Nicholas Talbot. Kind of easy done, it looked like.
Maybe it was harder earlier on, and that was sort of the late game stabilized turnaround.
Yeah.
We'll assume that Nick worked for that, but...
But again, this format is so strong. It's so powerful. The games go, I think, you were sharing some statistics with me earlier.
Yeah.
These games tend to go longer than about 8 turns. And it just gives you such a strong ability to play big, splashy, powerful cards.
Yeah, there's some percentage of games which end around turn 8, and those are the games where I think which we saw before. The blue-white deck just goes, oh, cool, Airbender Ascension on my Snowballers, you really are going to be hard-pressed to fight back from that. If you don't have a board wipe, that's over in a couple of turns. But if you don't get that board state, and you see something like that, or what we saw in the previous round, for those who were watching, the last game of round 3 went into a marathon, because you end up with both players have onboard value engines, both players have some interaction, and you just get into a real slugfest.
Back over to Kieran versus Saher. Looks like we're seeing a lot of some of the same faces over here. We've got Barrels of Blasting Jelly, Mai, Jaded Edge, Zhong's Deserters. A couple of friendly faces, and Katara, Bending Prodigy.
I was about to say, it seems like both players have drawn sort of the bottom end of power in their deck so far, but Katara, not a rare, very powerful uncommon though. This is, when I mentioned that the blue-white decks can play a slower game, this is the poster child for that. Katara obviously deserves to have some powerful cards as one of the iconic faces of Avatar: The Last Airbender, but this is certainly one of the best uncommons in the set. Waterbend 6, draw a card, that's the headlining thing. I don't think we've touched on the waterbending mechanic yet, Kira, at least while we're on commentary.
Well, so waterbending, especially on this Katara, is so incredibly powerful. Waterbend 6, draw a card, and these blue-white X decks, they just create and generate so many incidental permanents for you to use to fuel that waterbending ability. All the ally tokens, and don't forget, you can use lands to tap and pay for the waterbending ability. I think that is something that gets overlooked a lot of times. People think, oh, you can use I think it's artifacts and creatures, and people just overlook it and go, I don't have enough artifacts or creatures, and it goes, just use your lands.
Yeah, there's a reason all those numbers are like 6, 7, 8. It's because it's not you can see already, this is still a relatively early part of the game. Kieran has 4 lands and 4 miscellaneous permanents, right? You have the Blasting Jelly that's so cheap to cast and very easy to include in your deck. The reinforcements makes 2 bodies.
Redemption?
Yeah, Path to Redemption. So fancy pacifism, more or less. You can pay to exile the creature, and also, that's a more relevant ability than you might think because it's a sacrifice trigger. It gives you an ally token. These things are both more relevant than they look in the set due to synergies, but 5 is pretty expensive, and that's not a waterbending cost. So you have to pay that one legitimately.
Interestingly as well, putting the Path to Redemption on the Katara is important for when it gets really, really big, but you can still activate the waterbending ability.
Which I think is why both this and one of the 2 blue aura-based removals, for the 2 common aura removals in the set, both have a clause that lets you pay, granted, a lot extra, but pay to get the card permanently off the board, because otherwise, there's so many of these uncommon creatures in the set that just have lasting value, even when they can't attack or block, that you would really feel bad not having some way to permanently deal with Katara. Even then, as you point out, she's likely to draw quite a few cards before Saher can build up the 5 mana. And even if you build up 5 lands, look at the board state. Are you going to be in a position to pay 5 just to get Katara off the board and make a chump blocker? It's a pretty down-tempo kind of play.
We can see as well Kieran is also splashing green. We didn't see too much of that in the previous game, but this is going to be Bant allies, which, again, dare I say it, very popular in Standard right now.
I'll say this, if you're not splashing in the sealed format or sealed generally, I won't say you're not trying, but I would, as a post-game interviewer, I would have questions. I'd be like, so what is not in your pool that you're not splashing for? Like, did you literally get all of your rares in 2 colors and you're just that powerful a magician? Or do you really believe sort of you're swimming against the flow of the format, that it's not worth the inconsistency? Because look at the fixing on board right now. You've got all these great dual lands, you've got the Barrels of Blasting Jelly, there's other fixing besides that. It's a very low opportunity cost to get to play some very powerful, extra removal spells, extra rares. There's 5 different colors of ally synergy. You're very pushed to splash.
All right, and Saher is going to swing in. We've got a prowess trigger from Mai as well, so a little bit of extra damage being pushed.
It's nice to see Saher get on the offensive here, but it's not the dominant position you'd love to be in. I'm not sure. The hand looks a little bit clogged up here, not quite as free-flowing as you'd like for Saher. Maybe a lot of removal, I'm not sure. But, you're at least putting on the pressure and using Mai how she's meant to be used.
I can see an Appa, Loyal Sky Bison. Oh, I was afraid of this. I was like, we're one land short of casting Appa, but the land was in hand, and we're going to put Katara. Yeah, that gets airbended, not 2 from the top.
Yeah, this card is worth all of the 6 mana it costs to play, and when you get it on sort of on curve like this, your opponent hasn't been able to, like if you get this and you're low on life, it might not get the job done, right? It has to attack notably to really be feeling value. So like so many other cards in the set, this is a kind of leader leads more, rich get richer kind of card.
It's true. And this Katara now, that also means that the Path to Redemption has fallen off. We can cast Katara again later. And this is the Cave of Two Lovers. Yeah,
this card's really good. Don't sleep on it. It's one of those sagas, they love to print these. They do like 3 different little things. And you sort of look at those and go, oh God, 4 mana. I mean, so you get 2 tokens, then you get to put a mountain in your hand, so you sort of draw a card. That's nice. Or if you have Secret Tunnel, that's a cave. You can get Secret Tunnel out of your deck. And then you get to Earthbend. So like, would any one of those things be worth doing 4 mana? No. But as long as the game's not ending like right now, by the time you get to the end of that saga, it's done a lot for you.
Yeah, it's a 4 mana with it's 4 mana worth of power and creatures, right? You know, Earthbend 3, 2 it's actually 5 mana.
Make 5 power across 3 bodies, which is probably like vanilla test for 2025, and you draw a card, albeit a land.
Yeah. Well, and deck thinning, really important. We were seeing in Christopher Tong's earlier match with the Earth Kingdom, the Earth King, every time he was attacking was just pulling lands out of his deck and just reducing the chances that he would draw lands later on and just guarantee you're just hitting hits.
I mean, if you're in one of those games in this format that does start to drag out suddenly, which this one kind of has the ingredients for, like neither player is completely missing a step. I am worried about the upper, obviously, in addition to all the value generation. It's a 4/4 flyer. But if Sahir can find interaction for upper to stop that threat, then, you know, I can see this one being one that potentially goes the distance, and that's where a card with as much value as Cave of Two Lovers really helps the red-white deck hang in there, right? It's interesting. You'd think red-white normally a pretty all-in color combination. Even this color can go quite deep into the game with like ally generation and some of the firebending activated abilities that permanently grow creatures.
Appa getting in, and it's going to airbend the Zhongzhong's Deserters, and then we're going to recast that and put another counter on the ally.
Yeah, a great way to ensure you never run out of things to do with your mana, never run out of value. We also, I believe, are holding up Katara's Waterbend activation. You got 2 lands and 4 untapped permanents, so you know this is where the blue-white deck gets really strong. You get in with your flyers, you have all these effects, even if your opponent has a flying blocker. No, they don't actually, and then you're also continuing to draw more cards than them, so you're winning in every area of the game at once.
It's definitely a dominating position. Like we've seen how strong white and blue are. Like they are just very, very powerful colors.
Yeah, and it's not that red can't be powerful either, but unfortunately Sahir you haven't really drawn the power cards here. If Sahir had 6 mana to resolve a red 6 drop, I'm sure that the game would be looking more even, but Kieran's just curved out really nicely, and that's part of what the blue and white cards do. The white cards really anchor the early game because you're a really solid board presence, and where red might be a little bit less consistent, so many of the blue cards help you smooth your draws and continue to scale into the late game if you can't get that early jump on your opponent.
Sahir looking like we're thinking about tapping out this turn. That could be a Ran and Shaw at 5.
You'd hope so. You'd hope for something big and rare like that.
Ooh, or Earth Kingdom.
Yeah,
Soldier.
Not as a sort of 2-color common, not quite the firepower of Ren and Shaw, but at least it's something, right? It's a lot of power and toughness across a couple of bodies.
Now we're going to decide where we're going to distribute these counters.
Part of the problem here is that your opponent is in a position where, again, because they're so ahead on life, you can look at spending 5 for a Barrels of Blasting Jelly. It's sort of there, if this will win me the game, I'm going to win the game. If it doesn't, guess what? I'm going to have another couple of cards in hand by my turn, and I'm probably going to just keep pushing myself ahead on board. And as soon as you sort of fail to keep up with a card like Earth Kingdom Soldier, I'm going to go for the coup de grace.
Well, and what's really difficult as well, right? You know, and we saw that Katara waterbending activation draw a card. But what's really difficult, too, with something like Barrels of Blasting Jellies, Kieran can always hold that up and wait for a moment where, you know, Sahar wants to exhaust the mind to put a double strike counter on her. Oh, yeah, I'll Blasting Jelly in response.
It's sort of like anything you could do to try and recover from this situation, as long as Kieran sort of plays his cards right, and activations like Katara, right, mean that you'd never have to overcommit with that mana early. You are in a spot to just shut it down. There's a reason why there's a pretty high first player win rate in this sealed format. There's a reason why all of these sort of blue-white front-runner tempo type ETB tap your creature type cards are the top of the format and win rate, like in a very pronounced fashion. And I'm not going to. I don't know what's in people's pools, right? I'm sure Sahir has a great reason to be in red-white and not, say, blue-white splash red. But I'll say that all the players we've seen on coverage in blue-white are probably pretty happy with their pools today.
Well, and it's so interesting, right? Because it's not about, getting handed everything that you need. It's what you opened. It's about what was available in your sealed pool. And I have a feeling that most people were looking for things like blue-white X allies or something along the lines of blue-red lessons, just because those tend to stick out as the strongest archetypes.
And when we say that, there's a lot of commons and uncommons in those formats. It's kind of hard. I don't know what's in your 6 booster packs if you don't have any of those cards, right? You can forge something together here, but wow, okay, yeah, this unanswered upper is unfortunately just going to end the game very quickly if Sahir has nothing for it, and you're kind of sad about having used, you kind of had to, but the fact that you used your removal spells already and then this 6-drop comes down is the opposite of what you want to see.
Well, and it's really difficult, right? You have to make these high-impact plays earlier on in the game to make it to the end. And that's where, of course, like the bigger threats tend to be. And it's where you have to be the most concerned. But it's, it's about getting there. If you die on turn 4, you don't get to see the 6-drop.
Yeah, and it's not like every single card in Kieran's deck is meritorious of those kinds of removal spells, right? You wouldn't use them on Zhongzhong's Deserters. But Zhongzhong's Deserters is a great way to make sure that you don't die until you have time to draw your Appa, your Katara, your Earth Kingdom Reinforcements, which is one of the cards we did see get removed. And I think this sort of weight of cards that are just good enough is how you can get over the game with uncommons in a format most people are focused on the rares.
Really tough spot for Sahar as well. Down to 1, and it's time to swing out.
Just go for it. Flunge. Why not? Maybe there's lethal somewhere.
Look, at worst, you have to go out swinging.
Some people could say that you swing your handshake across the table and sort of let your opponent graciously know that they've won. But this is the Warrior's handshake, the sort of like Last Samurai type charge into the guns, just like, yeah, swing with everything, you do the maths. I'm not going to concede, you can kill me if you want. I do not fear death.
The Zhongzhong's in front of Mai. It looks like we're deciding if Katara is going to get in as well. She is.
There's open mana, right? Like you might as well respect, your opponent's on 1.
Yeah.
You might as well respect it. What's the worst thing that can happen? Like, if you leave one upper alive to do the lethal and then they have a finisher, but no. Sahir goes out honorably, attacking the Warriors' way with all of those little guys, but thoroughly outmatched there by the blue-white decks. We cut back to Nicholas Talbot and Shannon Dan.
Still deep in the middle of game 2 here.
It's a very empty board for being deep in the middle of a game in this set.
Well, I can see there's an epic downfall in Nicholas's graveyard. It looks like there's been a bit of trading back and forth.
Yeah, both players with multiple removal spells expended already, and we can see there's another path of redemption there on the Water Spirits. Had to pay through the ward for that one. Now, we've sort of seen already the mini-game with these cards, where now your opponent has likely airbending cards or other ways to get that enchantment off, and it's a kind of a race to find a window where you can pay the rather expensive cost to permanently get rid of the threat before you lose all of the value of the card.
And this is Waterbending Lesson?
Yeah, so just a draw discard spell. I believe it's got that one of those nice lesson synergies where if you discard a lesson card, you only have to discard that one, and it becomes very potent. But it is a sorcery, which I think is sort of the balancing effect. It would be insane if this was a common as an instant, but it's still pretty good.
If it was a common and instant, I would expect this to cost like 6.
My
right?
apologies, you have to waterbend 2 or discard a card. It is a lesson though, so it sets up the blue. Blue has a lot of the lesson synergies. Blue, green, and blue, red are sort of the color combinations that care the most about lessons. So this is a great setup card for those, but really for any deck, like draw 3, discard 1 is a lot.
I saw in Nicholas's hand there is a sold out in hand as well as Aang's Journey. So Aang's Journey just grabs you a basic, and the sold out is going to exile a creature, I believe, if I'm remembering it.
Yeah, exile a creature and you make a clue, I think. So it's sort of fueling the blue-black draw 2s and sacrifice archetypes. A lot of those clue cards I think are really good in this set. It's just that the best decks in this set can put such a pace on that the clues become a little too expensive unless you can already stabilize with something else. But they're great as a backup plan, and obviously having it attached to an unconditional removal spell at instant speed, those are hard to come by in this set. So
looks like we're exhausting the Earth Kingdom captives.
Exile in response. I think we're getting a judge call here. It might just be a question of, do I still get to Earthbend
in response to this removal spell?
If my captives are unfortunately sold out, their rebellious nature has been exposed, the Fire Kingdom has done something horrible and taken them away, will I still get an do I still get an Earthbended creature?
Can I please still have my creature?
Can I have something nice for the 6 mana I paid? I think it's an interesting part of this set, and maybe why the instant speed removal is a bit more expensive. There's a lot of cards that exhaust you or pay a lot of mana to transform or activate some sort of one-time ability, and almost all of them, even the rares, transform as an effect, not a cost. So you can pay and tap out to flip your Ang into a gigantic water-bending machine, but if your opponent responds to sold out, then you're in trouble.
16 for Shannon plays 6 Nicholas Talbot. We're in the middle of round 4 here at the Australian 10K Open.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, that means there's still another, obviously we've got to finish this round. One more round after that of Sealed, and then we're on to the standard portion of the event, which will finish out this day with a couple of rounds, and then back tomorrow with the last few rounds of standard and our top 8. If you're just joining us, this is a great open entry kind of event with high stakes, $4,000 to the winner, a $10,000 prize pool overall. A lot of great players in the room and on our feature match area right now as Nicholas Talbot's trying to hang in there, getting that Earthbend off the exiled Earth Kingdom catches. Turned out to be pretty pivotal when the life totals are this low. Like, every little bit of extra attacking power helps.
That's going to be a platypus bear in an octopus form, so Nicholas doing what he can to stabilize.
The watery grasp, right? The tap down enchantment.
Oh, sorry, watery grasp.
Octopus form. I mean, they're both water bending cards that cost 1 blue. But you could still have the octopus form in hand. That'd be a great card to have right now, because I'm sure Shannon wants to have, removal spell, kill your blocker, keep getting in, just push any damage you can. Even with this mana dork, right? If you can attack for 2 right now, you do it. But without another removal spell, that 2-drop's a really effective blocker. That platypus boar. Is it platypus boar?
Platypus bear.
Bear. My apologies.
Well, we're familiar with platypi here in Australia.
I haven't seen a platypi bear though.
No. Well, that's the whole part of the avatar. Every animal is 2 animals.
It is cute. It's a rather elegant approach to having a sort of a ready-made fantasy bestiary instead of having to explain to someone, because it's not the show's already doing so much world building. It's like, how can we get across all these fantastical creatures that fast? It's like, easy. We'll just call this a platypus bear. So many creatures in fantasy are just like kind of a chimera anyway. Just call them that. Just call it a platypus bear. Call it a lizard ape. Whatever.
Call it a mongoose lizard. Call it a saber-toothed moose lion.
A lizard wizard.
Yeah.
None of those in this set, but, Platypus bear here. Oh, okay, this is a really interesting card. I'm not shocked that someone put it in the pool, but it's not the card you'll see most commonly in this set. This is Vengeful Villages, I think. It's a sacrifice outlet. The other sacrifice outlets in this set are a bit more conventional. It's like sacrifice to draw a card, sacrifice to make a clue. This is on attack, sacrifice something, tap your guy and stun it, which is very, very aggressive, and this is a great spot to have it, but...
Ko the Face Stealer has come down for Nicholas.
You want to explain everything this card does, because it's a lot.
Ko the Face Stealer is a legendary shapeshifter spirit. It's a 6/6. When it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature. Whenever a non-token creature dies, you may exile it. Pay 1 life, choose a creature card exiled with Ko. Ko has all the activated and triggered abilities of the last chosen card. It's a lot of text.
It does cost 4 black, but man, you get your money's worth. A shapeshifter spirit, tons of powerful. Even just you can't put creature cards into your graveyard from play is powerful in some situations. But now we're in a spot where, Nicholas is trying to turn the corner. If you feel confident, your opponent's just played a Death Touch Reach blocker. There's an excellent defensive card in this spot. But if you pay 1 life, suddenly you can sacrifice your, Path to Redemption creature and tap down that blocker. You steal your opponent's ability, steal their face. Kira.
Rumble Arena for Nicholas Talbot. This is a land with Vigilance, and this has been really interesting seeing in the Avatar land cycles a bunch of lands with keyword abilities.
It's so cool.
But
I love Sacred Tunnel. I love my unblockable land. It unblockably taps for colorless mana. You can't do anything about it.
And this is one of the really cool things that has been enabled by the earthbending mechanic, which gives, when you earthbend onto a creature, a land, it becomes a creature. And what's awesome is, well, now that my, vigilant land is a creature, it can attack, and it has vigilance. So, or as with Secret Tunnel, it can't be blocked.
I was being a little bit facetious there. The keywords don't normally help your land do land things, but it's leading you in a direction, right? Even the name Rumble Arena, right? If you're familiar with the lore, you know where that is. That's in the Earth Kingdom. You know what they do there. That's the Earthbending Arena, effectively. And they say, hey, Earthbend this card. It's really good if you Earthbend this card.
And they're kind of laying the groundwork, and that's something that's been really awesome looking at the limited set design for avatars. They've really laid the paths out really clearly.
It's happening. I'm a good Magic player. I called this in advance. They're doing the obvious play. We activated Ko, so pay 1 life, which, Nicholas, that's not a non-cost, right? You don't have that many life remaining, but at least it's only 1. And now your 6/6 gains the abilities. I believe it doesn't become a copy, it just gains the text of the card that it has stolen, a card that it has stolen the face of.
Yep.
It can switch if you steal a bunch of creatures' faces, which can get really funky. But for now, we're just going to eat our poor River Spirit, and because now there was a chump blocker thrown in front of it, well, guess what? Koza's got another face. This is how we get, sort of power up to that legendary, terrifying spirit that Aang encounters in the actual show, right?
It scared me so much when I was a kid. That episode was so scary.
I feel like the show is some of the most effective episodes, the one where they suddenly pivot to just being really creepy or sort of horrifying in a psychological way. And they do such a great job of selling the spirit realm as like very forbidding, not to be messed with. These black cards in the set, they're great, that echo that part of the show.
What's really intense, a lot of children's TV does a really good job. Like it's a TV show about war, Avatar. Like it's really intense, and it's about what happens to people who are victims of war, or the perpetrators of it. Like it's really intense for for an audience that was aimed at your 7 to 12.
And it's not showing like war footage in a really gory or
not like
upsetting
Dunkirk.
way. No, but it is something where like this will leave an impact on your children. They specifically focus some of those episodes. Like, what does this do to the people of the aggravating nation, in the Fire Nation, the people of the nations that are occupied, or the ones that are threatened, and the show's anti-war message is really sort of well done. It's not just sort of an afterthought, like, oh, isn't that nice? Speaking of afterthoughts, Nicholas manages to clean this game up pretty fast with Ko. There's sort of, unfortunately, no answer for that Mythic Rare bomb from Shannon, and we already saw Nicholas win a game earlier on, so that is going to be the end of our feature match, and Nicholas moves to 4-0, crushing this Sealed with that mighty pool.
Interview.
And we're back now.
Oh my goodness. I'm having so much fun. I wish I was playing.
Yeah, I wish I was playing with Nicholas's deck, actually. Yeah, if you could suit me up with a bunch of cool blue-black cards and some bomb mythics, then yeah, I'll play the Sealed event for sure.
It would be so much fun.
Can I take over at 4-0, actually? If I only have to play one more round of Sealed, I'll take that. I'll put my hand up. I can sub in, coach.
Don't worry, guys. I'll handle it. Well, we're going to take you back over to Ruby, who's going to interview our winning player.
In a little bit. But first of all, I mean, what would you be asking the winners of that match, right? Because that's the interesting thing as well. We haven't really had a chance to cover Sealed a lot at previous events this year. So it's kind of a whole different mindset. Some players are really good at Limited who may not always shine as brightly in the constructed portion, and vice versa. Obviously, Nicholas seems pretty competent there.
Look, if this was me, I hope that I opened a lot of really good cards. I hope that I think Allies is where I would want to go, just seeing how amazing the Allies archetype has been today. I think I'd want some Allies. I think, we saw the Katara Allies enabler. I think I'd really love playing that. But worst comes to worst, I think Lessons also would have been really fun. I'm staying away, as much as I'm normally a green girly, I think I'm staying away from green and black in this archetype, even though black has some really good removal.
I'm a bit more personable to black myself, but I'm staying away from green for sure, or at least as a primary color, right? I think what we've seen today is like you want your base color to be really rock solid. Then you can kind of splash out. Like you can get the best green cards anyway, so why would you be, committed to it wholesale?
All right, so now we're going to head on over to Ruby and interview our winning player.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. All right, what an exciting round. I'm here with Nick, who has just gone 4-0. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling like I'm on top of the world. This is the best feeling when we get the run back. The deck was good. We opened well. We had good bombs. We played good players, but a bit of luck, but I'm playing very well today as well. Very tightly played.
Brilliant, and you hope to take it all the way over today and tomorrow. How are you feeling about the Sealed into the Standard Constructed?
Look, Ruby, I'll level with you. I'm not happy with my constructed deck. I couldn't afford the Badger Moles, so we're a bit short on the pricey cards, but hopefully we can go 5-0 in Sealed and maybe sneak in a couple of match wins and ID into the top 8. That's what we're hoping.
Absolutely, I believe that. You are no stranger to the top 8, I've heard.
No, we've had 2 top 8s this year. Didn't perform too well at the PT, but we're going back to Richmond in a month. Hopefully we can take home a trophy there and win 50K.
Brilliant. Would you like to shout out your local game store as well?
Oh yeah, the Magic Makes Achromatic Games, run by Damon and all the boys. There's too many of them to name, but they are my rock. They are the best. They get me ready for tournaments. They lend me cards, and it's great when you come to these competitions having someone to root for. It's great when you win, but when your mates start winning, big shout out to Jimmy Moore and Sean. and Tom Bott. Aussie players, all three of them made day 2 at Worlds. Right now, we are watching, we are keeping in touch, and we're rooting for you boys. One, you got to get to top 8, take home that big prize. 100 grand? It's massive at Worlds.
Massive. When all our mates win, we win as well. Thank you so much, and best of luck with the rest of the competition.
Go well.
Welcome back. We are in our final round of Swiss for Sealed today here at the Australian Open. We are here at Command Fest Melbourne. There is so much incredible Magic being played, any format you could possibly enjoy right here in this room. But today we are focused on Sealed and very soon Standard. We have seen some incredible matches and we're going to pass right to the coverage desk for the next round.
Yes, welcome back to coverage for round 5 here, back here at Melbourne Command Fest. It's the Summer of Magic, and we're racing through this event like a hot summer's afternoon. It's passing in a fun-filled flash, Kira. But you know, while we're still enjoying this event, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. There is one really big bright star on the horizon of the Australian Magic events calendar.
I literally am so excited. From the moment this event was announced, I have been waiting because, like, who can wait for a year? But it's Spotlight Series Brisbane. We are so excited. This is going to be the biggest international Australian event post-COVID. We are so excited, and this is going to be another Universes Beyond format, The Hobbit.
Yeah, it's been a long time since we had anything remotely this big in the country, if ever, right? The Spotlight Series, this is the new premier level of Magic event in the world. And so to have one of these hosted in Brisbane, right up there in this sort of the sunshine capital of Australia, I guess the Spotlight Series is apropos there. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be a whole year of build-up basically from now until then. And all of our best and brightest Magic players will be there. So, you know, hopefully I'm going to be there as well.
This is going to be from August 28th to the 30th of 2026. And we are rocketing towards the end of 2025 already. Spotlight Series Brisbane, we are so excited to be bringing this to you next year. It's, as you said, it's a countdown until the Spotlight Series now.
Exactly. Like, prizes to be announced. There's going to be all sorts of side events there. It's not just a competitive event. Like, don't get us wrong. That'll be a big part of it. But there will be, like the Command Fest here today, tons there for the casual players as well. We hope the whole community shows out, really show everyone in the world how big Australasian Magic can be. Speaking of going big, we got players here who are ready to close out, perhaps undefeated, the sealed portion of the event, which would be a massive advantage. Actually, no, we're going to Paris Pandey and Kyle Gibson, who are both 3-1, but still in a pole position, you'd think, heading into the standard part of the event, especially if you can end up 4-1.
It's going to be so exciting. Paris leading on Rumble Arena. More lands with abilities.
Yeah, you wouldn't always be proud to start off with a colorless land, but Paris, they know what they're doing. They've got Rumble Arena out there. That is the Vigilant land, and we're going to assume that there's some amount of Earthbending in the deck. But you could also play it. We've seen how many players are splashing today, right? It is effective just as a mana fixer and a bit of a scry tool as well.
Giant Koi, we're going to Island Cycle this away.
I feel like we haven't seen as many of these cycling creatures as I expected at the event, but I'm sure that's just kind of the luck of the draw. And Kyle Gibson, happy to be able to go and get that island out of the deck here. Make sure you have all your key colors in place. You're going to have another blue-white deck in the coverage area.
I think another reason we're not seeing too many of the cycling creatures is just that the cycling is for 2, and that's not a that's a non-zero cost in a really mid-range format like this. Taking a turn off to, Island Cycle for 2, that's not nothing.
Yeah, it's kind of a trade-off, right? It's like low ceiling, low floor. You don't ever want to say, yes, on turn 2, what I'll be doing while my opponent bears down on me with all these fearsome ally cards and stuff that we've seen. Well, I want to be taking the turn off to draw a basic land. On the other hand, you'd rather have that than I don't have a blue land source and I can't play half the cards that I have.
And this is going to be Glider Kids for Kyle Gibson here as well. Paris going to get in with Zhongzhong's Deserters.
Yeah, both these creatures are 2/3s, but of course, as is so often the case in these aggressive formats, who has the mana in the combat phase holds the balance of power. You can't afford to risk blocking and getting blown out here by one of any number of effects, really. So the Zhongzhong's Deserters, actually, it looks like it may have bounced, actually, as there's no update to the life totals. But you really are taking your life in your hands when you block with that. Maybe just Kyle, confident that you have enough other cards in hand to check them early. And I suppose you get the advantage of, if you do call that bluff, you don't have to worry about being pressured on subsequent turns. Whereas if you show that you're willing to let that damage through, you are going to get attacked by that Deserters every turn.
Kyle Gibson was playland passed, and it went back to Paris, which is just a missed land drop, it looks like, as well, and a pass back to Kyle again.
So, yeah, maybe seeing a slightly slower opening, although Kyle here, okay, maybe didn't have a 4-drop, but the 5-drop's ready as Geyser Leaper. We've seen this card a couple of times. Big flyer. And on top of, you love a big flyer in Limited, it also helps you win the long game. If for some reason you can't get through with it immediately, that's all right. It'll fix up your card quality in hand.
Looks like an end-step flash creature for Paris, going to make a 1/1 ally creature token as well. Makes sense why you would keep the mana open, but it does look like we're hurting for lands a little bit.
Yeah, I suppose you're happy to at least have cards that are castable with this mana, and again, we have no blue source yet, so you're thankful to have the Rumble Arena, but it is slowing down what might otherwise have been a really lightning start for Paris's deck. Also, seeing the Otter Penguin there, I don't know if we've seen that much of the card today, despite having a lot of blue decks on the table. This is a very aggressive blue 2-drop, Kira.
Otter Penguin, really fun to get in. And again, I just love the fantasy element of all of the, we saw the mongoose lizard, there's going to be platypus bear, just a lot of really fun different creatures to get in with. And this is going to be a messenger hawk for Paris as well, going to make that clue token. So another flyer, really good. And again, we're seeing, these two players are 3-1 in sealed, and they are blue-white decks, which is exactly what we've said are some of the stronger colors in this archetype.
It feels a little bit overrepresented because it feels like that you can certainly play other limited archetypes, but I suppose in sealed, right, in draft, there'll be a couple of blue-white players, but that won't always be your lane. And if it's not, you're going to pretty early figure out what colors you are in and draft heavily towards that. But in sealed, right, you're always opening your pool, and I think it's that all the colors have strong rares, but blue and white have such amazing commons and uncommons. It feels like most players are just going to find some number of them in their pool. They're, okay, well, I'll start at blue-white and then splash out to get the good cards from everywhere else. But this is where you want to be basing your deck because there's just so much upside.
Well, and again, in a sealed environment, it seems very much like people are going to lean towards what is perceived as the strongest possible, deck. And that looks like it's your blue-white X decks. Yeah. It'll be really interesting to see if either player has ended up splashing, like if we've got a blue splash or a red splash for some other, maybe we see a Katara or maybe we see an Iroh.
Yeah, but it's worth noting, even in the world of blue-white decks, right, they're not all created the same or created equal. Yeah, we've seen a lot of Messenger Hawk today, we've seen a lot of Zhongzhong's Deserters, and that's not surprising. We haven't always seen as much of Geyser Leaper or Glider Kids, even though that card is, I think, quite strong in the format, right? A well-costed flyer with Scry. This card we also haven't seen a lot of, but that is because it is rare and exclusive. Everyone would be playing this if they could.
Wan Shi Tong Librarian, and that is flashed in. It looks like X equals 4 as well.
Huge bird librarian coming down here to tell everyone to shh, get out of combat. Also, don't search your deck. Shout outs to the 7-point players in the audience. Your new king arrives on the battlefield. 1/1 bird spirit, but not really. Actually put X +1/+1 counters on, and then draw half X cards, which in limited, that is insane. Like, okay, you don't get as much value from the second half of the card. No, not really many fetch lands here, but just getting to draw several cards and make it, it's like Flash Hydroid Crisis, if anyone remembers that, limited bomb from back in the day. So having that in mono blue is crazy.
Well, and this is going to be a huge tempo swing in Kyle's favor because it has Vigilance as well. Wan Shi Tong has Vigilance. That's going to now be a 5/5 flying Vigilant bird.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got another backup. Hey, don't worry about that, Messenger Hawk. I'll just make another one.
Yeah, not the Paris at least has a board, right? Because against a card like Wan Shi Tong, you really go, okay, well, how much can I erase? And it's a decent position. You've got a lot of attackers. One of them's even somewhat unblockable in the Otter Penguin, which could turn out to be very prominent. But yeah, the fact that the card comes down at instant speed, so you're going to blow them out to some degree. It's going to draw you cards immediately, and then you have a huge flying Vigilant creature, kind of the classic limited killer, right? It just ends combat for your opponent until they find an answer.
I do believe I saw a Watery Grasp in Paris's hand as well, so that could be really important for the Wan Shi Tong when it gets passed back.
Yeah, but it shows the weakness of the card, unfortunately. It's one of those rare blue enchantments. It prevents untapping, but does not inherently tap the creature. And of course, at Wan Shi Tong, just like you wouldn't want it to, it has Vigilance.
Yep.
So you would need to both pay for the grasp and then immediately pay the heftier waterbending cost. But it is an out, you're correct.
Yeah. But again, as these matches and these games tend to go really long, the difficult spot you might find yourself is you shuffle the Wan Shi Tong back into the library and you give Kyle the ability to draw it again, play it again for X equals even more.
This is another, this is the advantage, I guess, of getting to draw multiple cards and refuel late in the game. You wouldn't expect a sort of big multi-spell turn, but Kyle dropping the relatively late Avatar, is that Avatar Fanat? Avatar Enthusiasts. Average Avatar Enthusiast.
Hey, I'm one of those.
Yeah, exactly. That is true. And then immediately follows up with a card that makes 2 allies. So this is, one of the common payoffs for the ally deck. There's a lot of payoffs for it that we've seen some of the rare ones so far, but this one is surprisingly good. For a 3-drop that takes time to get big, it wins a lot of games.
Really big tempo swing in Kyle's favor, passing on back to Paris.
Paris going to 1, of course. No flying blocks except for that Messenger Hawk against 3 flying attackers, all of which representing lethal next turn. It's not an ideal spot to be in, but Paris, you can see they're still incredibly calm, very experienced player. I think we've commentated Paris in the feature match at all 3 of the events that we've had the pleasure to broadcast this year, so they will not flinch even at that pretty rough game 1. Kyle definitely drawing, I mean, you'd hope for Paris' the strong half of the deck. I hope there's not another couple of mythics in the other half.
Let's just hope there's not another Wan Shitong in Kyle's deck. I'm sure Kyle was very happy to open that in his sealed pool.
Yeah, you get some direction from that, I think we'd say. And now both players are going to look at their sideboards, but both players have a 3-1 record coming into this, right? So you'd assume that Paris' deck, even if that draw wasn't quite as strong, has something else to show us later on. And now we'll cross to our other feature match. We're seeing actually a second-time feature match player here. Jose Gabriel Hilario, we saw win a close round 2 matchup, and now has gone on continuing undefeated. Not surprised with how powerful that pool was, featuring Day of Black Sun, Legend of Kyoshi, just multiple bomb rares, now looking to end up 5-0 in the set.
Jose also just a fantastic competitive player.
Oh, absolutely.
Plays at multiple RCs. Really just an incredibly well-done player with a very impressive record.
Yeah, plenty of games in Melbourne. Proud to have such a representative here in one of their hometown tournaments, holding it up against all the Sydney Invaders. Oh, those people they make me sick, Kira.
No, come on. We love our interstate players.
Yeah, we do.
Especially we're going to be, we're going to be the interstaters hopefully when we go up to Spotlight Series.
I was about to say, yeah, I can't really run my mouth too much if I intend to go to Brisbane next year and get a warm welcome. So Queenslanders, Banana Benders, you're friends of mine. Sydney-siders, we're on talking terms still.
Jong's Deserters for Christian Pierce. And a training dummy.
We haven't seen this one yet today, right? I love this card. Lord Pumpkinhead. Cabbage Head? What? Some
Cabbage
sort of vegetable. I forget.
That's what I call my brother.
Yeah, so this is a defender, but it's a defender that generates you advantage over time as it stays in play defending. So it's not really the sort of boring static wall you've seen otherwise.
Ooh, Team Avatar. I have heard a lot of really good things about this enchantment.
I love this card. Yeah, this card is interesting statistically. It's quite played, and it has only a very slightly positive sort of win rate when drawn. But I would argue that's just from the inherent nature of it's a card that doesn't do anything on its own. It depends on you already having a board state, and so in matches where you're behind badly, it does nothing, and you feel terrible about it. In matches where you're ahead, you win, so that's good. And it's got 2 modes. The first mode it's similar to a card from Ravnica Allegiance, which I'm drawing a blank on, but it sort of gives all your creatures Exalted. It incentivizes you attack with 1 creature, and if you do attack with just 1, it gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. So all of your other creatures kind of lend their strength, and it's really good in these board stall states because you can attack with 1 little ally. It'll be enormous. Your opponent at worst trades with it, and then you just go next turn attack with an equally enormous ally.
Yeah. Barrels of Blasting Jelly from Jose. He says, I see your Team Avatar, and I'd like to blow it up at some point.
Yeah, I mean, you can blow up the ally that's attacking, I suppose, but this is what we kind of commented on this before. There's not as much enchantment removal in the set as you might think, which we've already seen come to the fore. Lots of people in our feature match area are lucky enough to open, say, one of the Ascension cycle. Airbender Ascension won a couple of different games. I can see Waterbender Ascension there in Jose Hilario's graveyard. And it's just really difficult to get rid of these enchantments, and they add a lot of value. They run away with the game.
Going to mill with the sparring dummy again. And pass back, and that is a hefty number of lands to just leave open.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's part of what the sparring dummy does, right? It doesn't just mill you. If you mill over a land, you draw it. But even milling, given how the sort of lessons in graveyard part of the archetype works, can be advantageous to you. Corrupt Court Official discarding one of those many lands from hand, so they have another upside. They can be used to sort of blank removal spells if you have way too many lands. And Jose's going to play one of the ramping lessons. It's essentially rampant growth, but it contributes to your lesson stuff.
I think I saw, and I could be totally missing it here. I think I saw the 3-mana Aang in Jose's hand as well.
That is also in Jose's deck. I saw it in the earlier feature match while I was on note-taking. Jose's deck is stacked. I mean, you think, oh, that's so many bombs. Jose is playing 4 colors at least to cover all those rares. But as you can see, it's not really a problem. You have access to 4 colors right now. You think you don't have white? Nope, there's a Rumble Arena at the back there. So that Aang, incredibly castable. You can immediately threaten to flip it, and that's another card that will just win the game if not answered.
All of the Aang's really powerful.
Yeah, but some of them, the one that's 4 colors, you have to do every bending in one turn.
Yeah.
I flipped it in limited, but it is some work to do.
You are really putting the hard yards in when it comes to...
This one is just have a lot of mana.
And look, we can do that.
Reach the late game, and Jose's deck is really good at reaching the late game. So for someone like Christian, that's the thing, like after game 2 of the Jose's earlier round, we saw game 3 was kind of a non-factor, and I don't know if this came across on coverage, but the players afterwards were discussing, what was in your kit? Because you kept 7 and then did nothing. His opponent felt so pressured by the power of Jose's late game deck that he kept a hand that had only forests and white spells, just because he was like, well, if I draw a plains, I can curve out, and if I don't, then I'm dead anyway. And that's the kind of spot a sealed deck can put you in if your opponent just seems to have way better cards than you.
All right.
Speaking of better cards, Master Piandao, we haven't seen that today yet, have we?
Not yet. Remind me. I can't read the text on this one.
It's a 4/4 first strike for 5. This is Aang's mentor, right?
This is Sokka's mentor?
Oh, it's Sokka's mentor.
This is Sokka's mentor who helps him forge the meteorite sword.
Right. Well, that's okay. The meteorite sword also a sick card in this set, but you can see there 4/4 ally, and like Sokka, part of the sort of ally archetype. This is a white draw engine that's really powerful in all facets of the game. Really, the only downside is it costs 5 and is legendary, but now you're gonna have to pay another 2 mana actually on top of that, because here is that Aang we mentioned.
Yep, this is going to be Aang, Swift Savior.
This one is maybe the most powerful just by dint of being a 3 mana flash card that interacts immediately, and it is going to merit a 4 mana removal spell. Christian, absolutely no qualms about firing off that sold out, and yeah, you would sell out the Avatar. That's probably the most valuable person you could sell out to the Fire Nation, I reckon.
Raucous audience, a little bit of ramping. Not super necessary at this point, but it's just about board presence right now.
I love the art on that card as well. It's like the classic meme of the 3 guys like in the chest. Yeah!
We're going to replay Master Piandao.
Exactly. I wouldn't be that excited about seeing the Avatar get dragged away by the Fire Nation, but you got to celebrate something. Piandao might actually get to attack here. If it does, we'll reveal the top, is it 4 cards, 5 cards of the library, and you're looking for an ally or a lesson, I think, which is a lot of cards in the set.
I think it's ally, lesson, and
equipment, of course, because you have to be able to get the sword. Not as many equipment, but the equipment you can have in this set, like we saw glider stuff a couple of times, very good. Also very good, the Fire Nation drill. Get an ETB, and do you want to drill something? Yeah, you want to drill something. For the mere cost of, tapping it on ETB, so basically nothing, it plows right through that defending creature, and now you have just kind of a huge attacker on board.
Really good tempo swing. And again, this is like this is still game 1 for these 2 players. We are really battling it out. We're deep into what, probably 10 or 12 turns at this point. We joined in the middle of this match, but this is still, we're just chugging along now.
Yeah, and it's kind of an interesting spot here now, because you've got multiple strong attackers in both the Fire Nation drill and Master Piandao. But beyond just the question of, well, how do I crew my drill, because your only other creature is a 1/1, it has crew 2, you've still got that Team Avatar on board. So you're sort of at this inflection point where it might be actually more valuable to ignore Team Avatar and attack with all your creatures. But if you're trying to avoid blowouts or just really maximize the value in a long game, you do want to kind of squeeze all the juice out of that enchantment. So Christian has a lot of good things to think about, but it shows some of the skill testing elements of this format.
Also just shows how important removal has been. We've talked a lot about these like blue-white X decks, but these are both players who are playing black. And black has access to some really good removal while expensive. Sold out, very expensive. Epic Downfall, Heartless Act, other mainstays in black removal in this format. But it just shows there's no real weak link, it feels like.
Black's removal is definitely its strong. It is the control color in this format. Blue is a lot more flexible, white is a lot more flexible, red is a lot more aggressive, green is also there. Black is where you want to be if you want to play a grindy slow deck, just because, yeah, it has such depth of quality, unconditional removal, and it's discard as well. Like these Corrupt Court officials, we've been seeing discard really impactful cards in a lot of games. Then there's also, is it Ozai's Cruelty? One of the best mind rots we've seen in years for Limited. Very strong card as well if you're in black. And Piandao, we can see the first striking attacker buffed up even more by Team Avatar. That is the choice, just get in solo. Your opponent's basically never going to have a favorable block for that. God forbid if you should also have mana open to, threaten a combat trick or removal instant speed. Exactly. That's going to be a Compassionate Healer next as well for Christian before passing back to Jose. I think it says a lot about this format, the Compassionate Healer. It's a good 2-drop, don't get me wrong. Scrying every turn is nice as long as it can attack. This is also a notably above average card in the set by sort of play rate, win rate. So it just goes to show almost any card that can contribute to an aggressive white deck is doing numbers right now.
Also, we saw just a really good interaction there from Christian, using the Fire Nation Drill's crew to tap the Compassionate Healer straight away. Really, really good.
Squeeze every bit of value out of that. Get a life and scry 1, absolutely meaningful value. It's not quite worth a card on its own, but that is a great rider for any spell. So to be able to do it repeatedly on, you know, a 2/2 ally, that's perfectly on rate. It makes this one of the better commons in the set.
Well, and again, now that we're super deep into this match, the scrying is going to be really important. You're going to want to make sure that you are constantly putting lands on the bottom of your deck.
Yeah, especially when, like, in this case, Christian doesn't have any, but you can see Jose has at least one of those dual lands over there from the cycle in this set. Those have 4 tap, sacrifice, draw a card. Becomes hugely relevant at this point in the game. If you don't have another source of card advantage, and granted there are a lot of them in this set, you're very grateful to have these little bits of advantage here, like normally unassuming cards that can help you make sure you don't miss draw steps.
That Fire Nation Drill is going to got pumped up to an additional 4 off of that team avatar, and that'll do it for Jose. So that game goes to Christian. We'll go back to Paris and Kyle.
It's nice to see some of the grindier side of this format, because I think that's what we've been saying all day, is that there are these really fast, kind of pressure-centric games where one person gets a lead early, gets a strong rare, or this really nice combination of cards that tap down all the opponent's blockers, and you can kind of just run people over. But if that doesn't happen, you do also have a solid sample of decks that are ramping, that are splashing, that are trying to get to the long game to play all these bombs, and both of our feature matches, I think, are showcasing that.
Amazing. And we are going to game 3 here for Paris and Kyle.
Yeah, okay, fantastic. I love a game 3, so all to play for here, especially as, you know, being, this is one of those things that's completely obvious to say, but it is meaningful. This is a 10-round event, effectively. After this, they are done with Sealed, but these players have to go on and play 5 rounds of Standard. So depending on how confident you are in the current Standard format, which is explosive to say the least, having an X and 2 record here might not be enough if you're trying to make top 8. You know, you would really want to believe in your standard deck if you were there. If you're X and 1 or X and 0 even, you've got a lot more leeway in the subsequent rounds.
Well, so I was going to say being 4-1 going into the 2 rounds of standard that we have today would be so incredibly important. Being 3-2, obviously not the worst position that you could find yourself in. You may, you know,
you're alive.
You go 3-2 and you win your next 2 matches and you end the day at, was it 5-2, 4-2? I can't do math anymore. 5-2.
But mentally,
yeah. But mentally, yeah. But it's a good place to be in. So it's going to be really important to see kind of where we end up with these 2 players playing for it all.
Paris with a nice start here. I mean, just one more thing again. If you're wondering why are these waterbending cards all so strong, look how many cards in this set are just like completely solid on-rate creatures that make 2 things. Forecasting Fortune Teller, 1/3 blocker. That blocks a lot of stuff in this set. Really slows down the game for your opponent. If you need to attack, you get in your damage anyway, and you get a clue. So that's going to make sure that you cantrip past this in the late game. It doesn't just become a late game dead draw. In the early game, it can trigger various things, or it can just be used to pay waterbending costs for double efficient rate. It's just does everything you want, and that's like your 5th, 6th best common in blue.
Iguana Parrot, Flying Vigilance.
Very differently aimed blue common there. That's quite an aggressive. Flying Prowess Vigilance. You're going to dominate combat in the early and mid game going, and Paris certainly wants to slow that down. Airbending Lesson is one of those cards I honestly underestimated just for its cost, but airbending has been so good in the format.
Airbending Lesson, just going to put Kyle back that 1 extra step. Airbend target non-land permanent, draw a card. Really good cantrip. I think if it just said airbend target non-land permanent, it would be a little bit less powerful, but the draw a card attached to it, it replaces itself. Very good.
Yeah, I suppose anyone who's been playing in the past with cards like Remand or is it Reprieve, the white Remand they put in Lord of the Rings, you come to understand how good it can be to just say slightly slow down your opponent, especially if you're cantripping past that spell.
Messenger Hawk going to be the play for Kyle this turn. We're staying on curve here. We're a little bit ahead. We're not going to just replay the Iguana Parrot. We'll stay ahead on mana.
Feels like Messenger Hawk has been maybe the card of the day, at least in terms of popularity. I mean, it is like sort of a hybrid mana drop, but no one missing their chance to play this card.
Aang, the last airbender, is going to airbend the Messenger Hawk, so now all of the birds have been blotted out of the sky.
Yeah, it shows you again, this is the sort of... This is certainly how the mirror goes, but this is kind of one of the key dynamics of the format, is how many flyers do you have? Because the blue-white deck can put a ton of flyers in the air. Most decks don't have as many if you're not also playing that archetype. And so then their game becomes simple. They just say, how many of your flying blockers can I take out of the way?
Avatar Enthusiasts again, and then we'll replay the Iguana Parrot.
Yeah, this is one thing, though. Because Paris hasn't made huge inroads yet on Kyle's life total, if you have a card like Avatar Enthusiast, and granted, you do need the correct follow-up, but if that card can start to scale up, if you have an engine that can efficiently get Messenger Hawk to trigger every turn, you can start to race the blue-white deck back until they draw something that really pumps up their combat damage. They aren't killing you quickly.
Be really awesome to see an Airbender Ascension for Kyle.
Oh, you'd love it, yeah.
Just as, again, we saw that really excellent feedback loop of just either blinking the Messenger Hawk, or as we saw really punishingly, the Enthusiast, the Snowballers?
The Snowballers, yeah.
The rowdy Snowballers.
Just an infinite supply of snowballs, one of the deadliest weapons in the Avatar universe,
exactly.
Clearly. And Aang, I mean, also one of the deadliest weapons in the Avatar universe, and acts like it in this. Oh, wow, okay. You kind of expect that if your opponent, again, it's so hard to go to combat and offer a block when your opponent has mana up and you don't. Sometimes you have to chance it, right? Or you'll just never be in a position to do anything. But
well, this is very thematic as well. We've put enter the Avatar state on Aang as well.
Flavor win.
Until end of turn, target creature you control becomes an Avatar in addition to its other types and gains flying, first strike, lifelink, and hexproof. And so that's going to take out the Iguana Parrot and save the Aang.
I'm almost a little bit surprised. This card, I mean, the card has so much text on it already. I guess that's why. But I feel like they could have had a little rider on there saying that, you know, it transforms it if it's an Avatar or something. Like, you know, like it literally makes Aang enter the Avatar state. But it does enough there. You don't need to do anything more than it did to win a game limited in Avatar. Now you see, again, you had 2 flying blockers. Well, one's airbended. You replay the other one. That gets killed by a combat trick. And now suddenly you can't block Aang at all.
Yeah. And again, importantly, Aang, anytime that Paris casts a lesson, Aang will gain lifelink.
Yeah, which is, again, relevant when you're both playing these kinds of decks that would rather be attacking, rather be on offense. Paris, if you can build up enough of a life lead, then you can just start kind of swinging for the fences with stuff like the otter penguins can't be blocked. Aang often can't be blocked. If you can't block these creatures, your only recourse is to race, and it's hard to race in these spots. It's how the blue-white deck kind of corners you.
Well, it's also hard to race lifelink. When your opponent just keeps gaining life, it becomes very difficult.
This is going to keep you in the race, though, if it gets to actually attack. So this is, you know, the giant koi is part of one of a classic, I feel like, string of blue big, beefy comets, and it's got a way to expensively become unblockable. Except this one isn't even expensive. It's waterbend for 3, which is nothing.
Well, and especially in these kinds of decks that just make artifacts and creatures. Like this Messenger Hawk, if it gets replayed from Exile Airbend Zone, it'll make another clue. And you can use the 2 clues and the Avatar Enthusiast to make the giant koi unblockable.
Yeah, or even the Messenger Hawk that you just played. It is sort of tap and untap creature, so it disregards haste. But now you can see this is one sort of mirror breaker type effect you could play. If not a giant creature, a draw engine that scales off combat. So Waterbearing Ascension, I think it's my least impressive of the Ascension cycle, but that's more a comment on how good all the other ones are. This one just takes a little bit to fire up. Once it's online, any effect that says, you know, when you hit your opponent, draw a card is going to be gangbusters in Limited.
So Waterbender Ascension, whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, put a quest counter on this enchantment. Then if it has 4 or more quest counters on it, draw a card. So we saw those 2 unblockable creatures or nigh unblockable creatures get in, and that's going to put 2 counters onto the Waterbender Ascension.
And it does also have a secondary ability. I think almost all the Ascensions, if not all of them, have this secondary ability that you can use to help kind of get that quest completed. In this case, it's repeatable. You can Waterbend 4, kind of like the Koi does, to make any creature you control unblockable, which is, it doesn't feel as good to do it for a 2/2 as it does for the big fish.
Yeah.
But if you're really desperate, if it's a really slow game, you can forcibly get that enchantment online and then start forcibly pushing creatures for damage and card draw.
Does look like Kyle played an Earth Kingdom Jailer, and that's where the Aang has gone.
Fantastic card. I mean, we've already commented on this before, but this is one of its best spots to be, where the game is otherwise kind of slow. It's not always the best card to draw when you're getting absolutely run over, because then your opponent just has to have their 1 removal spell they were probably holding anyway, and your card ended up doing nothing. In this case, though, we haven't seen a lot of removal from either player, so possibly this Jailer is going to keep Aang locked up for a little while.
Pass back to Paris. So Kyle replayed that Messenger Hawk as well. That's going to get us another clue.
And did we waterbend and get in with the Koi? It looks like it.
I believe we did.
Yeah, so that's a 4-turn clock. I mean, the lifelink is off the table. Paris has a great card draw engine, but you know that's only effective if the game can be delayed. And if you aren't able to find an answer for this Koi, it can't be blocked. There's only so many outs you can have.
It's a 3-turn clock effectively as well. Kyle can just keep paying the waterbend cost to make it unblockable.
Not to mention at this point, there's no flying blocker, so the Hawk can get in as well. And Paris, for now at least, showing that maybe the only answer is to get on the aggressive and baits out the block from the Hawk.
That's going to be octopus form on the otter. This otter is now also an octopus.
As if it needed more creature types. If only there was a zookeeper around. But I say bait it out. That was not like that block was a huge mistake for Kyle, because of course you have to remember your own life total. Especially now, you sort of think, as long as I don't die, this fish is going to lock the game up. I've got enough lands to pay for the water bending cost. But unfortunately, Paris did have the answer. Watery Grasp coming down. You wouldn't think that would do too much to stop a fish, but hey, you know, what do I know about water bending?
Fish in water normally where they like to be, but this fish has been grasped and it's effectively not going to do anything anymore.
I suppose if it lives in the water, maybe it's sort of super vulnerable to water bending. There's just so much of the element around that you can easily grasp it. Kyle looks like that brief glimpse of Kyle's hand showed a few more pretty good attackers, including Master Piandao, but at least now you're going to be delayed until you can deploy those way to turn attack. Paris having time to draw more outs.
Well, and this really importantly, we touched on earlier how Watery Grasp is this good but not good kind of tap down engine, because if the creature isn't already tapped, there's a chance that your opponent just leaves it up as a blocker forever, and even though it has the Watery Grasp, you can still kind of utilize it. But in this moment, Kyle having attacked in with the Giant Koi, getting Watery Grasp, huge big play here, because that would have been in total something like 7 mana that Kyle has invested into the Giant Koi that with 1 mana now cannot be used anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a spell with drawbacks. It's not perfect, but I think before we saw the worst sides of Watery Grasp, this is the spot where it's at its best. And I think that's part of why it still has like a positive win rate, because it's at its best in these already great blue-white decks. When you are forcing your opponent to race your flyers, your unblockable creatures, they are going to be tapping out their biggest bodies, unless they happen to be specifically one Shatong. And that's when you can Watery Grasp them, and they don't have the time or the mana to, you know, to deal with that enchantment usually, unless they happen to have a very convenient airbending effect.
Yeah, so this was Glider Kids into Kyoshi Warriors, and that's going to be an additional 2 more allies entering, which is going to buff up the Avatar Fanatics.
I'd love to ask Kyle, like, we couldn't see much of that hand in advance of that, but I wonder if those Avatar enthusiasts had been sandbagged until then. I'd suspect not, but Kyle's shown a real knack for being able to instantly follow up this, you know, 3 mana 2/2 is not a great rate. When it's immediately a 4/4, or in this case a 6/6, you feel a lot better.
Yeah. And the enthusiasts are going to swing in. Paris down to 9, Kyle on 12. And again, this format, it really highlights how swingy things can be every now and then. Because just a moment ago, you know, 3 turns ago, Paris was at 23.
Yeah, and it swings around these large individual cards really make a difference, right? Kyle's game's turned first when you draw the Koi and get that deployed, and Paris doesn't really have an immediate or clean answer for it. And then you follow that up with a second punch. You throw out this Avatar enthusiast. You know, these aren't bomb mythic rares. This is a common. Although it is a nice foil, but you know, it does enough, right? And as long as you have something that's bigger than what your opponent's doing, Paris maybe not having the right part of the deck, and now you see, you know, they were putting on a brave front before, but the body language, slumping the shoulders a little bit here. This is either an amazing bluff or someone who is really praying their top card something special.
Really curious to see what Kyle follows up with next, and it is Master Piandao.
Paris with a wry smile there, knowing that this is a terrible sign. Obviously, you get a turn of reprieve before the Master comes in himself, but in the meantime, he is also an ally. The Avatar enthusiast getting ever more enthusiastic. Maybe I have to start chump blocking here.
Yeah, it would feel like this is a moment where you have to start just playing to your outs a little bit and just playing to play the next turn.
Paris has a ton of mana up, and we're going to learn a lot right here over whether or not they can actually spend it to effect. Because if you don't have anything to contribute to this combat, it says very strongly you don't have anything at all. Your hands all land somehow, or something else very narrow that you can't make much use of at this moment. From what we've seen of Paris' deck, it would surprise me if that was the case, but I mean, you're down to 9 life. You could easily get Alpha Striked here for most of that and be forced to take bad blocks.
Looks like we're just confirming how many counters are being put on the Avatar enthusiasts based on the number of allies that have entered the battlefield.
It does seem as though there have been 4 left to right, but worth asking.
Yeah, always worth double checking. When you're in a consequential moment like this, when you're worried about, you know, if the difference is going to be whether you get to take both creatures out or you actually only get to take one creature out, it is really important. The math matters.
Even if Paris, I mean, that might be the question you ask. You might even be thinking about something else, right? You don't want to tell your opponent, yeah, I'm thinking I've got this removal spell, but I'm not 100% about it.
Yeah.
Like, so just some time to think. May as well take your time if you're going to shake your opponent's hand otherwise. But Paris, critical moment of the match, and that's a huge spell. Sokka's Haiku. So actually, we're going back. Can we go back to before that resolved, actually? We kind of rushed ahead to put a counter on the Avatar Enthusiasts, which still appears to have that counter.
Yeah, so what is it? Sokka's Haiku.
Its counter target spell is sort of the main line. The card is also a haiku. It's like 3 lines of text that's exactly a haiku, but the consequential one, it's like counter target spell, mill 3 cards, untap target land. There we go. So you can see the big one there is counter target spell, which is pretty expensive for counter target spell. But when you can counter a 5-drop, that's quite value in itself. Okay. Well, then Paris now with a slight reprieve, it looks like, thanks to that Sokka's Haiku. Who knew that that particular moment could turn the tide of a battle? But... well,
and again, a really excellent job of weaving story and style and card mechanic together. The card itself is actually, like the rules text on the card is a haiku. So they've done a very good job.
It's one of those cute, I mean, maybe it is too cute for some people, but I love those moments in Magic. I love like the time stop that just says end the turn on it. I love the cards that play in little funny ways with the rules text and stuff. And especially when it ties into the lore and the art as well. You just get a card that makes you smile every time you look at it. And I feel like there's a lot of those in this set, especially for Avatar fans like yourself, Kira.
Oh, absolutely. It'll quench you.
It'll quench you. I'm a Quench fan, so I'm a big fan. So like, oh, Quench reprint? And then it's like, no, it's a joke about Quench, even better.
It's even better than Quench reprint.
It is the quenchiest, confirmed.
What's like this is now Quench 5 through 8 in your deck.
Exactly. You can now play, you can be the Quencher if you want. Anyway, speaking of this, Paris trying to quench the aggressive ambitions of Kyle, who's trying to, of course, move to 4-1 here. This is a decisive attack. Blocks look tough for Paris, unfortunately. We're going to be losing some creature. And also going to 1 life.
Really intense. I would hope for an Avatar's Wrath. Everyone who's playing white, I feel like, is hoping for Avatar's Wrath, because that would just be a really good tempo reset.
Yeah, any kind of board wipe. Memory fails me on the name of that, the uncommon one where everyone has to sacrifice creatures, but this is clearly the best option available if Paris has it in their pool.
The other thing that you could do really intentionally, it might sound crazy if there was an Avatar's Wrath, is you could target the giant koi so that the watery grasp doesn't fall off of it, and then you could airbend everything else.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, airbend all other creatures.
All
that's
other
true.
creatures,
Yeah,
and then you keep the watery grasp on the giant koi. Kyle doesn't have a chance to replay it.
Yeah,
etc.
Yeah,
but it looks like it's just going to be untap and pass back for Paris.
Yeah, potential outs getting lower here. Maybe a couple of copies of Razor Rings could bail you out. You never say die.
Again, you have to play to the outs. You have to make them have it.
Oh, okay, but this is the combat math changer. I think this card is like, every time they print this effect, right? This is Water Tribe Captain. It has the pay 5 activated ability to pump your whole team. This is like the backbreaker common in every set it's in. It makes you just immediately 100% more likely to play white, because this is what happens. You just go to combat and go, okay, well, whatever happens here, you have to play around me just winning the game by paying all my mana, and then I'll, do whatever else I'm going to do in hand. Lost Days is a pretty decent out to have for Paris. Can blunt the biggest attacker there, which would be the Avatar Enthusiasts.
Looks like it targeted the Earth Kingdom Jailer, so we'll get
to get back the blocker.
Back.
Yeah, that might be the only way, because then that will also ETB airbend something. I was going to say that might not be enough, but of course, you make the better play that takes out multiple attackers. I lost track. I forgot that was even on the board, right? It had been so long since we've seen Aang, but it's still not enough, and Paris puts up a brave showing, but Kyle Gibson sees that one out, just never miss playing, puts on the pressure, and eventually rewarded with the W.
We'll swing over to Jose Gabriel Hilario and Christian Pierce, who are also in Game 3.
Yeah, I mentioned that Zuki before. Jose actually has one, which was helpful in winning the earlier feature match we saw. Won't be helpful in winning this one as Christian drops the Fire Nation drill on it. That's a worthwhile target, taken out with extreme prejudice. It makes every other creature in the set so massive, Kira.
It is such a good... Is this the Zookeeper?
Yeah, and it's also a 4/4 for 4.
Yeah, it's still good.
Yeah, so we just took 6 power and toughness of stats off the board. No big deal. And added a huge vehicle of our own.
Fire Nation Drill, putting in a lot of work. Look, is it an expensive removal spell? Yes, but drill.
I mean, if you compare it to, say, I don't know, this is an unfair comparison, but Ravenous Chupacabra.
Oh, I love Chups.
I love Chupacabra also. I would draft it in this set. Fire Nation Drill a little bit bigger than Ravenous Chupacabra.
Exactly, and we saw that really great synergy from Christian earlier when we were back on the table a moment ago between the Compassionate Healer and the Fire Nation Drill, where you're just gaining life and scrying every single turn when you get into that late game.
Yeah, and I mean, after this, to remind everyone, this is our 5th round of Sealed here at the Australian Open in Command Fest Melbourne, and after this, we will be switching over to Standard for the remaining 5 rounds, including our last 2 matches of the day here on day 1. And that's one of the common through lines from this set to the rest of Standard that I really personally love, is there's all these different mechanics that rely on tapping your creatures as a cost, but then there's mechanics like the survive mechanic and just triggers on various creatures that reward you for having a creature be tapped. So the Fire Nation Drill becomes an enabler as well as a payoff.
And for those of you who are big fans of Avatar: The Last Airbender and you've been loving this Sealed and you don't want to see Avatar cards go away, stick around for Standard because these cards have had a huge impact on the Standard metagame.
Yeah, you might be shocked how many of them are just still on the table in the Standard portion of the event.
If you like Aang, if you like Appa, if you like Idolquentia, you'll get to see many more of these cards as we head into the Standard Constructed rounds. We'll have 2 rounds of Standard Constructed before we finish up today.
Yeah, and it's kind of fun. I feel like there was a time in Magic where there were these cards that were sort of, it was like, this is a cool card, to see Aang or whatever, but the big name like characters weren't always the sort of cards that dominated the competitive metagame. It was sort of, well, that's a neat card, but I'm going to go back to playing my sort of efficient 2-drop. But no, we do have a format where maybe the best deck in the room is the Aang and Appa best friends shaking hands combo deck. And I'm sure that's a real treat for anyone who likes winning, but also likes, Avatar, the actual series. As Christian now applying pressure, it seems, or ready to apply pressure with the draw potential. We see Team Avatar again, another card that was really prominent earlier in the feature match.
Team Avatar with the Fire Nation Drill, again, just really, really strong.
Yeah, they're each strong in their own right, but when you pump up this Trampler, like, you might even consider playing more conservatively than you normally would, because the upside of getting to attack with a massive Trampler is so good, you don't want to risk losing it, right? Team Avatar is a +X buff, but that said, Jose playing a curious play, right? Was that Waterbending Scroll was deployed just this turn?
The turn previously, yeah.
Turn previously, yeah. So that is an extremely slow card at this present point in time. It draws cards, but the cost depends on how many islands you have, and Jose's only got the 1, so it's really not a viable option right now. When your opponent is attacking with 6-8 Trampler, and you're paying 2 for a card that pays 5 to draw, you're in different worlds at that point.
It looks, we're still early game in game 3, so there's a chance for Jose to kind of stabilize out, hopefully draw
early
more.
game, Jose's down to 8.
Well,
you're not wrong, right? Early in time, but Jose may not get a mid or a late game unless you can put some power and toughness on the board, or even better, have some removal.
Early in time, late in life, and that's going to be a Platypus Bear.
That is a blocker. That is one of the things that we needed to find.
Well, look, while the Fire Nation Drill is still really strong and powerful, it doesn't have as much toughness. And so you can line up some pretty okay blocks. I'm not going to say great, we'll say okay blocks.
Oh, okay. So this is one of the we're seeing a cool exchange here. You mentioned removal of the Fire Nation Drill. This is part of the downside of a lot of the removal in the set is sorcery speed, including that aura-based removal there is not really possible to hit the drill unless your opponent crews it up to block. And so instead we go for the creature that was going to crew it, and in response we see a card that is sort of I can't remember the name of it to be honest, but it's a dual modal spell, either destroy attack creature. There we go. Airbender's Reversal. Airbender's something. Airbender's Reversal, instant lesson, destroy target attack creature, or, in this case, a defensive airbend target creature you control. And, I'll also get my extra ally token. I reset my my ETB trigger, and now I have even more creatures to crew my drill, and your removal spell did nothing.
And here it comes back, the Compassionate Healer. We're going to crew the Fire Nation Drill. We'll gain 1 life and scry. And again, Christian's going to be able to seriously refine his top deck at this point. It looked like there was a scry to the top as well, which is just not what you want to see when you're in Jose's position.
We've been talking up blue-white decks, and Jose's deck is a monster, right? Like, this is a really strong steel pool in terms of bombs. Christian just absolutely getting it done with, okay, there's the Fire Nation Drill, but a lot of just white and black commons and uncommons, proving there is more than one great archetype in the set so long as you are base white.
Jose goes down to 1. Really difficult as well. Puts 2 creatures in front of the Fire Nation Drill to absorb as much of that power as possible, because the Fire Nation Drill does have trample.
This is where not having like specifically Heartless Act, like you need such specific removal to kill a huge creature like this drill at instant speed, and not having it, and indeed having what looks like maybe the opposite part of the deck, like the very slow draw engine, is put Jose in a massive hole. We know he's an amazing player, but you can only do so much sometimes with the tools you're given.
And look, both of these players are in a commanding position throughout. They are now 4-0 in round 5 of Sealed, and they'll be going. Someone will be 4-1, and someone will be 5-0. And this is a deadly precision.
That is one effective way to utilize the scroll in a position like this, is as sacrifice fodder. But being on 1 now makes things very difficult. God, you'd love to be able to fire that off like a turn ago, but not only is Jose constrained on lands overall, it looks like you may be constrained on black sources. A really difficult spot here. Now playing with just 1 blocker, no mana to activate that Barrel of Blasting Jelly, and multiple lethal attackers, as of course any attacker would be lethal here. That's going to be the game. Well played both players. Christian Pierce, 5-0 with what looks like just a solid black-white aggro deck.
Let's go, big dog!
You love to hear the enthusiasm there from the table as Christian takes out this sealed portion of the event. But all of those players we just saw, as you mentioned, Kira, in a commanding spot as we look to advance to the standard portion of our event. We're already into the back half here at the Australian Open.
There are only 2 more rounds left, and that is absolutely correct. We are moving into standard constructed. So if you like Avatar, we're hopefully going to see even more Lessons decks. We're going to see some Airbender Ascension decks. I can't wait to see what the metagame here looks like.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see some Badger Mole, some Earthbending, all of that good stuff you mentioned.
There's so much interesting stuff coming. I honestly cannot wait for what comes next in Standard. What deck would you be playing in Standard right now?
I wanted to say the cool Superior Spider-Man reanimation pile,
okay.
But I don't know if the room seems to not favor it. It seems like everyone is so talking up this airbending combo. Maybe I just sort of have to, default to that wisdom.
The airbending deck is really, really cool. Hopefully we get a chance to see it in action coming up soon. We do have an interview with Ruby, our host, and Christian, our 5-0 after Sealed. So we'll head on over and check in.
Right here. In a minute.
Yeah.
No, don't worry, I'll hold on to you. Oh, what an incredible round. I am here with CJ after our final round of Sealed. How are you feeling after that?
Yeah, pretty good actually. Pretty ready for a beer. But we've got some more Standard to play, so.
Absolutely, some celebratory events afterwards. You do have two more rounds of Standard though, so a very different format. What is your thoughts and feelings? What are your preferences between these two?
I mean, it's a bit of a mess, but at least there's no Viv to worry about. We've got some good decks between us and the boys, so we'll see what happens, yeah.
Brilliant. And so in that last matchup, how were you feeling in the middle? Was there any point where you thought there was a turning point? Were you feeling under the pump? Let me know.
Knowing me, I'd put my foot in it somewhere, but it actually turned out pretty well. He did really well to beat me game 2 on a mulligan to 5, but we got there at the end. It's our first feature match, so it's not too bad. The lights are pretty bright.
Congratulations, they definitely are. They definitely are. So for Standard Constructed, do you have any little tidbits of info? Are you keeping them secret until we get to that match?
It's got to be a secret, right? You can't give out the winning information.
That is very, very fair. Well, I wish you the best of luck. You're on a really good path to potential top 8 for tomorrow. Yes, very much. That 10K, the slice of that pie. I wish you the best of luck and good luck in Standard.
Thanks so much.
Welcome back to round 6 of the Australian Open right here at Command Fest Melbourne. We have seen the end of the sealed portion of our event and we are moving into standard constructed. We have seen 2 incredible players go 5-0 already. So let's see if we can take that into the next part of this tournament. We have got 10K on the line here, that prize pool that everyone wants a slice of, and we will see how much more Avatar in the standard constructed. We've seen so much of it, of course. It's the entire sealed portion. Let's see what we've got.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, I was going to welcome you back, but that's already been done for me. My name is Quincy, and joining me on the mic once again for these last 2 rounds of Standard here, it's Molly.
Hey everybody, Ruby couldn't have said it better. We have just wrapped up 5 full rounds of Avatar Limited Sealed. And it's been an incredible journey so far, and we're super excited to see what the standard portion of this event will look like. We're about to do 7 rounds of Standard, 2 today, 5 tomorrow, and we are watching now our 2 4-1 players, James Pianto and Susanna Cooper.
And interesting deck choices here. You know, they've been slugging it out in Sealed. They've been at the mercy of their packs, but now they're in full control, none more so than James, who's got Orzhov control up for us today, versus Is It Prowess from Susanna. It's interesting. Orzhov control is definitely not on my bingo card for something I was expecting to see this weekend. You know, the meta is sort of wide open after the recent bannings, and we've seen people go in a ton of different directions, sort of trying to figure out what is best. One of the top dogs is definitely the different flavors of Is It you can get, and I'm eager to see exactly which flavor Susanna has here today. Orzhov control, though, is interesting. I wonder if it's a Pixie-based build or if it's just straight black-white control.
Yeah, for sure. I'm super excited to see that as well. I mean, Melbourne, as a competitive meta, has always lent quite heavily towards the control side of things, but I'm with you, Quincy. I was not Orzhov control on my bingo list either. So we did just see a soccer from Susanna, which, you know, went on the stack and then was promptly nowhere to go.
Yeah, and you can see some telltale signs there from James, too. This is not going to be your Pixie-based control bounce shell. It's just actually black-white control, you know, a ton of removal.
Looks like straight-up control. Yep, here we go.
Yeah, only 3 creatures in the main deck that I'm seeing here in his deck list. He's got a Beza and a Ketramos, so leaning really hard into control here. Will it be enough to get the edge versus Is It? Because Is It, you know, so much card selection. Also running relatively few creatures compared to some of the more aggro decks in the format, like Simic, etc.
Absolutely, which means that any of James's main deck spot removal just isn't as effective as it could be. We did see it, you know, come in clutch right away, but much less likely as the game will progress. We've seen 2 sleight of hands from Susanna already, and it's big on the cantrips, is it?
Yes. I've got to imagine that James is favored here in game 1 because the Is It decks, they have a lot of spells, but they're typically not running a ton of interaction. It's more about tempo, card selection, and how that synergizes with the few creatures that they do have. I imagine in a sideboard situation, we're going to see a lot more, you know, some negates brought in, that sort of thing.
Absolutely, and Susanna's reading the room already, you know, discarding her direct removal in Firebending Lesson to try and draw more gas, and like really looking for a creature that she can land and stick, and then start to bump either using prowess or, you know, the numerous spells that will come along through an Is It deck to really make sure that it's max damage every single turn.
Yeah. You know, it's been kind of a slow start, and that usually doesn't bode well for the Is It player in this sort of situation, but she has such a giant grip of cards at this point that, like, you know, it might just be enough to battle through all the removal interaction on James's side.
The reason they really want to get that early start as well is once the control player really finds their stride and starts having open mana every single turn, it just becomes harder and harder to land those spells, right?
Yeah.
So with Orzhov control, you know, generally control is a blue realm.
Yep.
As, you know, your general counter spells, your draw cards, most of that sits in blue. So how is James going to maintain control of the game?
I think it's mostly you know, looking at his deck list, it seems like it's really geared to answer a lot of creature-based strategies because, like you said, it's not heavy on the interaction on the stack. It's more about removing the permanents in play.
Absolutely.
And to that effect, I'm looking at his deck list here. He's got 2 Day of Judgment, 3 Deadly Cover-Up, you know, a bunch of Steam Rips, and a bunch of Nowhere to Run. So just like every way you can think of to get things off of the battlefield.
Wow, we've seen a siege. So a Frostcliff siege from Susanna Cooper, and we are just figuring out whether it's been named Jeskai or Tima. It looks like it's been Jeskai by the look of what she just tapped. Where one or more creatures you control deal damage to a player, draw a card. I actually feel like she probably selected Tima to give her creatures +1/+1 and haste, +1/+0 and haste.
Right.
Which would feel to me like a choice that I would be wanting to make if I was sitting in her seat. Really just around making sure that anything that you stick, you get to attack with right away.
Yeah, speed is of the essence, but it looks like it's not going to be the case here.
We're seeing the answer right away.
Yeah.
So seeing the response from James in a Get Lost, Susanna very clearly moving to tap mana to potentially do a counter or make a change to bounce that back to her hand. So, you know, running Boomerang basics. Not a lot of counter spells that I can see in her.
Just two it'll quench you in the board, and that seems like it's about it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, sorry, that is main deck, those 2 it'll quenches.
Oh, yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah, so that might have been an option there, but also we can see that she did not choose to make that. She's taken her her map tokens off of her Get Lost and is looking to make some plays with what remains in her hand. And as you said earlier, Quincy, she's got a gripful still. There's lots of gas still in that tank. We are not concerned that she's not got plays to make.
Speaking of cards, I'm going to go with the Steaming Sauna side of this particular room enchantment. And that means more cards even. You know, I think Susanna's correctly clocked that this is going to be a long game. It's not going to be, you know, the explosive is-it start that you expect. And so the cards make all the difference here.
Absolutely. So no maximum hand size now, and drawing an additional card each turn will really make sure that she does keep that gas tank full.
Yeah. Taking a closer look at her list, it is very prowess-focused. Some choices that sort of point towards that are things like Astrologian's Planisphere and all of the Storm Chaser talent as well. Those are pretty standard in every deck, but the Astrologian's Planisphere particularly is in these ones that are more focused in on prowess as opposed to lessons specifically, or just more of a mid-range Splash Portal Quantum Riddler sort of game.
Yeah, absolutely. She does have a strong lessons sub-theme. We see it with the Gran and all of the lessons that she's already cast this turn. Oh, and now we've got a Ral. I have to say that, like, I adore the Otter Ral.
Yes.
I think it's fantastic. It was just the perfect personification of a Ral. We've seen that just tick up. A 1/1 blue-red Otter token now hitting the board with prowess.
Yeah, both adorable and tons of value. Everything you want in a Magic card. We're going to map onto that Otter, and in response,
we'll see some removal. Yeah, nowhere to run.
Yep.
Yep, that happens. Sorry, the map.
Yeah, great presence of mind to do it there. It's possible it still could have gotten saved with a couple more spells, but putting in that many resources just to save one Otter is probably not where you want to be as Susanna.
Not when, without any current board presence from James, she's got a very strong expectation of being able to bump up Ral and have another Otter next turn. It's not a resource-heavy investment that I think that she'd be willing to make there.
Right, and we saw the Quenchia there on the second Get Lost, targeting the Steaming Sauna, so that we kind of, you know, with that context, we can fill in the story of the previous turns, where she almost went for the Quench to save the previous enchantment, but the Frostcliff Siege, but instead choosing now just for the more valuable target of Steaming Sauna.
I think that was actually an excellent choice on her part there. On their part there.
I'm just happy I didn't miss it. I missed this so many times at the
All right,
RC.
something going on with Ral now. Already been activated this turn, I believe. Yes, the +1 to make the Otter.
Yes, this is the turn it landed. We are still there. We can see all of the mana tapped from having cast the Ral.
Yeah, I imagine there's some sort of clarification going on.
Yeah, absolutely. It is very easy to lose track of turns when you've got so much going on from both sides.
Yeah.
The thing is, both of these decks are predominantly running cheap interactive spells, so it's 4 spells ago since Ral hit the board, and that may still be this turn, but that was a long time ago in terms of
saw a deck with
being
someone
under
who
pressure
had,
in
like,
the feature
the,
match,
Dragonfly
you're
Swarm,
4-1 at Command Fest.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
really
I
just
saw
want to make
that,
sure that
and
you
I'm
get
like,
these
this
kind of
is
things right.
sick. I
Yeah,
would
we'll
like
get a
to
judge
play
there and get
this,
that
then
sorted
I've
out. And while
been
that's
really
happening, I want to
ever
take
since. I'm
another
like, I would
look
like
at
to try and
James's
find a
list.
way
One
to
thing I'm
try
just
and
noticing,
like,
and one thing that I absolutely adore, is that there's an Ugin at the top end of the curve.
Just a one-off.
You know, a very powerful card. It's seen sort of splashes in other formats, but in Standard in particular, it's sort of, you know, it's so much more mana and investment to get that down on the table. But interesting to see if James will get the chance. But other than that, we're going to jump over to our second table while we get our first table sorted out here. We've got Cameron Vagel versus Ben Latson. Aggro versus Demons. Demir and Demir.
Yeah.
Double Demir.
Look, and as we were discussing off camera earlier, Quincy, I am unsurprised to see this. I think Demir is already making up a big part of the metagame, and then the addition of a lot of these incredible blue avatar cards that we have seen all day throughout the sealed portion of this event has been really impactful to the standard metagame, and we're going to continue to see more of it, I imagine. It's cool that we get two different variants. The Demons are obviously running the Altar.
Yeah, the Unholy Annex Ritual Chamber. Yeah,
That's
kind of
it.
a mainstay of Demons deck. When you see Demons in the title of an archetype, you kind of expect that that's sort of the engine that it's built around.
Absolutely. And then, you know, I'm imagining that Demir aggro is more on kind of the sprite side, the 1-drop, 2-drops.
It's more what you expect. Yeah, a lot of
the
Cecils, the Bats, Enduring Curiosity, and Kaito at the top end. More of like a Demir mid-range, but, you know, aggro is sometimes what it's called.
It seems like Cameron's playing a one of Lord Skidder Sewer King, which I think is also fantastic. I love a little bit of spice in my deck, just personally. A random one of that your opponent just may or may not be able to make sense of is definitely my type of flavor for a deck.
Yeah, Demir kind of has those flex slots where you can have that spicy one of that's just like your favorite card in Demir. You know, I've seen people running Talion in Demir from Wilds of Eldraine, which is a spicy pick, but I'm not sure it's the best pick, but, you know, to your heart's content.
Absolutely. If you're not having fun playing Magic, then you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Ben's list, the Demir Demons list. At the top end of that, we've got Wan Chi-Tong Librarian, a card from Avatar that's been making a splash in pretty much every single format, but it's interesting to see it here, particularly in Demir. I've seen it at the top end of some other decks, some Izzet decks, even some Simic decks, but in Demir is a really interesting choice.
I've seen it a couple times in some of the control listings as well, just as a really nice flash, draw some cards, big finisher. Once control has finished, you know, wiping your board several times and saying no to all of your spells, it's their turn to cast something, and it's often a real big spirit owl.
All right, it looks like we're back over to table one. We got that issue resolved. Ral is no longer with us, so I assume something very unfortunate happened, but there's my boy, it's Ugin.
Oh yeah, we got the Ugin out and on 9. And here we go, Boomerang Basics. Is it?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, tapped out here, so there's no answer from James. Ugin back to hand, which is, you know, not the greatest way to deal with
the Ugin, yeah. Hopefully Susanna's got the long-term plan of her second Quencher maybe for it, because obviously Ugin is very powerful but very expensive from a mana cost perspective.
Yeah. And we saw the second Boomerang there, bouncing the talent, drawing a card. I imagine we're going to see the talent replayed. That's, you know, sort of the bread and butter of this Izzet deck is how it really creates bodies. It's got relatively few creatures otherwise, mostly the Grands, the Sakas. But yeah, bouncing and replaying your Storm Talent, an excellent way to spend your mana.
You got it. You want to be doing that as many times in a turn as you possibly can, and you can see the prowess counter was at 3. Now passing the turn, so that prowess goes away for right now, and our otters are back to being little 1/1s.
Don't let them fool you.
Yeah, exactly. They're out for blood, those otters, but only when you beef them up with some spells first.
Yep, all right. We're not going to see the Ugin right away again. Strategic Betrayal. Instead, taking a look at all those cards. Going to take, of course, the one that is best for him. James looking at it now. Oh, in response, we see the
Accumulate Wisdom. Yeah, I think that's a really smart choice from James. You're really tempted to just rejam your Ugin and go, let's go again, please. But the reality is that, you know, Susanna was representing that 2 held up mana, that could be a quencher, it could be a lot of different things. You really want to make sure that you're not just walking straight into no value for the 8 mana that you just spent.
Right, and we've got a Seam Rip to follow it up, getting rid of the Otter token. You can really see the strength of control here, just sort of slowly chipping away bit by bit by bit.
Yeah, you called it right at the start, Quincy. This is a hard matchup for Susanna to land something and then keep it stuck. But she does still have that excellent enchantment that's drawing her 2 cards a turn, and therefore an absolute fistful of cards still.
Yep. Probably still has a fighting chance. Has got to find something, got to find some way to make it stick, and also obviously eventually has to find some sort of answer for that Ugin that's going to come down imminently.
That Steaming Sauna there. I'm not sure she drew twice this turn, but I hope she did, because that's super valuable for her.
Yep, and we've got another Storm Chaser's talent here. We're going to create another Otter. Of course, the value of Storm Chaser's talent is that its level 2 is really great, allowing you to buy back something from the graveyard, but that Strategic Betrayal before has exiled every possible target.
Exiled the whole graveyard, yeah. There's no targets for you right now. I'm sure, however, that Susanna's going to refill that graveyard in no time.
Yeah. And we'll see what the play is from James here. I got to imagine we're going to see the Ugin come back down, probably exile one of the talents, I would imagine, just to get rid of it as a possible bounce target. Or if you're playing extra safe, just get rid of the Otter.
Yeah, we're seeing James tap all of the Ugin mana right now. Susanna is still representing 2 untapped mana, hoping to really kind of. There we go. There's a Duress just to clear the way first. Again, James is just being very careful with his Ugin. It's a 1-of in the deck. It's very clearly his win condition on this board. And yeah, so Susanna's showing that it'll quench you there.
And we are going to pay the additional costs.
Yep.
Here comes the Duress. Looks like we're looking at Firebender Lesson, Multiversal Passage, Island, Into the Flood Maw. So another Firebending Lesson.
Another Firebending Lesson.
Torch the Tower, a card that is doing absolutely nothing in this matchup. Yeah, you can see sort of the how this matchup really works out for Susanna, looking at that grip of cards. It's, you know, in another matchup that might be an insane hand to have, just answers to every possible creature, but in this particular matchup, it is not doing much.
Absolutely, and I think that a lot of players came into today expecting to see what we've seen a lot of online from our content creators all across Magic, which is quite creature-heavy decks across the meta so far. You know, we've got a real high level of the awesome Bant Airbending deck. We've got a really high level of Simic or Boroid decks.
Yep.
You know, even Dimir Midrange is running a decent number of creatures, all of which have targets for all those removal spells, which are unfortunately sitting in Susanna's hands with nothing to do.
Yeah, so heads up play from James there. Maybe, you know, figuring out the angle to attack the meta on is to simply not have any creatures.
It could be the way to go, for sure.
You know, in this case, it's working out for him, but I could imagine another sort of matchup where, you know, if the fast decks just get online and go under that control strategy, it could work out very poorly. But, you know, it's doing swimmingly in game 1 here in round number 8.
Most of the decks that I've seen so far are really, you know, they're very spot removal heavy early, pre-sideboard, and then most of them are running sweepers in the post-sideboard games, and kind of trusting to the fact that maybe they can hold their own with that first game with aggro, and if they can't, then they've got answers for it after that. We are seeing another level up of the enchantment, and then straight into a Gran.
Another card from Avatar: The Last Airbender that's been making a splash in Standard. It's really sort of birthed that archetype of Is It Lessons. The ability to loot, really find the cards that you need, and then have a discount on every lesson is an excellent rate for the creature. You know, it's one part of the combo where if you look at Accumulate Wisdom, and, you know, similar to Suki looking like Adeline, if you squint and look a little bit, you're like, Ancestral Recall? Is that you?
Oh, wow. Okay. A Grand Ancestral Recall.
Yeah.
That's a bold claim, Quincy. I like it.
One part of the ingredients to make an Ancestral Recall. You need a Grand, you need an Accumulate Wisdom, and then you need something in the graveyard. But immediately we see another answer here from James.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, it's a very fair call. And we're also seeing the graveyard hate from James's earlier cards come back to haunt or come back to fruition for him again as well, where that Grand was less effective than she could be. If there were 3 spells in the graveyard, or 3 lessons in the graveyard, sorry, and likewise, you know, for many of the things, accumulate wisdom and other stuff in Susanna's deck with that lessons sub-theme.
You can see here Deadly Cover-Up doing what it does best. It gets rid of all the creatures, but of course we did see evidence collected as an additional cost, and that means that every Grand is out.
Yeah, and it also means that James has a chance to look through Susanna's deck. There are a lot of different flavors of Izzet out there in the metagame right now, and understanding exactly what Susanna's running will be to his benefit when he goes into sideboarding for game 2 and 3.
And you can see up on the screen there, Ketramos is one of the cards that is in James's deck. Of course, can't block or attack if there are less than 7 cards in exile, but collecting evidence as part of Deadly Cover-Up conveniently lets you put a lot of cards in exile.
It's almost like he planned it that way, Quincy.
You're telling me cards in his deck synergize with other cards in his deck?
Oh, God. The horror. All right, we're seeing that Astrologian's Planisphere, sorry guys, say that 10 times fast, which is job select, so coming in, when it enters, it creates a 1/1 hero and allows it to be equipped to it.
A lot of mana here. We're going to level up the talent to 3, something you rarely see. Usually by the time you have the mana to do that, the game is sort of wrapping up, but this is a way to really make a lot of bodies, and we're seeing it here again, another Storm Chaser's talent.
Yep, here we go.
Does James have any answers left? I got to imagine he does, but what a strong fight here from Susanna. The deck is really, really resilient, and it's showing it here.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving to end step, drawing that second card for the turn, and just pointing out that she didn't get the Otter on resolution of that Storm Chaser's talent.
Making a treasure there with Fountain Port on end step.
Yeah. And we've got an untap going into next turn.
And of course, we've still got Ugin in hand that we know about, but you know,
as well as 4 other cards for James. I'm honestly very shocked and impressed about this Orzhov deck's ability to just keep cards in hand and keep motoring, because he's been spending a lot of resources to grind through Susanna's best efforts. And we're now seeing Biza, the Bounding Spring. Biza does a lot of things, so bear with us here. When it enters, create a treasure if an opponent controls more lands than you, gain 4 life if an opponent has more life than you, and create 2 blue fish, 1/1 blue fish if an opponent controls more creatures than you. And draw a card if an opponent has more cards in hand than you. Several of those things have just happened. And we've also then followed it up immediately with a Ketramos. So, big turn for James, and still no Ugin, so there's a lot for Susanna to work through right now.
Yeah, a lot of big turns for both competitors here, really sort of swinging for the fences, seeing if they can put something together here, but that turn from James was, wow, incredible. Ketramos, of course, is online. Susanna's entire graveyard was exiled, and there was also the collect evidence on the Deadly Cover-Up, so that Ketramos might just put the game away here, because gaining 4 life every turn is generally a pretty good way to lock up a game.
I hear that that's good.
Yes.
Yeah. We've seen Susanna just unlock the other side of the Steaming Sauna, dealing damage to the Biza, taking that off the board. It's really funny because that's normally the first side of that combo that's played.
Yep.
But we've seen it in reverse here, and we're also watching now the 3rd level of the Storm Chaser's talent and Firebending Lesson all start to interact.
And here we can see now those cards that were in Susanna's hands unlocked a little bit, at least 2 targets with the 2 fish. And that is a way to, you know, generate more bodies, get some prowess triggers, get some counters on that hero token as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Susanna very kindly staggering all of her otters for us, so we know what's entered this turn versus last turn, and understanding where we're at from a prowess trigger perspective.
Yep, so we've got 2 otters in on this turn. We've got a ton of prowess triggers. We've got another counter on the hero. And, you know, if she could find another Boomerang's Basics, another way to get this Ketramos out of the way, she'd be in a pretty good position.
Absolutely. Yeah, Ketramos is a big body that's just sitting there waiting to eat some of those otters. But is
Oh, there you go.
absolutely Into the Floodmaw will do it. I was about to say any bounce effects or exile effects do work against that indestructible god, and what we just saw is exactly that. Into the Floodmaw bouncing it back to hand.
More triggers. Look at this board being amassed here. It's going to come in for a lot of damage too, because we've got one otter that can attack along with the hero. If you're James, I guess you're hoping for that another deadly cover-up maybe?
Yeah, I think... I mean, he's not actually facing down that much damage in this turn, and being able to replay Ketramos and potentially Anugan means that he's probably thinking that he can stabilize next turn.
Right, we're quite a number of turns into this game, but then you take a look at the life totals and you're like, oh yeah, we are far from over here.
Absolutely, but with most of James's sweepers in his sideboard and the fact that Susanna has now managed to really generate a diverse range of threats, and you know she's gone wide, and that's what she really needed to do to have a chance of bringing this game home, and we're seeing it right now. This is a thrilling game.
Plenty of cards in hand here for James. What's going to be the play? We got Ugin, we've got Ketramos. We haven't seen either Day of Judgment that he has in his main deck yet. Land for turn, it looks like.
There we go.
And there it is. Ooh, a nice textless Day of Judgment too.
Yeah,
I like it.
That's from the Annihilation set, that beautiful one. But yeah, Quincy the Mind Reader called the Day of Judgment seconds before it happened. You witnessed it here first, folks.
Yes, plenty of years of studying to realize the control deck may have a board wipe. We've got another Into the Floodmaw there, creating another otter.
Is it interesting that she's using them now, knowing that it's just going to come down again next turn,
Yeah,
instead of later in the game where that might generate her a winning swing?
Maybe. I mean, there has been a ton of damage in the last turn. If she still had her board, it would be, of course, just like...
Absolutely.
Of course you jam that. Maybe you even win that turn if you can get enough prowess triggers, but... Looks like we're going to go for Boomerang's basics. So 2 more triggers on the stack here. Counter on the otter and making a new otter. Representing the prowess trigger there with the red die. Drawing a card from Boomerang basics as well.
And I'm imagining it's going to be immediately recast. Additional otter generated. Things are getting bigger. I may have just spoken too soon. Oh, there we go. Soccer. So soccer requires you to discard 2 cards to draw 2 new cards. And then whenever an artifact or lesson spell enters the battlefield, it's cast, put a +1/+1 counter on soccer. So very good with what Susanna's already trying to do and doing very successfully every turn right now.
Yep. James thinking about it now. And there is the talent we saw got bounced. More triggers.
More triggers. Triggers, triggers, triggers.
Yeah, one of the intimidating parts of playing this particular Is a deck for me would be the number of triggers you've got to keep track of. It's so easy to miss a prowess trigger, miss making an otter, and that might be the difference between winning or losing.
I am absolutely with you. I was just thinking the exact same thing, Quincy. This is the kind of deck that I love, but it's also the kind of deck that I play on MTG Arena just for ease of piloting, yes. I would say.
It is nice when the client tells you about your triggers.
Yes, exactly. And resolves them all in the correct order.
Exactly.
Yes, it's one of the decks that I think I would also personally be intimidated to try and play in paper, but Susanna is doing an excellent job.
And must have a lot of options in hand. Not a lot of mana available, but that otter is getting mighty big. Another Boomerang basics.
Okie doke. Well, have we declared a target here for that second Boomerang basics? What are we targeting? Susanna, where are we going?
It was the Storm Chaser's talent. I could be wrong here. Or are we just sorting out the board state, making sure?
I think we are. I think it's on the stack. There's a lot of triggers just from casting a spell right now, so I imagine that's what's happening. Yeah, you were correct. Just targeting that Storm Chaser's talent. Drawing a card. I think she's hoping for an untapped land so she can play it again. Maybe not.
I imagine we are going to combat. Yeah, indicating the summoning sick creatures there. Otter's going to be coming in for at least 8 damage?
Yeah, 8 is what I've got.
Oh, and there's the Ride's End. Wow, a card I have not seen in a minute. It was, of course, it was a mainstay of the domain decks that were popular sort of last year, but wow, making an appearance here in Orzhov Control.
Yeah, and you know, exile target creature or vehicle it felt really it was really valuable when those decks were really popular, and putting a 5-cost instant in your control deck feels antithetical, but what we have here is a perfect example of a good use case for it.
All right, looks like there's another Day of Judgment. Wow, James has just had an answer every single turn.
Yep, and here we are, 6 mana for the other split enchantment.
Yeah, we've got Cease and Desist. I imagine it's going to be destroy all artifacts and enchantments. Wow, what a card to have main deck. You know, part of me was thinking, you know, maybe James just had this control list around. It's sort of something that can hang in really any meta, but the more I think about it, the more of the card choices that we've seen, it seems like it's just sort of tailor-made to take down these Izzet decks, the ones that have so many artifacts and enchantments and so many creatures.
Absolutely, and there's also like, there's a lot of really powerful enchantments across all of the more recent sets that are making up the standard meta game right now. So the ability to hit any of the overlords that are currently pending with something like that is very valuable.
Exactly. So we've got at least one Storm Chaser talent that was bounced earlier, but what a project to try and rebuild here for Susanna. That entire board decimated with the Ride's End. Follow up with the Cease and Desist.
Yeah, she's got a long way to come to get fully back in it, but valiant efforts so far. Here we go. Okay, so.
Looks like we had the level up there to return Boomerang Basics.
Yes.
I imagine we're going to see Boomerang Basics bouncing that talent again. How many otters have we seen generated and then destroyed this game? I wish we had a count in the corner.
I was about to say we might need an otter counter. Yes. We do need a dice on that Storm Chaser's talent, just representing number 2. There we go. She's all over it. Before I even said anything.
And there's the Boomerang Basics.
And we're watching that Boomerang Basics do its job once more, bouncing that Storm Chaser's talent back. And are you shy here of putting it back out immediately? Well, Susanna's not.
Yeah, I was going to say, at this point, you just got to commit and hope that the answers are gone, because we've seen, what, how many board wipes? 3 or 4 at least? A ton of single target removal? You've got to think, like, okay, this is the time.
Yeah.
This is the rebuild that's going to stick.
Exactly. We are finally there. Come on, let's go. And to that point, that is exactly what Susanna has to do.
Yep.
She knows she has to go wide. She knows that any draw from James could be the next targeted removal. You can't go all in on one creature. You've just really got to be building. Building.
Yeah, 3 otters and a 5/5. That's
that was an impressive turn. There. Absolutely.
And we got Ketramos.
Into 5, 6, 7.
It's going to be...
Hello, Ugin.
Yep. Exiling the talent. Interesting. Yeah, so really taking away the ability to bounce and replay it. Although I think we've seen every copy of Boomerang Basics at this point.
We've also seen every copy of Talent, though. He knows now that he's taken that capability out of Susanna's deck, and therefore her ability to have that repeatable generation of creatures is now limited. And that's definitely, I think, what I would have been doing in James's seat as well.
Yeah, James has got to feel good at this point. You know, the Boomerang Basics, they're all in the yard.
Got a duress.
There is the last talent.
Oh, there we go. Yep.
And that'll do it.
I miscounted, and that's why I don't play this deck.
Yeah, I wonder what are the outs here for Susanna. You know, without a way to get rid of that blocker in Ketramos, and with Ugin being able to gain you life as well and draw cards, like there might not be a way to surmount this, especially when all your bounce has already been used up in the past, you know, 6, 7 turns fighting through all the board wipes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a difficult one for her. Looking at her list, she does have one more Raoul there in the deck, but she's out of Quenches. She's out of Into the Floodmoors. She's out of Storm Chaser's talents. So Some may say she is out of gas. We will find out.
Yeah, we saw a torch the tower there on Ugin, I guess mostly to just get rid of some loyalty, get those prowess triggers, get the counter on the hero, excuse me.
Yeah, there's not many of those targeted removals, particularly in Susanna's deck, that allow her to target planeswalkers. So Torch Tower going in Uggin's direction makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, and I can't imagine we're going to see a swing with that hero because, you know, Ketramos can just basically invalidate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turn an attacking 5/5 into 4 life gain is pretty good.
Unfortunately, that Roaring Furnace Steaming Sauna that we saw was also the only copy of that in Susanna's deck. Just the one of for the moment. Looking for outs. I'm sure Susanna is too.
All right, she's going to move the Planisphere over.
Okay.
Maybe a couple more Instants of Sorceries, try and pump up the Otter as well. Looks like we got Combustion Technique here, targeting... It was targeting Ketramos, not going to do much, but does put a counter there, another prowess trigger. We have the count going on. Maybe there's a way to get this Ketramos off the board that we haven't considered.
The Torch the Tower has the exile effect on it, but I don't think that works on indestructible creatures.
Yeah.
Just because if any amount of damage would be dealt to it,
There's
that's
a second
not
Combustion Technique.
Yeah.
Really just cranking up the prowess triggers. Maybe hoping to just,
That might be it. Go wide.
Go wide, build up enough power that you're sort of invalidating the life gain from Ketramos if Ketramos blocks the biggest creature.
Yeah, and I mean, that's it as well. Those targeted removal spells have to have targets. So to be able to cast them, to do that prowess trigger, she really needs to, yeah, just throw them out there at whatever she can.
And it looks like we are turning sideways.
Yeah, so we've got a 6/6 hero and 3 4/4 otters. 5/5? 2 5/5 otters and 1 4/4 otter.
All right, yeah, Ketramos is going to blank out the hero token there, so 5 damage. Not taken care of. And they are just sorting it out now. You know, there is still mana available for Susanna, but I think only 1 card in hand.
That's my belief as well. Doing that block of math, it's all at James's face, not at Ugin.
Yeah, at this point in the game, you've really got to just try and push as much damage as you can.
Absolutely. The lifelink on that Ketramos being clutch here for James.
Yeah, so it's going to be 10 damage, putting James down to 7, but...
Even after all that work that James did, like, that was a big, scary attack.
Yep.
This Izzet deck is very resilient.
All right, back up to 10 off of the Ugin activation, draws another card. And what are we going to see here? It may be... Oh, we saw the Deadly cover-up.
We're also now at a point where...
I imagine we're going to see that cease and desist again.
Yep, that's exactly what we've got. What I was going to say is I imagine we're also at a point where James doesn't necessarily need to be playing cards straight out of his hand. He can also just be generating fish off his fountain ports.
Right.
And, you know, just making sure that he's got chump blockers, his life total's not going anywhere, he's in control of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the benefits of a control game that can grind out this long is that eventually you get to a point where, you know, a couple of 1/1 fish is all you need.
Yeah, and that's it. And I think he's also got a manland there, the black-white manland. Sunken Citadel?
Yes, the Restless Fortress.
There we go. Seeing 2 cost for...
Strategic Betrayal. Okay, now the graveyard's been exiled once again. Really no graveyard here.
And obviously an appropriate number of exiled cards for Ketramos. Which we were already at, but now we're just super sure.
Yeah. And we've got 2 Fountain Port available to make 2 fish, so 2 blockers. You know, Susanna's plan might just be to be able to swing every turn with enough damage that hopefully you go over the amount of life gain that James has, but I don't think it's going to be the case at this point. Back up to 14 here.
Yeah,
and a second Ketramos.
Throwing the old one in the bin. You've attacked, you've worn out your welcome, you've done your job. Here's a shiny new Ketramos to replace you.
All right, Susanna still fighting through this here. Deck's looking kind of low from what I can see.
Yeah. James essentially paying 3 mana and a card there to give his Ketramos vigilance.
Yes.
So
Abandoned attachments. All right, we got prowess triggers.
Yep. We still got action happening. Susanna's fighting the good fight, but she's also only got 4 cards left in her deck and has decided to pick those up.
Yep, that'll do it. What a grinder there. Great stuff for James, but that time means that these next 2 games have got to go very fast if Susanna's going to be able to do something here.
Absolutely.
Off to sideboarding, I assume. And we are popping over to our game 2. We had Demir Aggro versus Demir Demons.
And we're walking right into a very complicated board state. So bear with us while we work through this with you.
Creatures are blocking. There's lots of dying happening. I see a Tashana's. Is the Tashana's on the entity tracker or the bat? We'll find out.
We have 1 bat remaining, and we have... Oh. Yeah, so 1 Tashana on Cameron Beagle's side of the board. Looking at 14 life versus 20, a very comfortable 24 life for Ben Ledson.
It looks like we are in game 3 here. So those entity trackers, the bats, you know, if you're in Ben Lancet's spot, it looks like you're doing pretty well. But it's hard to say with these Demir mirrors, mostly just because of Kaito that can come down at any point and really change the contours of a game. Although I'm looking, and Ben's Demir Demons list is not running Kaito, which is, you know, one of the premier reasons to play blue and black in this particular metagame. This one is...
in Cameron Beagle's, yeah.
But yeah, Ben's really all in on the Unholy Annex, Ritual Chamber. I like Elegy Acolyte in the main. The Deep Cavern Bats are good as well. But we'll see. Entity Tracker, of course, a great draw engine if you've got a good enough density of enchantments.
Yeah, and Ben definitely has that. Looking at his list, he's got 14 enchantments main deck. So is running more than enough to continuously trigger those trackers.
And it's Boomerang basics to bounce the bat. I imagine we're going to see it replayed. There was no card under the bat, so maybe that's what the Tashana's was in response to, just to shut down that trigger and really preserve the cards in hand.
That would make a lot of sense.
All right, not much going on for Ben in hand besides that bat, so we are going to see it again. And unfortunately, no second Tashana's here. Oh, we do see the Flood Pits.
Drowner. Yep. Just tapping and stunning one of those entity trackers.
Oh, and there's the Kaito, probably what Cameron was leaning on in order to get back in this game here, but it's going straight under the bat, and that's no cards in hand for Cameron now, really living off the top of the deck.
Yep, drawing off the top. We didn't see a knuckle tap or a kiss of the deck. I hope it was good for him anyway.
Looking at it now, maybe animating one of the manlands.
Yeah, that looks like...
That Restless Reef, maybe going to swing in with the 4/4 Death Touch.
Yep.
Yep, indeed. But yeah, Ben sitting pretty on 25 life. I didn't even notice that before.
Yeah.
I got to imagine there's no blocks here. The mill trigger is going to target Ben. A lot of great cards just off into the graveyard.
I think that was a very good mill for Cameron, as long as Ben's not got any recursion. Doesn't look like it. It looks like Cameron's safe from that one right now. So
both players shuffling up here.
Yeah.
I think I may have missed that. Was there some sort of like a demolition field effect? I'm wondering why both players would have had to shuffle.
Cameron did have 2 mana up prior to attacking, so something has just resolved there. Okay. We'll keep moving.
All right, an Elegy Acolyte off the top here for Ben, and that's a great...
That's a big draw. That is a big draw for Ben.
You know, we saw one get milled, but it is definitely one of the top-end cards in his deck. The lifelink is pretty annoying if you're on Cameron's side. That 18 life is going to go up pretty soon.
Yep, we can see Ben swinging with both. Having a quick discussion on triggers.
Yep.
We're seeing Ben's hand though, and that is 2 land. So that Elegy Acolyte was a big rip off the top, and has certainly, I won't say kept him in this game because he wasn't falling out of it right away, but the momentum was definitely starting to track in Cameron's direction.
Yeah, really, Cameron just has the mana land swinging each turn. I think the Restless Reef got blocked down, maybe?
No, it returned.
Oh, yeah, no, it's there. It's just covered by Cameron's hand at the moment. We might see it animated again. There's also the option for Soulstone Sanctuary as well.
And Cameron has potentially drawn something there. There's actually something worth using his mana on this turn. Oh, we've seen...
Karsi Revenant, it looks like.
I
Another
agree.
Another lifelink creature in the deck. There's kind of a high density of lifelink creatures here between Bat, Elegy Acolyte, and Karsi Revenant. Also a demon to... oh, no, not a demon. Why am I thinking it was a demon? Vampire.
I think you've just seen the art and thought it was a demon.
I mean, it looks
and that's
fairly
very fair.
demon-like. Yeah.
So flying Death Touch, lifelink, and renew. So if it does even hit your graveyard, you still get to use it by putting a flying counter, a Death Touch counter, and a lifelink counter on something else.
Oh, we've got a nowhere to scream. Unable to scream, not nowhere to run. Similar sort of things, just taking a creature out of the game.
Yeah, unable to scream, just meaning that there'll be no blocks.
And a second Elegy Acolyte and a Karsi Revenant. I don't know if there's anything in Cameron's list that can do this. Flashes in the Enduring Curiosity, so some card draw maybe, but that is so many impressive creatures on the side of Ben. Beyond a board wipe, I'm not sure what gets him out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a very rapid swing, and you know, seeing the value there in that tracker.
Yeah, we are in game 3 here, and I'm seeing in the sideboard for Cameron, he does have a Day of Black Sun and 2 0-point Ballad. It's possible they may have been sided in, but if they are, they certainly aren't in his hand right now, because I imagine that would have been slammed down maybe many turns ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Either of those sweepers would have hit the board as soon as you saw it come off the top, I reckon. But we are waiting to see what did come, because he's definitely checking that card. There's something there. We're doing some math, doing some finger points of math, which is always good, if for nothing else than to make your opponent nervous about what you might have.
Exactly. You got some possible blockers in the lands that you can activate. Weighing what did the swing now? Okay, is going to go in with the Enduring Curiosity.
Yeah, swinging with the 4-3.
Yeah, I got to imagine, are we going to see the block? Yes, Karsi Revenant. Of course, Karsi Revenant, you're able to buy back in a way, not actually bring the creature out of the graveyard, but
turn a different creature into a Karsi Revenant, basically.
Exactly.
You know, that flying counter, Death Touch counter, lifelink counter really makes anything somewhat resemble that vampire.
Yeah, it's almost like Bestow in a weird way, but just using counters instead of the actual creature.
Yeah. There's an interesting mechanic that came out of Ixalan.
Yes.
Ikoria, out of the Ikoria set. The ability to put counters that were Death Touch or lifelink or flying onto things.
Looks like we got a Vren the Relentless. Yet another Dimir card that you just get to put in because you got the slots for it.
Flavor.
I can't remember the exact Oracle text right now, but I do know it makes rats, does Dimir flavored things. Of course, it's from Bloomburrow. There you see Ward 2. If a creature would die, exile it instead. It's a great way to answer the opposing Enduring Curiosities, but not the case here.
The Karsi Revenants, if only it were returned earlier.
And we've got another entity tracker here and an Unable to Scream. It's going to go on Vren, I imagine?
I imagine so.
There we go.
There we go.
And oh yeah, because that's an enchantment, that's another 2 cards.
Another 2 cards. We're just cycling through his whole deck right now. Ben in a very commanding position here. The strength of those entity trackers landing and then you know, being able to continue to generate card advantage. So we've just seen that time has been called, which means that it's turn 0 on Ben's turn.
And it looks like Ben
knows what that means.
Exactly, knows he needs to get this done, is going to start swinging here. Tashana's will be able to at least, you know, take some of the damage from that Elegy Acolyte, but the lifelink here might just do it. And there you go, the concession from Cameron. Great stuff to Ben Ladson there. Really commanding game 3 and able to put it away.
Yeah, that was very epic. Just watching just the card draw and the card advantage generation that you can get through that entity tracker and having that synergistic enchantment led.
All right, and we are back over to our feature table number 1. We are in game 2 here. You can see there's a bit of a time extension up in the top right there. But we are well into game 3, although the life totals are, you know,
Because this gives +1.
20 each.
Yeah. It looks like we are.
Oh, no, we just got some damage on the board.
Okay. Unfortunately, it looks like Susanna did not take your advice, Quincy, and come out of the gates running on game 2 and close that up as fast as possible. So we are sitting here, and whilst there's a time extension, you know, we obviously all came through that game 1, which was super extended, trying to find those outs, really pushing, and a lot of push and pull from both sides that meant that it was a very extended game and that Susanna was always going to be time constrained to bring that up to 1-1 on each way. Seeing a duress now from James, Susanna considering whether or not that will resolve, having a look at her own hand, having a look at her own life title, and I imagine the life total of her opponent and figuring out exactly how she wants to progress.
It's accurate now, yeah.
I heard you say before I was
Just
Yes,
running
yeah,
out
I
some
didn't
life
do
here.
it.
Duress,
Yeah,
I think is good, or we might see something in response.
all good.
You know, looking at the board state, you might think Susanna's in a pretty commanding position, but you know that's how control goes, right?
It is.
You've got 5 lands and 6 cards in hand, and it looks like a lot of removal.
And when you're facing down control, you're looking at your board, you're feeling really good about life, and then all of a sudden you're not.
Yeah, I just saw in James's hand, it looks like he sided in a Pinnacle Star Cage, probably to
Interesting.
excellent in this matchup. Although, I wonder if there's some counterplay there, Susanna being able to bounce it with Boomerang Basics to get all the permanents back. That said, it does permanently get rid of Otter tokens, so it is
all of
something
those
to consider.
tokens disappear for good, exactly right. And as much as you may want it back at some point, and you can do it at your leisure with something like a Boomerang's Basics, it does mean that they're going to re-enter with Summoning Sickness and not be able to attack straight away. Although, we do, in saying that, we've got a Frostcliff Verge, and that may be set to haste mode.
Sleight of hand here, digging through the deck. We may get to a situation where we have, you know, 4 cards left on the library, although it's looking pretty healthy, and there's only 50 seconds on the clock. We are definitely going to turns here.
Yeah, we will indeed be going to turns. James is on a very healthy 19 right now, but we have seen how fast that can change under the power of this Is It Prowess deck. It can get moving real quick, and I was correct, and Frostcliff Siege is set to haste mode because we just saw a Grand land and turn sideways very hastily.
Yeah, absolutely. Damage is the name of the game here for Susanna, given the time, given the constraints of her deck, and knowing that, you know, a board wipe can be around the corner at any point.
Absolutely.
You just got to make things happen.
Getting every point of damage she possibly can, and that siege also not just giving her creatures haste, but also +1/+0, meaning that all of her effects are even more effective.
Time has been called, and we just saw it there. Accumulate Wisdom with a Lesson in the Yard, Grand on board, is just Ancestral Recall. We'll see if Susanna can convert that into a win, though.
We have the second instance today of Quincy the Mind Reader calling it before it happens. We love to see an Ancestral Recall in Standard.
Exactly. Although, you know, all the cards in the world can't save you if you don't have the turns to get it done. James down to 13 now.
But making very valiant efforts on Susanna's part to take that to 0.
Right, into turn 1 here. A number of cards in hand for James. Are we going to see board wipe number 20 in this this particular feature match?
I was about to ask Quincy, are we about to see a Day of Judgment? I think we might be. 4
It's
mana.
4 mana. Oh, okay, wait. the mana fake out is so great from James here.
Oh, this is a Pro Tour Settle the Wreckage style event right now.
The mind games.
Yeah. It looks like it's the cease and desist. There we go, yes.
Exiling 2 cards from your
So
graveyard.
taking out all those enchantments.
Boomerang Basics.
Oh no, it looks like it's the
Yeah,
seaside.
both
of them.
instead
Oh,
of
it's
the
the seaside.
deceased. So it's exiling cards from the graveyard, gaining life, drawing a card.
Awesome.
But
Okay.
there's going to be the Day of Judgment, I presume? Or no, Deadly Cover-Up.
Okay.
I imagine to get rid of Grand again.
I think that that's a good target in terms of these two on the board.
Exile your copies of Accumulate Wisdom.
Oh, and that's another little bit of synergy here in James's deck, is that Cease and Desist, I think, fulfills the requirement for collecting evidence.
I see, okay.
All on its own could be the case. Oh no, not getting rid of Gran Gran. Instead, getting rid of... I'm not going to call it Ancestral Recall anymore. Getting rid of the Accumulate Wisdom, turning off some of that card draw, turning off the ability to gain 3 cards anytime it's played.
Awesome.
You know, if the graveyards were exiled, maybe that would be a case where you'd go for Gran Gran, knowing that Accumulate Wisdom, you know, doesn't really have that same impact if there's no lesson in the graveyard. But that's going to do it. Passing back over here, we are on turn 2. So, you know, Susanna's got at most 2 turns of attacking here.
But we've got 1 Otter. Hasty Otter. We've got a Boomerang bouncing that enchantment back up to a hand, and I imagine we're about to see it happen again. When all of those Otters have haste, this can be a very quick turn. Those Otters are getting violent, Quincy. They're here to do murder.
Looks like we have some sort of question involving cease and desist.
So we're going to update the live tables because you haven't missed anything.
Thank you. No worries.
We've got Head Judge Fabian Peck visible there in stream, just helping us out to make sure that we are doing everything by the book.
Sounds like we're all good, and here comes the talent once again. Prowess trigger, Otter.
We are going to...
Remembering that second Otter that's just entered the battlefield didn't see the first Prowess trigger, and therefore only has 1.
Oh, Quantum Riddler in here, I think out of the board from Susanna.
Nice.
And that means that it's going to be able to attack as well.
Yeah.
There is some universe where there is enough damage here.
Quantum Riddlers are big, and with haste, they are scary.
All right, so now we've got to keep track of which Prowess triggers have been seen by which Otter. You can see that there with the dice below them.
Yep.
I'm going to multiversal passage, declaring
Okay, land, I imagine shocked in.
and have it enter untapped.
Yes, going down to 18.
Exactly what we see.
Storm Chaser's talent.
And we've got another one.
And we've got something else here.
I think it's still the resolution
It
of the
targeted
previous
the
one.
Storm Chaser's talent.
Did you draw a card?
Yes, I did draw a card.
Again, the
I drew 2
challenge of
cards.
keeping all your triggers in order.
Oh, sorry. Did I draw 2 cards? No, I did not draw 2 cards.
So far this turn, Susanna's played 1 Storm Chaser's talent, generating an Otter, a Boomerang Basics, bouncing it back to her hand,
Should be replaced with 2.
another Storm
So we're
Chaser's
gonna
talent,
draw the extra
creating
card
another
now.
Otter,
Cool.
And then continue from there.
Continue from here.
and a
Okay,
Quantum
where
Riddler.
was I at?
Oh, I think it was a missed draw on the Quantum Riddler there, but we saw, we've just rewound it. Susanna drew the card, and we are back up looking at our triggers here, making another Otter.
I cannot do any more things, so we're going to see
So
if this
currently on board, how much damage is that? That's 4 from the Riddler. We've got 5 from that first Otter.
And another 3, so that's 12 currently, 13. Oh no, and all of that +1/+0 on each creature from
Oh,
the
from the
siege.
Frostcleave Siege.
That's enough.
That's enough. Wow.
Yeah, so we've got 5 on the Riddler, 6, 7 on the first Otter,
can double check.
6 on the second Otter.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, you can see Susanna's going through here, tallying up the damage.
Yeah, that's enough. That's 15.
16.
Are you all having a great time today?
And it looks like, yeah, no mana available here for James. It looks like we're going to have a draw
Can't
here.
start a game 3, so it's tied.
And there you go, James offering the handshake there. Of course, no winner in that match, 1-1. That first game was such a marathon, such a fight back and forth between both players there, but that's going to be a draw.
It's absolutely, like, it's a draw, and Susanna was right to fight for that draw, because when it comes to your win stats at the end of the game and everything that comes along with whether or not you make it when it cuts to top 8, you want your breakers to be as good as possible, as good as you can make them. And making that a draw instead of a loss was huge for her.
Right, yeah. You know, every point counts, especially when we get to those later rounds. Tomorrow, we'll have 3 more rounds of Standard, of course. But before that cut to top 8, you know, every loss you can prevent, even if it's not a win, is a, you know, a positive in your case when it comes to the tiebreakers, of course.
Absolutely. If you can't win, the best thing you can do is not lose. Awesome. I think that we are now about to... We've gone to time, as you saw, with our individual players. I don't think we have time for a winner's interview. I don't think we're going to get to cut to that, unfortunately. But we will be back to you shortly with the next round, which will be round 7 for today. Our players have been running a marathon today, round 7 in total for Command Fest Melbourne, and our second round of Standard.
Welcome back to round 7 of the Australian Open. Before we move on any further, we are going to have a very quick look at the players who went 5-0 today, undefeated. I've got Kira from the commentator desk here with me. Kira, what are we looking at here? What did we see today?
We saw some incredible Blue X decks, and this is a great example of how strong Blue is in this limited environment. You can see 2 copies of Invaded Attachment, 2 copies of Quenchia. There's also some really intense top end. We've got our Canyon Crawler, and we've even got Benevolent River Spirit. So this is going to play far more of a control type game, and you can see Ko the Face Stealer as well. That's going to take advantage of how good your opponent's pulls in their sealed pool were as well. So really well done. You know, this is a clean 5-0 list. Esper with that one little splash of white between the North Pole gates and the basic plane. So just a really clean, really tidy control list. Looking over here, again, White X is really popular. We can see Aang, the Last Airbender, up in the corner. Very eponymous of Avatar, the Last Airbender, the whole as a whole. And this is what is referred to as one of the most mythic uncommons. It is one of the best cards in the set for the Lessons synergy. Yet again, another great example of how strong this limited environment is. And you can see some really big bombs, the Legend of Yang Chen down at the bottom as well. So just a really clean, tidy list. The Fire Nation drill, black removal being really strong in this format. So really well done for our 5-0 players.
Brilliant. Congratulations again to our 5-0 players. We are going to move swiftly along into the rest of our standard and standard constructed matches for the day.
Hi, y'all. Welcome back. We are into round 7 here, the last round for today. My name is Quincy, and joining me once again, it's Molly.
Hey everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. We are now round 7 of 7 today for the Australian Open, the Command Fest Melbourne. We have done 5 rounds of sealed into 2 rounds of constructed, getting ready for another 3 rounds of constructed tomorrow, and then a cut to top 8. It has been an incredible day. We have seen so much of the amazing new Avatar: The Last Airbender set, all the way through limited as Kira just showed us. It's been a powerhouse of white cards, of blue cards. We've seen it all the way through all of our feature matches so far today. We're super excited now to cut back to standard. Round 7 of 7, we've got Ben Tudman and Ian McCormick, who are both on 4-2 so far as records. Ben's running a Bant combo. If you're not familiar with it, you are about to be. And then we've got Ian Cormick running a pretty standard Esper Pixie list.
Yeah, we've got our players getting into it here. Bant combo is definitely one of the decks to look out in the standard meta. And of course, it's one of the decks that incorporates the biggest density of cards from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Of course, the namesake cards of the combo are Aang, Swift Savior, and Appa, Steadfast Guardian. So be on the lookout for those cards. We will get more into it when we see a combo turn happen, but essentially there's going to be a lot of allies, and we'll get into that when it comes to it. Over on Ian's side, though, we've got a bit of a blast from the past here. Esper Pixie coming up with a little bit of resurgence, also after Avatar: The Last Airbender, with the inclusion of Boomerang Basics. It's just another card that kind of replaces the effect that This Town Ain't Big Enough used to fill. Obviously, This Town Ain't Big Enough used to be able to bounce your opponent's things as well, but the card advantage you get from bouncing your premium targets like Nowhere to Run, Momentum Breaker, has really given Esper Pixie a little bit more play in this meta, and that's why we're seeing some players pick it up here, like Ian.
Absolutely, and Boomerang Basics is going to be critical to this, the ability to replicate all of those triggers. We're seeing a Nowhere to Run on our Llanowar Elves.
Yep, the good old age adage, Bolt the Bird. Yep. And we can see it there. Choosing to spend the mana here, bringing in the Aang a little bit early. That might be telegraphing something to Ian here that, you know, either he's close to going for it, but otherwise, an Aang left unprotected there is a little bit of a risk here from Ben Tudman, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very much meant to be a preemptive move, trying to get that Llanowar Elf off the battlefield, trying to stop Ben ramping into anything too early. And Ben just said, no, I'm going to airbend that. I'd really like to have that later, thank you. And whilst 2 mana for a Llanowar Elves is not ideal, you know, really counting countering that that tempo play that comes from Ian is valuable for Ben, apparently. It also depends what's left in Ben's hand. He may really have a 4-drop and only 3 lands and knows that he's going to need that elf.
Yeah, along those lines, mana is kind of the name of the game when it comes to this airbending combo because it is so mana intensive, at least to get it going. Obviously, when you get into the loop with Aang, Appa, and Doc Orlok on board, everything is free. But before then, Aang's 3 mana, Appa is a bunch of mana, 2 white pips required as well. And so making sure you can meet those mana requirements is really your top priority as you try to build towards that combo turn.
That's it. And one of the key elements in the Bant version of this airbending deck, rather than the blue-white version, is Aang at the crossroads, and we can see that there in Ben Tudman's hand. So this is the Llanowar Elf coming back from airbending. It was on the stack. Ian was considering his options there in terms of how he wanted to proceed, and it looks like the elf has, yes, re-hit the battlefield now. 4th land drop from Ian, coming straight in to...
We've got the Legend of Kuruk here, another value piece from Avatar: The Last Airbender. A great target to draw, especially after it's reached its 2nd lore counter, because being able to scry 2 and get that card draw, that card selection is really, really important, especially in a matchup like this where you've got to disrupt the right piece at the right time.
Absolutely, and it's even more critical now in Game 1, where card selection is going to be crucial, just because you haven't yet fully catered your deck to your opponent's strategies.
Yes. Yeah, and obviously the backside of Legend of Kuruk is a pretty valuable creature with the excellent ability of Waterbend 20, take an extra turn, which I have not seen happen yet, but I hope that one day I get to see someone actually Waterbend 20. I don't think it'll be in the Pixie deck, though.
I have also not seen it. I also don't think we'll see it, at least not in this game. But the real reality of having cast that Legend of Kuruk happening for Ian right now, where he is tapped out, he's passed back to Ben, and we're about to find out what that means. Ben has his 4th mana, or at least he's got his elf, and we know that that's what he was looking for. So what's going to happen? Are we going to see the Aang now main phase where it won't be counted, or are we going to see something else? It might be an Airbender's Ascension looking at what's at the front. There we go.
It's Badgermaul Cub. Yep.
Badgermaul Cub.
Get that more mana online. Every time a creature taps for mana, you add another green.
So we see that immediately. Badgermaul Cub earthbending one of the lands and then allowing it to tap for 2, bringing in an Airbender Ascension and airbending out the Aang Swift Savior. We are going to see a lot of this. We actually managed to see it a little bit in the limited portion of the game. Earlier in the rounds, we managed to see interactions of Airbending Ascension and other Aangs managing to bounce each other and uppers, but we are now seeing the fully curated, constructed version of that, and I think it will be even more efficient and even more effective.
Yes, maximum value. You know, if you were looking at this game and you didn't know that there was a combo plan behind Ben's deck, you would kind of think of it as just sort of like a Bant Tempo Flyers deck almost.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's kind of what it's feeling like at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, Bant Tempo, I'd play it. I've played it in seasons past. It's a fun way to play Magic. But if you're unfamiliar with the combo that is to come, you will be shortly.
Yeah, I really wonder what the game plan is here from Ian, because, you know, if I'm thinking as a Pixies player, one of the ways you win this is just to go faster, you know, get out your early flyers, being able to peck in for damage and sort of push that life total down as quickly as possible, as fast as possible, but it looks like Ian's more content to play kind of a control game plan, oddly enough, you know, bouncing those value pieces. Tragic Directy here in this case to get rid of the Aang. Oh, no, not the Aang. Oh, there's the Get Out in response to the Aang that was on top of the stack, on top of the Tragic Trajectory targeting the Earth Badgermaul Cub.
The Badgermaul Cub, yeah. So getting that Badgermaul Cub off the board and limiting Ben's access to mana, particularly where we know he is mana constrained. He hasn't played a land for the last few turns. He fought really hard for that elf. I think that's a really smart move from Ian. I think you're right. It's a hard game for Pixies right now, where he didn't play out a lot of those early drops to start chipping away. And looking at his deck, as much as he's taking on more of a controlling role in this particular matchup, it's not a strong control list.
No, it is like your standard Pixie list. You're mostly bouncing things for value. The Get Out is an interesting choice, especially in Esper Pixie, where that can put a bit of a constraint on your mana. You know, playing three colors, it's often really hard to include cards that require more than one pip of the same color, but that get out really coming in clutch there. And we see a Sun Pearl Kieran here going to bounce the Nowhere Run. And that is Nowhere to Run with one of those elves or the land with its name on it.
It's, you know, and the ability to reuse your own resources and make them as effective as possible is the baseline of the Pixies deck, right? Is to make sure that you're getting the most value out of every single card. So as much as Ian only has that one Nowhere to Run and not a whole lot of other removal right now, he gets to reuse it again and again. And
he does have the flipped Avatar Kuruk there that's going to start generating some value. It doesn't end up creating spirits that can't block or be blocked by non-spirit creatures.
It's very exciting, very flavorful, that Kuruk.
Yes,
if you're
definitely
familiar with Kuruk's story as part of the Avatar universe, he was an Avatar 3 before Aang, who was mostly focused on the spirit world and fighting off evil spirits. So the fact that he himself is now generating spirits that are helping control the balance in the world is very flavorful.
And you can see the text there. Whenever you cast a spell, create a 1/1 spirit that cannot be blocked, cannot block or be blocked by non-spirit creatures. But we're seeing a talent here from Ian now starting to build out more of a board, really establishing a presence now that Kuruk is there for maximum value on every spell cast.
Absolutely, and we've got a very cute Otter token come in there from that Storm Chaser's talent. There we go. There's the proper spirit token.
All right, we've got another Aang here, and it is going to airbend the Kuruk. All right, so really great slowdown there, but are we going to see a response? It's the Nowhere to Run, target Aang, make a spirit, you know, maximum value before that Kuruk is into the airbend zone.
Also, you know, a really difficult choice, I imagine, for Ben, because resetting that Legend of Kuruk just means that Ian gets to scry to and draw a card 2 more times when he chooses to replay it.
All right, and we see Aang at the crossroads here. Another sort of, not the linchpin piece of the combo, but just a really great piece to provide some consistency to the deck.
Absolutely.
Allows you to dig through, find those pieces that you need. We'll see if it resolves here. Ian's got cards in hand, thinking about it.
Got 2 mana up.
And it looks like it does. We are checking through the top. We've got a Appa, it looks like, is going to be the choice.
I would imagine so. That's, look, Appa is what Ben was looking for. Appa was what, when he picked up those top cards, was looking to find. And he has indeed found it. It goes straight onto the battlefield. When it enters, airbend any number of other target non-land permanents you control. So it'll be interesting to see what Ben chooses to airbend. It doesn't look like anything at this stage.
Yeah, looking to preserve his board before he has all the pieces for the combo. Unfortunately for him, we already have 2 Aang in the bin, meaning he's going to have to find one of the other 2, and then Doc Orlok, of course, is sort of the last piece of that three-piece combo.
Yeah.
And
what we're seeing now, though, was that the Airbender's Ascension is now reached 4. He chose to flicker his own Aang at the Crossroads and is now getting to do that effect all over again.
And it looks like maybe there was an Aang in there and a Doc Orlok?
If there is a Doc Orlok in those cards, I was about to say I'd imagine that's what he takes, but instead we have an Aang Swift Savior, which I completely understand.
You know, the third Aang in the top 20 cards or so of the library is pretty good. If you're on Ben's side, you're feeling pretty happy about this.
That's very fortuitous. He's taken his own Appa off the battlefield for the moment, just so that he can re-trigger that outcome again next turn.
And it's a great heads-up play, too, because that keeps that combo piece safe. It's like, you know where it is. It's not going anywhere.
Exactly, and it's not a nowhere to run target. It's not a get-lost target. It's safely where you need it to be until you'd like to recast it.
That said, there is the Nowhere to Run in hand from Ian. If that can take down this third Aang, it might be a tough spot for Ben, but we'll see. Maybe there's some sort of play here to protect the Aang, but I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see. I imagine that Ian's planning to run it out this turn into a board where his opponent, Ben Tudman, is currently tapped out. Definitely wants to be taking advantage of that and making sure that he can remove as many of these combo pieces as possible right now, while he's got the opportunity.
counting up the mana here for Ian, thinking about the plays.
It's still 6 mana.
You know, one of the sort of unfortunate things here for Ian is that one of the strengths of Pixie is that a lot of your creatures are flyers, and you can usually go over the top and get some damage in, but the thing about airbending combo is that so many of the creatures just have flying, and you can't really peck in. That said, we do see the Nowhere to Run. It's going to take out that Aang, and we are going to see the swing with the team.
We actually saw that Nowhere to Run cast twice this turn, so we cast it once, bounced it back, and then cast it again, taking out both Aangs with that one Nowhere to Run, which is now more than held its weight, killing 4 different creatures so far, four of which were Aangs.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just means
four separate Aangs in the bin, 3 of them being the key combo piece. It's going to be kind of an uphill battle now for Ben to find one.
Absolutely. I'm just impressed that it was all the same Nowhere to Run.
Yeah.
But what that means as well is now that Arpa that is currently off in exile, having been airbanned, doesn't have great targets when it comes back into the battlefield.
And Ben's on 7 life. Was counting up the damage there across the table, and I think sort of considering if he has any outs to avoid the tons of damage coming in, unblockable from the spirits and then flying from the other creatures.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing about casting 3 spells last turn, including 2 of them being the same Nowhere to Run, was that his auto got multiple prowess triggers.
Yes.
So good spot for Ian to be in. That was how he generated so much damage in just that one swing. And I think that you're correct that it's going to be a hard slog back from here for Ben.
Yeah, if you're in Ben's position, maybe starting to think about sideboarding choices. Yep,
there we go.
And there we go. The concession on game 1. Great stuff for Ian. Again, yeah, playing a bit more of a control game plan to start. Obviously not a hard control, but, turning the corner really well, being able to swing in for a lot of damage, keeping Ben off of his combo pieces, and able to take that game 1. Now, thinking about sideboarding, one thing that's really interesting is that a lot of the field has been thinking about Torpor Orb in the sideboard to fight against Bant Airbending combo, but I'm not seeing that in the sideboard of Ian's list.
No. Sorry, I was looking at Ben's sideboarding options right then and just trying to think about how he really comes at this, because Esper Pixie is a little bit tricky based on looking at what Ben's deck has in the sideboard. He was clearly thinking about some of the more prevalent metagame decks.
Yes.
And Pixie just doesn't fall into that right now. Although it may after this tournament.
It may, yeah. In the sideboard of the Bant combo, they usually run some split of Insidious Fungus or Seam Rip, and that's usually to counter the Torpor Orbs that are brought in. But, of course, no Torpor Orbs are going to be brought in on Ian's side, but we might see something like a Tashana's, hopefully trying to stifle those triggers.
Yeah.
Although Tashana's efficacy in this particular matchup, not the greatest, because a lot of times they can just airbend the thing that's been Tashana'd and then have it come back and retain all its abilities.
Exactly. It's I've found that Tashana is getting a little bit less efficacious as we continue. We are seeing a Get Out, a Negate, and the End all in Ian's sideboard from a controlling perspective. It'll be interesting to see if that happens. Also just 2 Duress. I think I'd be bringing in the Duress to try and pick apart the combo before it happens.
Yes. One thing to know about the End, and in bounce strategies, either Esper Pixie or Dimir bounce, is that you can't get into a situation with Stormchaser's talent where you keep buying back the End and you can slowly exile all the win conditions from the combo deck, which is something we might end up seeing happening depending on how slow the game ends up being.
Yeah, it's a 1-of in that sideboard, so...
So yeah, it would have to be recurred with Stormchaser's talent really to do that. But
exactly, and I mean, you've got to find it first, and
yep.
I'm sure that that's definitely in the game plan for Ian. Be drawing in to try and find that. We can see them sideboarding up now, having a look at various options. What do you think is kind of going through Ben's head as he's looking at sideboard options? Oh, sorry, we're moving over to our second feature match table where we've got Christian Pierce and Matthew Sherlock, both who are currently 5-1. Christian is up a game with Jeskai versus Gruul Delirium. I know that Christian says colorless right there on screen right now, but I can promise you it's a Jeskai Artifacts life gain deck.
Yeah, it's a bit of a head fake there with the melee designation of what deck it is, but it is Jeskai. It's a game plan built around Simulacrum Synthesizer. We're going to be putting in artifacts, United Battlefront, constructs, the whole 10 yards. You've seen it before. And over on the other side, Matthew, Gruul Delirium, a deck that has been strong, I'd say maybe 9 months ago or so, has popped up here and there in results, but have kind of fallen out of favor. So it's interesting to see it here in this metagame.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think that this is one of the benefits of running a multimodal tournament like you see at these Command Fests, where you've got a limited morning, and that means that you often find, particularly in these early decks, you've got competitors who are doing super well at the 5-1s, at the 4-2s, who have brought slightly meta break decks, and we love to see it. I love to commentate it. I think it just adds some lovely spice, and they will potentially continue to do well as they pilot their decks as they have done all morning.
I really like to see the decks too that are off meta, because sometimes you see Gruel Delirium and you think, oh, has Matthew just pulled out the deck that he had at a couple RCs ago and went, oh, this is all still legal, I'll play it. No, but there's particular choices in here that are updated with a couple new cards. I'm seeing Bossing Say in the land base, which is really interesting to me. Sometimes you just need a creature to push that last few points of damage. Bossing Say is a really interesting choice there. And then some more cool cards in the sideboard, things like Fire Magic, Origin of Metal Bending, in order to protect your threats, your Wildfire Worker folks, pardon me, your Patchwork Beasties, etc.
Yeah.
And there is the Worker folk coming down. Haste, of course.
And, I really like the Origin of Metal Bending as a sideboard card because it's multimodal, right? You've got your +1/+1 indestructible, defend your own creatures, but also if your opponent's enchantments and artifacts are getting out of hand, you've got a solution.
And I got to imagine Matthew's thinking about, this is game 2, so sideboarding has happened.
Yeah.
I got to imagine those cards came in versus this deck.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what I would be making that guesses as well. You really want to be making sure that your sideboard slots are really versatile, right? And that's a card that I think, fills a lot of gaps in what might have used to have been like a Smuggler's Surprise kind of slot. Is now something that's a little bit more useful across multiple different metas.
Definitely. Considering what to do here, looks like there's a split up in hand for Christian that would certainly get rid of those 2 threats on board.
They're both going to be tapped next turn. They're both coming in for damage, so.
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing if Christian had any sideboard things that would come in against this particular deck. Oh, the Rest in Peace, I got to imagine those are in there. Get rid of that graveyard, shut off Delirium.
Does Authority of the Consuls help Christian here? Just slowing it down. There's not a ton of haste already, but it does just mean them entering tapped and gaining a life every creature just feels valuable in terms of pursuing his own combo.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a good choice in this matchup. As the Artifacts player, typically you're actually not that concerned with the life total across from you, because the turn that you do end up attacking, it's with, 6 8/8s. And,
exactly.
As long as they're not at 70 life, you're generally pretty okay. So we'll see.
Exactly. Yeah, no, for sure. And so we're seeing Matt do exactly what he set out to do and continue to add to his board there. And Christian untapping with 3 mana, coming in with that split up. Is that correct?
Split up, I got to imagine, on tapped creatures, leaving with just the Beastie. Delirium will be on after both of those creatures go to the graveyard. So the Beastie is able to attack and block, but just the 3/3 here. We have the upkeep trigger here, choosing to mill. Violent Urge into the bin. That's kind of one of the pieces that you want to close out games, so probably a little sad to see it milled. It's one of those strategic things where in most cases you're supposed to do the optional mill. It's just more likely to get you closer to a card that'll impact it. But, the one time where you flip exactly the card you need and you're like, no, I shouldn't have.
Yeah, you see that and you second guess yourself. Even though you've made the statistically correct play,
yes.
Sometimes it just feels bad.
All right, Matthew thinking here before going to combat. I'm trying to imagine maybe there's another Worker Folk in hand to push some more damage.
Yeah.
Hard to say. And he also has the Bossing Say on board, which might end up coming in handy if we get a couple more land drops here. Yep, going in.
Needs at least 1 more to be activating the Bossing Say regularly, but
and
we don't see anything.
Yeah, no land drop here.
What is Matthew anticipating here from Christian that he's trying to potentially hold something up for.
Oh, there's the
So-
rest in peace.
Yeah. That rest in peace is very dangerous for Matthew Sherlock here.
Yeah, I don't think there's an answer on the stack that he can have. No, the
No.
graveyard is going to be exiled, but he may have something in hand to get rid of it and start building up Delirium again.
Yeah. So that's it. Unfortunately, in Matthew's list, there's no way to stop the rest in peace effect happening, but what he can do is remove it so that in future, anything that does go to the graveyard will stay in the graveyard rather than go straight to exile.
And that poor Patchwork Beastie had one turn of freedom, one turn to attack, and now it's back in can't attack or block jail.
Yes, exactly. Poor Beastie.
Oh, and there we see Origin of Metal Bending. It's going to take out that rest in peace, and slowly we are going to build back to Delirium.
I do love the art on that Origin of Metal Bending card.
Yeah, it's great.
The day Toph became OP.
The first Metal Bender.
Yeah.
That's one little bit of synergy we didn't see in Sealed that I thought was kind of cute, is that there's the Naya Toph that makes principally it just earth bends at your end step for 2 every time, but its first ability makes artifacts creatures. So if you have a Bender's Water Skin and you earth bend onto that, you can attack, and then Water Skin untaps on your opponent's untapped.
I have done that. I got to do that at pre-release.
Awesome.
And it was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Oh, it looks like a Pick Your Poison here from Matthew.
I believe so. I believe you're correct.
Oh, and a stretch there from Christian. What's he getting ready for?
Ramping up, ready to say oh. He's tapped out, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, there can't be a response here. We'll see. Looks like we are waiting for something.
Got a judge call potentially. Yep.
Yeah, something with Pick Your Poison.
Okay, there we go. We see that Pick Your Poison resolve. We see it go into the graveyard, thankfully, now that that rest in peace is gone. And Matthew's starting to rebuild that Delirium capability for his little beastie.
1/4 of the way. 10 life for Christian. Can he hold the line?
There we go. So Pick Your Poison being each opponent sacrifices an artifact, each opponent sacrifices an enchantment, each opponent sacrifices a creature with flying, and Matthew got to choose one of those.
And it looks like we have Summon Brynhildr coming down from Matthew. Another great addition from the Final Fantasy set to Gruul Delirium decks because it helps fill out types for your graveyard. Of course, it's an enchantment and a creature, but does provide a lot of value by letting you haste out a couple creatures as well if it sticks around. And, you know, damage is the name of the game here for the Gruul Delirium deck.
I would say generally it doesn't get to stick around.
Yeah, usually people try to get rid of it quite quickly. Although it is one of those things where you feel kind of strange if you're priced into getting rid of it because it does go away on its own eventually. Of course, it is a saga creature, so after that last lore counter, it does get sacrificed.
You know it's temporary pain, but is it pain you can take? And Christian on 10 is saying no, not really.
All right, and it looks like Pinnacle Starcage coming down is going to get rid of all those permanents. FOMO in exile. And it's just a pass. And again, Matthew's still been stuck on 3 lands for so long and not really able to develop much of a board. Can't use the Bossing Say. 2 mana here. Maybe a Wicker Folk? Oh, another
Summon
Brynhildr.
Brynhildr. And a Wicker Folk under the Brynhildr.
So we'll be able to cast that next turn if the Brynhildr survives, but who knows? There might be another Starcage off the top for Christian. A Cenote Scout.
Enters the battlefield and explores. Found a land on top. That's a Thunder Spine Verge. So entering untapped because there is a forest on the field.
Yeah, Cenote Scout is an interesting choice for the 1-drop for this deck, but you know, exploring does essentially let you surveil, and putting stuff in the yard is the name of the game here.
And hitting your land drops is just valuable. You know, we've just seen what getting stuck on 3 could do. If you'd been on 4 and generating a 2/2 each turn, that could have been the extra damage he was looking for.
All right, it looks like Christian, not choosing to answer the board here, is just going for the United Battlefront, really trying to push his own game plan now. I saw at least 1 synthesizer. Looks like we've got 2.
In hand, sorry. Oh, no, into the battlefield.
Yeah, off the flips from Battlefield.
Yeah.
Or United Battlefront, sorry. Considering his options here.
There it is. There's that synthesizer.
And, oh, goes for the cage instead of the second
Cage.
synthesizer. A
Yep.
way to answer the board and push his own game plan as well. Heads up play there from Christian.
Yeah. That was a big turning point for him there.
And that work of
see
folk
that-
is exiled.
Exactly, yep. So being left with a 1-1, not ideal, not where Matthew left off when he ended his turn and passed it over.
And there's another rest in peace. Just one nail after another in the coffin here. Matthew really going to have to find something spectacular here to have a chance, because that construct is already a 4-4, and it's only going to get bigger. It's not going to get smaller.
Exactly. And there's only going to be more of them.
You know, it'd be one thing if Christian still didn't have a board, and, you know, you've got Bossing Say, and you think, okay, I can start to fight back, you know, Earthbend onto some lands, push a little bit more damage, but just a lot of stop signs there on Christian's side of the board.
Exactly, yeah. Bossing Say might make lands hasty and might make them creatures, but it does not give them evasion.
Yes. Here we go. We do see the Bossing Say activation, followed by a pass. And I got to imagine there are more artifacts coming.
I can only assume.
Oh, repurposing bay.
There we go. Trigger for an additional worker. And another cage.
And those constructs are now quite large.
Yep.
Large enough, one might say.
I believe that they are indeed large enough. That's a 1-turn clock. Oh, sorry, a 2-turn clock for Matthew Sherlock.
Yeah, coming in for 7 damage if I counted correctly.
Yeah. That Perilous Snare doing the work, having targeted the Cenote Scout. Matthew left with just his 2/2 land, facing down 3 very large workers, metal workers, not metal workers.
Oh yeah, we have to track speed from the Perilous Snare.
Yes, we do, from the Perilous Snare.
I can't imagine there's much of a use for the max speed effect there, but...
We do indeed, however, have to track it.
Yes. All right, Matthew looking very concerned here. Thinking about his deck and what might possibly get him out of this. You know, this is sort of the downside of these hyper-aggressive decks, is that you've usually got a lot of creatures, a lot of ways to come in for some damage, but not a lot of answers once you get stopped.
Exactly. It's actually one of the reasons that the Is-It variants and Is-It flavors have been so popular, is that, as we saw from Susanna in the previous round, they do just have some resiliency to be able to fight back, even if you get outclassed 1 or 2 or 3 turns in a row.
Yeah, there's so much recursion there, an ability to generate a board out of nowhere, but it looks like we are just activating Agnikella there, another card from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Just a great utility land in a shell like this, allowing you a bit more of a card selection. And yeah, we see the draw and discard on the plains. I imagine Christian's got to feel pretty comfortable just swinging out with those 3 constructs here.
Yeah.
Either you win or Matthew's entire board is gone, so we'll see. Especially knowing that there's no cards in hand for Matthew.
They are each 8/8s, so going in with all 3 means none of them can go unblocked, none of them can be double blocked, even that if that were to be productive. You're entirely right. You really, in Christian's shoes here, particularly with Matthew tapped out, you go all in.
Yeah, it's like win or board wipe. Door number 1 or door number 2, they're both good for you.
I think the Gruul Delirium deck here and what we're seeing from it is one of the reasons that we're also seeing the lowest instance of mono red in the meta that we've seen in several years, right? It's only kind of at a much lower percentage of the actual total metagame than we've seen in a while, just showing that those linear aggro decks just don't have the staying power. And a lot of the more complex combo decks utilizing different spells, recursion, and removal are starting to be able to stabilize in time.
Yeah.
To mean that they can just outclass them long term.
Yeah, like the most aggressive decks in the current meta that are doing well are the ones that are, they can be linear, but they have some sort of explosive element to really like push it over the top. I'm thinking in this particular case of like the Simic Ouroboros decks.
Yeah.
No, for the most part, that is just playing creatures and turning them sideways. It just so happens that one of your creatures turns your entire board into 40/40s if it's left unanswered.
Exactly, and even the the is it variants, because of the card draw there, you don't end up in a position like Matthew's finding himself in right now, where you're just drawing off the top, potentially just drawing lands. I mean, that is what the addition of Basing Say in the deck, I imagine, was hoping to achieve, is just that long-term resiliency. Unfortunately, it did not turn out that way this time. We've seen a shake of the hand between Matthew and Christian. Christian taking down that matchup 2-0.
And it looks like we are back over to our feature match number 1, Ben Tudman battling here against Ian, still in game 2, and we've got quite a board state going on. I don't see any of the particular combo pieces out. We've got some slips of paper. Those are on the multiversal passages just to track what land they've been assigned as they came in.
Yeah, and those multiversal passages don't just tap for the mana color, they actually become the island or the forest. And we were just in time to see the concession there. Unfortunately, we came into this game with Ben on 2 life and did not have enough time to see him recover.
If I had to wager a guess, I would think that it's essentially sort of a mirror of game 1, that there was some sort of control plan there, just really stopping the pieces. I see some Angs in the graveyard, a Nature's Rhythm as well, so things must have been answered pretty effectively by Ian McCormick, and he takes that, a 2-0 victory for him.
Yeah, we can see that Nowhere to Run sitting there on the board, and then we can see double Pixie and multiple ways in the graveyard that he's picked up that Nowhere to Run multiple times just to remove the board and the ability for Ben to do any kind of comboing.
Definitely. So a couple of excellent matches there to end our coverage for the day. We had 5 rounds of Sealed, of course, 2 rounds of Standard, but wait, there's more. Not today, tomorrow, but there is more. We'll have 3 more rounds of Standard, and then we'll have our cut to top 8. And the winner of that is going to be taking home $4,000. We got the information up for you on screen there. So if at all you've enjoyed the coverage, stick around. Catch us tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yes, please tune in. We would love to see you. Leave us comments. We thrive on them. It would be fantastic to have you tune in, find out what happens tomorrow. We've got 3 more rounds of Standard and then that cut to top 8. We've got incredible prizes. It's just going to be a blast. We hope to see you there.